Thank you. I'm here with Matumba Man. Matumba Man, before the tournament, you're talking about how it's not the last result that defines you, right? It's the whole career, your whole journey. And I want to know a little bit about that. How is this chapter of your life for you? What has it meant for you to play Dota for this long?
I mean, I always thought when I started my career that I wouldn't be playing for so long. After like third year, I already contemplated about quitting, but I stuck with it. To be honest, I was young and I didn't really have anything else to do with my life, and Dota was something just like brought like pure happiness for myself. It gave me purpose, and it really defined. It also defined me as a person, like who I am and what do I do. And I mean, it's been a great run, and now it's bittersweet moment that it's over. But I'm happy and I'm sad, and I mean, I'll get to process these feelings later anyway.
I'm sure a lot of people have joined this journey alongside you. Is there anyone, or maybe your friends, maybe your teammates, that you'd like to speak any words to at this moment?
I mean, I've interacted with a lot of people during my career that, I mean, most of them are happy moments. I mean, I cherish my old teammates from Old Liquid, winning TI with them, like one of my most memorable moments of my life, and it will stay that way. I think this one will be one of them as well. And there's just a lot of good moments with a lot of people. I mean, I can't really name all of them because, like, there's dozens and dozens and dozens coming up, even the casters and the analysts and everyone, like the different teams that I didn't even play with them. Like these players, I consider them my friends and in some ways a family too. So it's really sad to say goodbye to them, but sometimes you gotta move on on your life and figure out something else.
For this next chapter of your life, is there anything you're looking forward to doing? Anything you're really excited to do now that, except for a while, I know. Anything you're gonna do in the next coming days?
I mean, this is a hard question always. I feel like I'll just relax and reflect a bit. I felt like I've been in a war on a battlefield of Dota 2, fighting for the Ancient. So I think I just need to relax a little bit. And after that, I'm looking to spend a lot of time on my sailing boat during summer and kind of just get the feeling what do I really want to do with the next chapter of my life.
Do you have anything you'd like to say to all the fans as well that have supported your journey throughout this whole TI, throughout your whole career?
I mean, I felt like no matter what team I was on, I was always almost a fan favorite, and it really warms my heart to have such a support for, I don't know, like why they picked me, that a lot of people just like kind of wanted to root for me. I mean, even here, it's like, I felt like every team that we knocked out was kind of rooting for us, even like we knocked them out. It's like, that's the gist I got, and it was kind of weird for me. At the same time, I felt like I had like, everyone was really cheering for me, like I was the one, you know, like, but it really, like, it's amazing feeling, even though Seeger won this series and I exit the stage and people are just cheering Matumba Man, like the whole stadium is going wild. It's like, it's an amazing feeling, good way to go out as well.
Thank you so much for your time, Matumba Man. It's been an absolute pleasure, not just for me, but for anyone who's interacted with you in the scene, and as you said, for the fans. And we all wish you luck, whatever you may do from now on. Back to you, Shiva.
Thank you very much. And indeed, he definitely can look back on his Dota 2 career and smile, because this was a glorious one, Lacoste.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the greatest that ever touched the game. And the way he talked about like Dota, this is what Dota is about, a journey that is going to take you somewhere unexpected, meeting new friends, friendship, love, hanging out together, playing with different people from all around the world, and also like defining you as a person. Dota does become a part of you.
I can't even imagine how he feels right now. There's probably just so many emotions to process, from your entire TI journey to this loss to your retirement. He's feeling so much, but honestly, what an incredible player and person. To be able to witness that kind of introspection and humility is just a really special thing. So, I mean, we honestly wish him all the best in his next chapter.
Yeah.
On his boat.
On his boat.
Exactly. You know that he's
4 anchors plus sea captain when he
yeah.
started, and now he's actually going to be a sea captain. What a great way to wrap up his career. But you know, there's always that little bit of that glimmer of hope. That's
I mean, I
he's
think
on that
everybody
boat.
has it.
He's on that boat, and he's like trying to sleep. He's hearing the cha-ching noises, right? He's hearing the hidden creeps. He's hearing the neutral camps slapping, you know, just like we were hearing, you know, the music with the intros is like the Dota sounds.
Hello?
He's hearing that in his sleep.
Well, that is what I think carry players normally think about, you know, the creeps and the getting the gold. You know, that's all very nice. Us support players, we're more like having to process all of our feelings after a game because we have to try to make our carry players happy. And I know that processing feelings, it can take some time. And sometimes you need a little bit of help to process those feelings.
अच्छा ब्रेक कितने वक्त का है?
1 घंटे का ब्रेक है अभी ये क्या बोलते हैं वो मैच होगा
वो शो मैच होगा ना?
हाँ
जिसमें स्केड्यूल में कुछ काउंटडाउन वगैरह है किधर में कितने देर में आएगा?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
कैसे समझने का? मेरे को बाजार जाना है एक्चुअली।
हाँ फिर अभी जाके आना 1 घंटे का तो ब्रेक है ब्रेक तो इसका है 1 घंटे में होगा चालू हो गया एक्चुअली ये जो ऑल स्टार का इंट्रो चालू है कुछ तो अभी चालू होगा
हाँ ये प्लेयर्स के नाम भी आ गए ना इधर में कौन कौन खेलने वाला है
नहीं मेरे को तो नहीं देखा
वॉर्स मिस्टर चोको कैमरॉन हाँ
स्ट्रीम में तो मस्त चालू स्ट्रीम एक बार स्ट्रीम देख स्ट्रीम में मस्त इंट्रो चालू है गेप भी आया था बीच में
real supports
हाँ मून का दिखा रहा है कुछ
कुछ ऐसे नॉइज आ रहे तेरे इधर जैसे
Hi Moon
इशू है
Okay.
मेरे को वो सेटिंग ही नहीं
unappreciated lately.
नहीं कुछ
Like,
नहीं
I
है
can't do shit without some toxic carry trying to tell me what to do.
Thank you Moon for using a feeling word unappreciated remember everyone it's okay to feel as a support because
you can't support the carry.
Jack
डस्टिन नाम का वही बंदा
I know
है
you
होस्ट
think
कर
you're
रहा है ना
helping but let's give the others a chance
ये यहाँ
they
पे
don't
अभी
all have manpower experience like
हाँ ये जो बात कर रहा है वो
you can't support the carry if you don't support yourself there we go nice job everybody
So like I was in this game yesterday and my carry, he just plays up at a time.
Dustin, he's doing it again.
Are we forgetting something? When you want to share, you need to wait until
Okay, so I was like playing this game yesterday and we had the perfect laning phase, like level 6 at 6 minutes. So I was 1x2 in the lane, I harassed them all to like no HP, I had a stack pull, everything was gonna be perfect, we're gonna win this lane so hard. So just play careful for 30 seconds while I get the pull off and then he dies instantly. And this guy, he's buying back, he's breaking his items, TPing mid, running it down.
Owie, we're missing something important. How did that make you feel?
Feel?
वो fear था क्या?
Maybe like a Monday?
कौन पीएल
Something to add, Peter?
मैं जाके आता हूँ मैं
Owie.
ठीक है
चलेगा
That's just for you. Well, Peter?
ये चालू रहने देता हूँ
He gets to build real items with actives. You got 3 kills last game. All I did was get one shot by massive crits.
We don't farm shame here, Peter. This is a fully warded triangle, our safe space. Try your mantra.
KDA does not define me.
That's right. KDA does not define you. So, the topic for this week... As I was saying, today's topic is blocking camps, not emotions. Fear, start with you. Can you share a time you blocked your emotions so you could win a game?
No.
Okay. Let's start with someone else.
You know what? You're stacking in the troll spawn skeletons? All the trolls are following me, but these little fucker skeletons never do. It's fucking bullshit, dude.
我明明已经反到他的眼了，可是我每次要排的时候他都过期了，我操 I smoke, and then my carry just auto-attacks a creep.
Y Megan se mete contra 5 héroes, lo tengo que seguir, me muero yo y encima me flamea.
It's not just one time or sometimes, it's every single time I dig. There is no RNGesus. It's only the kobold. Only him. It's always him.
The kobold isn't real. and it can't hurt you.
Sorry, noob question. When do we learn about the secrets my invite mentioned for thriving as supports?
He's here. He's here.
You want to know the real secret to thriving?
You just fucking quit. Now I'm here for the eats.
Only the best for you. And that's one thing we need to remember, gang. We're worth it. Did Ice Frog make this game for cores? Yes, but he also made it for you.
The Tome of Knowledge? Oh, yeah. You're allowed to have it. The frog meant for you to have it. Don't let him take it away from you.
Yeah.
Yes! There it is.
Well, I'd say we won that lane, boys. Team, we all know that carries are mindless clicking machines. Mids, tower diving adrenaline junkies. And off lane, well, we'll never understand the kind of freaks that like to play off lane. What we do need to learn, what we work on in here, is that you are the special ones, the supports. You're the ones who see. Without you, the game descends into chaos. The dumbest strat wins. So when you march into your lane, I want you to know, to feel that no matter what the Ragers say, no matter how little gold and XP you earn, no one can ever stop you. We have this space reserved.
Yo, they're here. Didn't I tell you guys to buy some smokes? We need more. Get some dust.
你真的不做点什么吗？
You heard the man.
Give me the tome, too. Maybe next time you'll remember to stack my camps. Now! Carries can't do everything. Do you want to get reported or what?
Remember, dream boards next week. And work on those behavior scores.
Yeah, sorry, Dustin. I don't think this group's for me.
Oh, pardon. This is my kind of party. Oh, check it. Miracle's already in the fountain. Hey, dive, Gary. And this time don't feed.
Oh, that was definitely an amazing one. All right, guys, we got to set up something else entirely because Grand Finals is a little ways away, but we do have an all-star match. I want to have some final thoughts, though, on the Grand Finals. Jenkins.
On the Grand Finals after that. On the Grand Finals. All right, I got it.
On TI.
70% of the time, we don't see a Grand Finals. We don't see a Grand Finals repeat the upper bracket finals.
I mean, it's just been a great TI. I'm so grateful to have watched it. And may the best team win.
Amazing TI. Let's enjoy it together.
Let's enjoy it together right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the All-Star match of TI 11? Come on, All-Star! Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Jenkins, you're not the only person who can look beautiful on stage, my friend. So can I. And also, Period is... Jesus. This is much harder. I forget what it's like. Anyway,
they only gave us one wig for a reason.
Yeah, that's true. Mr. Flax.
Yes.
Today, we have some of the biggest all-stars to ever grace Dota, and they will be playing a very special game mode. Perhaps you've never heard of it.
I've heard of it, but I try to avoid it as much as possible.
Okay, toxic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you our all-star match this year? It's Ability Draft! That is right!
Oh, no. I don't know anyone that can play that well.
I don't know anyone that plays it at all. So today we'll find out if these guys have ever played it before. Period Flax.
We'll find out.
Would you like to introduce our first team?
I would love to introduce this first team. This is my team. This is Team Tundra. This is them.
That's them. I think that's them.
What are we waiting for? Get my team out. Do I say them one by one?
Is that them?
Ice, ice, ice. Oh! Let's go, Thunder High!
Team Thunder High.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Look at these all-stars. The Ice and his team.
All-stars.
Holy moly. Thunder High is looking pretty
You're in big trouble, son.
Absolutely. And may I present their competition, who I have deemed will probably win, which means that they will most likely lose. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Team Dragon!
Boom!
Absolutely, Team Dragon with Yuno, Bobek, Sundarin, Wars, Mr. Choco, and Ice Fraud. No, I'm just kidding. He's on. Bring him out on the stage, ladies and gentlemen.
Team Dragon.
The greatest of all time. Look at the energy. Absolutely. Woo! I'm feeling it. Holy moly. Oh, come on, period. You saw the energy. Your boys waddled into that stage like they were a real pro player.
No,
awful.
My guys are the real deal. I don't know why they've got this slot up to face them. Team Thunder High, easy peasy, easy GG.
They're so washed up. You got so many washed. You got SVG on your team, the most washed player in human history.
How dare you?
SVG's more washed than a washing machine.
We've got Ice. We got SVG. Yeah, baby.
I'm not gonna interview you. Stay away from me.
We got Giuseppe. We got Imperius. We got Be True. We can't lose.
All right, hold on. All right. Mr. Choco. Mr. Choco, are you feeling good? Are you gonna take this?
Yes, we're gonna win this, man.
How much?
So easy. This is for South America.
All right, we're doing this one for SA. I'm feeling it. Anybody over there?
Oh, I've got some players over here, buddy. You better believe it.
Go ahead.
We got Ice. Ice, how you doing, bud?
Hi.
Hi. Are you excited about this game? Do you play much ability draft?
No.
Okay. Okay. I still believe. Who else have you got over there? We're going over here?
Come back to me. Let's talk a little bit about ability draft. Y'all, if you never played ability draft, let's walk you through this fantastic game mode. This is a thinking man's Dota.
Well, I'm in big trouble. But yeah.
If you get bored of Dota, if you're such a master that you need to just goof it up even more, you can play as Ice Frog, all right? You go into the game, you get a hero, which is, I believe, called a body in the ability draft community.
Is that what they call it?
They call it the body. And then you get some random abilities that you have to draft, like the drafting phase, and make broken combinations out of hero spells.
Okay.
That's how it works. Now there's
a fabulous little flourish you did there.
Thank you. Now there's some truly broken combo. Get this shit off me. There's some truly broken combos in ability draft.
Okay. What like?
Okay, for example, if you get Bat Rider's Sticky Napalm and Shadow Shaman Shackle, it does like a half a second tick, you can just insta-kill somebody.
Okay, all right, cool, yeah, I get
That's the only one I remember.
I'm sure SVG plays a lot of ability draft.
He's one of those smart dudes who plays
He's shaking his head, he doesn't, okay,
yeah,
all right.
He does, don't worry about it. So it should be a very broken game mode where one team will clearly have a good idea of some combos, and then they'll be able to, you know, steamroll the other ones.
Okay, well my money's on Team Thunderhide.
Duh. You idiot, you already said that several times.
I just want to reiterate my stance that my team will win. That's all. I just want to, you know, put that out there.
All right, well, whatever. Team Dragon has some true pros. I have Cinderin on my team.
Oh, please.
Cinderin, in case you forgot, used to go to TIs and also...
He attended, we'll put it that way.
Sometimes. And we also have, you know, Yuno. You know Yuno from the voice line, clearly. We all love Yuno in the arena.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Yuno fans out there. And we all know that Ice takes nothing seriously, so he will be absolutely dunking this tournament for you.
That's true. He might throw. Yeah, he might throw quite hard.
Not true.
He smiled when I said that. He intends to throw. Daryl, do not throw, please, I beg you.
No throwing.
Okay.
All right. Now, I know the ability draft community. They're a bunch of real sickos.
They're very sweaty.
They are very sweaty. Now, I like to say it's a metaphor for high school. Okay. Imagine that all the bullies in your high school, there was no one left but bullies.
Right.
That's all that's left from the ability draft arena. They all know everything about ability draft, and they're just begging people to come in and get abused. And that's what we're going to see here today. It should be fantastic. I'm not saying ability draft is not a fantastic game mode. Get in there and get... If you didn't like being abused, you wouldn't be a Dota player, all right? Go play some other loser game. We're in here for the,
We like the pain.
We like the pain, all right? And ability draft is the most pained you could ever be.
It is. I avoid it like the plague. I'm terrible. I'm terrible.
Don't say that.
I'm so bad. I can't draft. I mean, I'm not going to be able to help them at all. If they need any help, they better lean on very hard on any of these guys that actually play ability draft. I'm terrible.
All right, take it easy. Now, what we can tell you about, once again, is what they're playing for. So many players around the world have fought in all-star matches for the honor, the dignity, the responsibility of eating the cheese!
There it
Ladies
is.
and gentlemen, Roshan's cheese, watch your head.
Oh, my goodness.
My goodness gracious.
This is interesting.
We cut it up.
This year has been turned into loads and loads of tiny, tiny bits of cheese.
That's right. It's COVID safety. So we can just pick that up. We have not earned this.
You don't eat the...
Put that one right back in there. Good luck. Oh, you don't get to eat it. You didn't win ability draft, young man.
Well, yeah.
Aren't you supposed to take the wax off these?
Yeah. No, I didn't eat the wax. He's eating the wax.
Hell yeah.
I can't peel this. I'll just suck the cheese out.
Cover.
Don't eat the wax.
Holy God, that tasted awful.
I'll put that in my pocket.
I'll leave that right there.
Okay, I'll put it there. That's a good idea.
That's fantastic. At any rate, let's talk about some of the best heroes in ability draft. Now, the drafting portion is random, my friends, so we don't know what heroes will be coming in as the quote-unquote bodies.
The bodies.
The bodies. But we do know that some are better than not. Nature's Prophet, one of the best ones.
Very good,
great,
okay.
Right click, great everything else. There's some real terrible ones.
What are the worst?
Most carries, Slark.
Slark's no good.
Imagine Slark without any of his abilities. Garbo tier.
Right, yeah.
Absolutely Garbo
Noted.
tier.
I hope my team is paying attention. Not that they can do anything about it if they get unlucky.
No, they will get dumpstered. There's nothing that they can do. But yes, it should be quite interesting to see the biggest broken combinations on the stage. What do you think would be the best hero in ability draft? I'll let you guess here. One of the strongest of all time.
One of the strongest abilities of all time.
One of the single best #1 picked abilities out of all of ability draft. And it is not the abandon button.
I have no idea.
It is Sakuchi. All right, Sakuchi. Mr. Weaver, Sakuchi. Movement speed, damage, invisibility, invincibility.
Yeah.
Very easy.
Take note, team. Sakuchi, very good.
Thank you. But yes, it should be exceedingly... Oh my God, one guy's very excited about Sakuchi.
Yeah,
Sakuchi! Fantastic. Anyway, as the teams gather in, what was your last ability draft experience like, Pyrian?
I mean, I've been playing Ability Arena, which is kind of similar, I guess.
That's a sellout.
Shout out to Suns fan. Ability Arena, very cool. I don't play Ability Draft because you have to have a big brain. And I don't have a big brain, Jake. I'm a small-brained individual, so I avoid it.
Ooh, I will say one other thing. Very important here. There is a forbidden art in ability draft.
Forbidden?
And this is called picking a hero and then just picking all of his spells as normal. Now, this is a dirty
What's the name
move.
for that?
Ice Frog's a genius at balancing. You're going to go ahead and steal Ice Frog's homework and present it as your own. Pretty messed up, period.
But what are they? What is that called? If the default hero is called a body.
The body.
What do they call just building default heroes? You say it's cheating, but it should be worse.
He's an asshole, is what he
He's
does.
an
That's what we
asshole.
call him. All right, you don't build Phantom Lancer on Phantom Lancer. That's
Okay.
messed up. But there is a benefit. The talents still work. So on some heroes, it's a necessity. Zeus, you've got to get the lightning.
You've got to get the lightning.
Oh, you have so many talents.
That makes sense. Actually, I remember that.
That's right.
I do remember that from ability draft.
Ags,
Yeah.
I don't remember what that does. I think it works.
What?
Oh yeah, Ags works on all the Ags. So if you have any ability that gets an Ags buff and you buy Ags, you get that.
All of them.
All of them. Naga Net, God forbid someone buys eggs on that again. Now, I think that was the shard, the reel in. Don't buy the shard, but if you get it, if you get the net, I believe you get the reel in.
You get the reel in. Do you get all of the abilities?
On the shards and on the ultimate, if you choose the right spell.
Oh my God, there's some shouting.
Oh, they're talking.
Your team is yelling at my guys. What's going on here?
Go ahead, put it on the camera. Let's all talk it.
Sorry, I don't speak English very well, but I kill everybody. Kill everybody.
He's gonna kill everybody. Run for your lives! All right, fantastic.
Well, that's unpleasant. Let's keep it civil. I'm with Be True. You're one of my players. How's it going?
Well, the feeling is playing on stage is incredible. It's been my dream to play on TI stage, even though it's ability draft mode and I will be playing for the first time, like, whatever. And also, can I take this one? I wanted to say something to my family, to my parents. It's been a difficult year for them. Yeah, because like we are Ukrainians and we were forced to leave our hometown. Yeah. Yeah, because our home city is under attack as the rest of Ukraine. So I just want to say my family, мама, папа, бабушка, я вас люблю. Все будет хорошо. Yeah. And I want to thank to everyone who supports Ukraine. It really means a lot to us. And yes, stand for Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Be True.
Thank you.
Good luck in the game.
Anything to say over here? Last one, I believe.
Are just about ready to start the draft, I believe, Jake. Unless you have one other thing from your team over there.
One final thing?
What final thing?
We have Yuno over there. She brought her own devices. It's all pink. It's free win.
Okay. Yeah, your own devices have been used. Does this mean free win?
What?
Fantastic! All right, we're ready to go here. I think everybody's pass just about loaded into the lobby. Ladies and gentlemen, Ability Draft, the all-star match of TI 11.
Oh, I can't wait. Can anyone root against Team Thunderhide now? I don't think they can. They're clearly the best team that are clearly going to win. Clearly.
Well, no. That's all I've got.
Okay.
No.
No.
But the game will be commencing very soon. Now, the drafting portion of this game mode, it's quite intensive.
Okay.
It's quite long. So perhaps we should go over to a different area so that we can observe it and help you guys walk this through.
Okay.
We will have the comms coming in from the teams for the entirety, but me and you, Pyrian Flax, we will be bumping in here and there.
Are we going to cast the game?
I don't know. No one instructed us of what to do before we got on the stage.
I've waited years for this opportunity.
We could just do it and see if they'll fire us.
Let's do it. What are they going to do? Come in and stop us? Try it.
The game should be starting soon. We're up to the draft.
Let's go,
Let's take a look at some of these bodies and hear these calls.
Isn't there usually bans? Yeah, they're usually bans.
Oh, do we cast off one monitor? Okay, let's go. Here we go. What do we got? Your team's got... Oh no, I've got Drow, Lifestealer, Wyvern, Marcy, and Earthshaker.
That's pretty good. I mean, yeah, they got... Marcy's an ability. Yo, Primal Beast is an ability draft? I didn't even know this.
Apparently.
Let's listen to their team comms. This is very important.
You have to pick first pick Aftershock or we don't. Yeah? Who picks first? They have ice. No, we have to draft like talk. Oh, it's draw.
Yeah, they're talking a lot. I don't know what they're doing. Nothing seems to be important coming in there. This is a broken ability here. That is Earthshaker's stunny thing.
Fisher?
No, the other one. The
Aftershock?
You know what it's called?
Aftershock?
Aftershock. That's right. Now, Aftershock is one of those broken abilities. If you get that sucker, you can have something that casts a lot, like Shaman Shackles, right?
Okay, yeah.
Aftershock Shackles.
Oh,
that's broken.
Lifestealer with the multi-shot. You've got Shakuchi. You've got your Shakuchi.
I told you, bro. These guys do not play ability draft. Sakuchi is #1.
That is Decay. Picks up on Wyvern.
Okay, broken.
Cinderan's gonna go hook Io. Tombstone Marcy.
That sounds like the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Io hooks someone into him and then what?
Oh, there's Rage as well. Rage rearm, let's go.
Yeah, Rage rearm.
Yeah, I'm gonna try Rod, maybe it works.
Yeah, it's also very good.
Should go for
Yeah.
Take fuck, bro.
rearm.
Rearm
Rearm
bait.
bait, dude. Yeah.
Also, what should I take?
Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm
Sidekick.
I'm taking bug curse, I think. Actually,
Oh, I can get hook into.
I like it. Wait, oh, 6 seconds.
I have no idea what to choose.
I pick Rage.
No idea.
Yeah, me neither. It's...
Okay. Okay.
We can pretend this is the Sans fan mode and just...
I can go.
I mean, I'm straight.
Oh, they got Rage. We lost.
I don't know if Rage is that good.
I think Flash Golem is better, probably.
Rearm is good.
Or just go pulverize. Like I come from the invis and pulverize them.
Okay, who fucking knows, guys? Feel your heart.
No idea.
I'm healing everyone.
Tether Soul Rip, alright? He's playing Healer Wyvern.
I think I'm going Dismember, right?
只有我不会说。
Race? Race?
Dismember.
Oh, yeah, Race. Yeah, we have
Which
Race.
skill I
Can always
choose?
go rearm.
Oh, I don't know. You know. You're carry.
This one?
Yeah,
You go
man,
full carry. You go full carry.
Oh.
Right, is it Furious?
Maybe.
I don't know.
I have no idea how.
Race?
Oh, we lost.
you
Is
get
there
ulti, right?
anything?
Balls?
Last
Yeah, she
7.
gets
Oh shit, it went random. Oh my.
Oh boy. It's a fucking disaster.
Oh no, I'm useless. I'm gonna Yoshi.
Oh, you know. I think I take Pulverize.
Oh my
I take Pulverize.
God.
I can hook Pulverize. Okay.
Okay. I'll get Flash Keep then. I'll get Flash Keep. I'm gonna be just like.
We should get ultimates, I think.
Okay.
I picked Transfer one.
Okay, I'm gonna perma heal with.
Trample Sukuchi. Who I choose now?
Oh, that would be good.
That sounds amazing.
That's really good.
Presence of the Dark Guard, okay?
I think I'm taking. I want rebound flesh goal if I
Yeah,
get it.
we
I'm
have
just
good
gonna go
ultimates, right? We have team
punch
fight.
people.
Yuno will carry us, and we just team fight.
Go, you know, carry us.
See what happens.
You can do it.
3 seconds,
I didn't go first for the flash.
This is correct. Nice, that's perfect. Rage
That's not. Oh, sweet.
Oh, nice.
We give Trample to Undying.
Yeah, I'm going
We should
on.
get Trample on Undying. It's insane.
Yeah.
I'll get Trample, don't take them. Don't take
I
them.
can go
Take
Cold
anything.
Embrace, Side Kick, or Defense Matrix, wherever. I have rearm. Magic cut.
Oh, I'm picking like.
Can I get like 2
last.
outs? No, right. I
Should
don't
I
think
get-
you can.
Well, they say we're not tryharding, right? But it feels like we are already tryharding. Yeah! Oh!
Yeah.
You guys are tryharding.
I mean, yeah, I think time lapse. Time lapse is pretty good. Yeah.
Actually, don't take Requiem. It doesn't work without souls, I think.
Oh yeah, you did.
Dude, Yuno's just playing Shadow Fiend or what?
Yeah, with,
It is actually Shadow Fiend.
Laser or Dispose?
With Drower.
Laser or Dispose?
Laser.
Okay, laser.
I have some good bursts. I have 2 pure spells.
Did you play the ability arena?
Wait, who's going top with me?
Yeah.
Oh, and I should
I'm
get
going
Trample
top.
Shikuchi.
You're going top with me? You want me to
Yeah.
farm or you want
baby.
I don't want to fight.
That's good.
I'll try and farm.
So good.
This is so broken.
I'll take decay them, and I'll CS. Sounds like a plan.
What about Jiminy the Duck?
I'm very confident, boys. This looks like
We will attack.
This one.
Yes, we will
I
attack.
think
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
You can attack twice.
Okay.
So far, so good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pick this.
what the hell, man? What is your build?
Oh, your heels are so ugly, guys.
That looks like it looks terrible. I'm not gonna lie.
It does. Okay, let's go, boys. We'll be fine, guys.
I need to go bot, correct?
You go with me, but I help you.
Hello?
You are position 3.
So I'm
No.
top. I'm top
I
with
don't
you.
see.
Yes, you have
With
to
these abilities?
Dick sounds.
Yes.
Okay,
Perfect.
come on.
Never
We're
bad.
top, right?
Come on.
Drinks are on
We
me
are
if
top?
we win this.
Yes,
We're top lane.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's farming? You farm. You farm.
I farm.
You farm.
Okay,
Yeah.
curious.
I'm
We
supporting.
kill them. We farm by
I
killing
don't have a
them.
smoke.
Go for it.
We have
Guys, we didn't
SPG
do
and
our round
Beetroot.
stuff, like team talk, team speak. Let's go.
Go, Tommy, we gotta go.
Smoke and go, smoke and go.
Oh, good.
I will rebound, jump, decay all of them.
Let's go.
Dream.
Oh, I forget my items.
See them getting more.
Go ice, go ice. Run.
Man,
Go.
do you see
Prepare
my
for
mic?
battle.
No, it's so small.
Go ahead, buy. What should I even buy?
I think this
Stick. Stick is good.
Yeah. I'm doing one, then I'm gonna use the courier and bring tangos.
Place
How the hell am I?
¿Quieres rankear?
I mean, this is the chat. This is the chat.
Yeah. Go to the first blood.
First blood? Okay.
Yeah. I have.
We go in, guys.
We go in.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
Alright, I'm back. Sorry.
हाँ चालू हो गया.
30 seconds to battle.
Vamos lá, galera. Vou falar em português, vocês me entendem. Vamos pra cima.
This is ultra chat move. Ultra chat move.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I saw a win. I see a shot, man.
They didn't see it.
You know.
Sabe quando é não?
Para nessuno nel draft lì.
Che rico.
Enjoy yourself, but not too much, please.
The battle begins.
Nice! It's the best voice line I've heard. Help me. Yeah.
Traffic, we're top, right? We're top.
I need to go bot. Yeah. Come bot.
I don't know why they're
Oh no, it's a choco. No, it's a choco.
Ya no estoy farmando nada, manito. Perdí una vez entera.
I give you a second.
No.
Cinder's going down.
that spell, man.
Double straight blade for Decay. Sounds pretty good.
Go.
Denied.
Decay. He has no mana on Shaker now. Let's go.
हेलो. हाँ बोल. हाँ. एफ के था क्या तू? नहीं मैं लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहा था ना इसीलिए. अच्छा. एबिलिटी ड्राफ्ट है. मुझे लगा हीरो आ जाएगा. मेरे को ही लगा 1 घंटे का शायद जल्दी हो जाएगा गेम खत्म. हाँ ना हीरो तो आना चाहिए यार. मैं भी नया हीरो एंड में दे दे. कुछ सरप्राइज. इसकी स्किल मस्त है ट्रैम्पल और ये शुकुची वाले. हाँ सुकुच. अरे वो ट्रैम्पल पे सुकुची बहुत तगड़ा है. मर फर्स्ट ब्लड हो गया ये मार से. अरे मर रहा है वो ऐसे. सिंडरन की स्किल अच्छी है ना. सिंडरन क्या खेल रहा है? आयो. अच्छे स्किल्स है उसके. आईसेस में भी मस्त स्किल लिया. सिर्फ उसका आफ्टर शॉक मुझे अच्छा नहीं लगा. कोई पास में आएगा तो कोई पास में आएगा तभी काम करेगा वो. शायद डिनाई क्या रहेगा किसको एक्चुअली कोई. अरे क्या डिनाई. उसका फर्स्ट पिक था ना. हाँ इसीलिए वो डिनाई क्या रहेगा ना किसी दूसरे को मिलने से अच्छा. मे बी सेकंड पिक ओपोनेंट का रहता है ना. हाँ बट कुछ है नहीं ना उतना दूसरा स्किल्स में. हाँ. वो जो क्या बोलते हैं कोई स्पैमर स्किल रहती है ना. हाँ. उनके लिए अच्छा रहता है वो. अगर ये कोई है ही नहीं अपना इसको मिलता है होता है वो. हाँ रॉड के साथ होता है. रॉड शायद अपोनेंट में ना. मार्सी के पास है. मार्सी के पास है. हाँ और उसका डैमेज स्किल अच्छा है बाकी फिर. वो आफ्टर शॉक मैक्स कर रहा है कुछ टोटेम के लिए. क्या मालूम क्या मुझे नो आइडिया. अच्छा हो उसके डिस्पोज पता नहीं डिस्पोज के साथ भी
होगा, डिस्पोज के साथ भी होगा, मगर क्या बोले इतना कुछ
नहीं मतलब स्पैम नहीं कर सकता है, भले डैमेज हो जाएगा 150 प्लस 220
मेरे हीरो पे बहुत अच्छा है एक्चुअली आफ्टर शॉक।
हाँ मेरे हीरो के लिए ज़्यादा अच्छा है,
मारसी के लिए बेस्ट होता अगर मारसी को मिलता ना आफ्टर शॉक।
हाँ रॉड चालू बंद
रॉड ट्रैम्पल और ये धाप-धूप।
हाँ टॉगल में तो वो खड़े ही रखता एक जन को।
कुछ कर नहीं पाता,
मजा नहीं आता, बट फिर वो इरिटेट हो गए रहते वो लोग। पच का आर्मर नहीं है, विदाउट फ्लैशिप अजीब लगता है वो हीरो।
अरे हो क्या सिंड्रेल सही है। अभी ट्रैम्पल अरे क्या डैमेज लग रहा है ट्रैम्पल में, वो सुकुची के साथ मारा था।
नहीं चले गया बट ज्यादा रहा नहीं।
एक फ्री में दिया रे इसने तो।
मरा
ये देख रहा तुम, गॉड गेमर डिटेक्टेड क्या सही वॉइस लाइन है वो। हाँ बेस्ट वॉइस लाइन ऑफ TI-11।
सिंडरिन का है नेटवर्क ज्यादा, मैंने इसके लिए दिया था अंडाइंग के लिए, मुझे लगा
मैं इसे रैंडमली कुछ भी डाल दिया क्योंकि इसमें कुछ भी हो सकता है। क्या इतना से मेरा हो गया ना, इसमें फर्स्ट इसमें 4 आ गया, सेकंड इसमें 3 आ गया।
अरे मैं तो कुछ कर नहीं पाया ना, तेरा हो गया मेरा मेरी तो लाइट चली गई थी।
बेस्ट ऑफ लक 5 गेम हो जाए ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के।
हाँ वो तो अपने को देखने के हिसाब से भी जितना ज्यादा अच्छे से देखने को मिले उतना अच्छा।
हाँ।
अच्छे टफ मैचेस था, अभी लास्ट मैच कितना मस्त हुआ था।
अरे तीनों मैच एक्चुअली बहुत अच्छे थे, सेकंड गेम भी अच्छा था, सेकंड गेम में थोड़ा लफड़ा हो गया क्रिस्टालिस से, मगर तू देखा ना कितना मतलब माइन्यूट से वो फर्स्ट किल मिस किया मंकी ने 1-2 बार, तो कितना स्नाइपर ने और इसने पेल दिया टाइनी ने।
ये क्या हुक कर रहा है सिंडरेन, मस्त एकदम।
हुक भी कर रहा है ऊपर से वो भी कर रहा है। वो स्लो कितना इरिटेटिंग है।
मैंने देखा नहीं रे पहले के 2 मैचेस पूरे, थोड़ा ही देखा, पूरा नहीं देख पाया ना, इसलिए मेरे को
मॉफलिंग का था ना, तो मॉफलिंग के टाइम मॉफलिंग वाला
नहीं था बट पूरा नहीं था ना मैं।
हाँ ये हुक कर के मार रहा है भाई।
मरा ये उसका नेटवर्क उसकी वजह से बढ़ रहा है, उसने किल्स ही ज्यादा किए, लास्ट हिट नहीं लिया है उसने।
ये तो डॉज भी नहीं कर रहे कास्टर्स।
सबको थोड़ी ना खेलना था, अभी प्रो में मेरे को ICIC प्रो और सिंडर ही नहीं है, समझ ले थोड़ा जो अच्छे से खेलते हैं।
वो कोई चाइनीज कास्टर है ना, यू नो, उसने तो पूरा सेटअप ला के रखा है। वो बोल रहा था उसके बाजू वाला कास्टर वाला, इसने तो पूरा सेटअप ला के रखा है, हम ही जीतेंगे अभी।
दोनों मुंह उठा लिया।
अरे कल के गेम देखना चाहिए था यार, इतना, अरे मैं शॉक हो गया, इतना बाउंटी रून थे अपोनेंट के।
अपना ब्लिज़ार्ड देखा था मैंने, 3 थे एक वाले में।
नहीं एक में इतने थे कि मैं तो शॉक ही हो गया। लाइक गेम में ब्लिज़ार्ड और मैं खेल रहे थे, बाबा इतना बाउंटी रून।
अच्छा वो बोल रहा है तू, मैं TI के
नहीं TI के नहीं, हमारे गेम
कल रात
खतरनाक
सब। अरे मैच पहले से देख रहा है क्या तू? चालू किया तो सब धड़ स्पैम किया था सब लोगों ने।
इसका कूलडाउन निकालना चाहिए रे, मैं तो मस्त स्पैम करूंगा।
कूलडाउन निकल जाएगा तो बहुत ज्यादा इरिटेटिंग हो जाएगा। बाकी इसका अकेले का थोड़े ना निकलेगा, सबका निकलेगा ना।
हाँ चलेगा ना, सबका, सबके लिए बोल रहा हूँ, कूलडाउन निकलना चाहिए। पहले नहीं था एक्चुअली कूलडाउन, तो
नहीं तो ऐसे रहना चाहिए, कुछ किल किया या फिर कुछ किया,
हाँ तो
कूलडाउन कम हो जाना चाहिए,
रीसेट होना चाहिए,
रीसेट होना चाहिए। किल किया या फिर कुछ किया, अच्छा गेम प्ले किया, ऐसे पॉइंट्स अर्न होने चाहिए लास्ट हिट वगैरह ऐसे असिस्ट वसिस्ट से।
अरे वो आयो के बाद ये पल्वराइज। ओ भाई
तो उसके हुक मिस ही नहीं हुए भाई।
क्लिका पेसादो। भाई ये सबसे एंटरटेनिंग लग रहा है भाई गेम।
ये एंटरटेनिंग रहता ही है एक्चुअली हमेशा।
सब एक्शन स्लग्स की भाई, एक्शन स्लग्स भाई बहुत अमीर हो गया रहेगा ये टीआई के बाद। तो इसका नेटवर्क एक प्रो प्लेयर के जैसा रहेगा सिर्फ वॉइस लाइन की वजह से। ये लोग बड़बड़ कर रहे, कुछ आवाज भी नहीं आ रहा है बराबर से।
बोल रहे क्या? मैं तो
हाँ वो तो इन गेम का ये चालू है ना।
हाँ मेरा तो इन गेम चालू है बट मैंने मुझे सुना ही नहीं किया, मुझे लगा है
इन गेम जो प्लेयर्स बोल रहे हैं ना उसका भी ऑडियो है लाइव स्ट्रीम।
नहीं लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं देख रहा हूँ, गेम का देख रहा हूँ
मैं। लाइव स्ट्रीम का ऑडियो रखा है सिर्फ। वो कर रहे हैं लोग। अपना हुकर किधर गया? हुकर को बुलाओ। अरे हुक मिस हुआ रे हुकर से। हुकर द कुकर।
ओहो नाइक ने क्या जंप मारा है रिबाउंड वाली।
क्या फनी लग रहा है वो आयो जो पल्वराइज करता है।
अरे ज़ॉम्बीज बोल
रहा है क्या वो ज़ॉम्बी को। तुम नहीं ये क्या ना मर गया।
अरे 5
ओ भाई ज़ॉम्बी मार रहा है, ज़ॉम्बी फेल रहा है बच के।
इसके साथ ट्रैम्पल के साथ रॉड भी रहता तो मजा आ गया रहता उसको।
We have to kill Drow. He's spawning with us. Yeah, no, really that's it. If we can catch Drow, it's good. Okay. All right, I go for it.
मैंने पहले सब ऐसा डाला था उसका। मैंने फिर बाद में चेंज किया। मैं बोला 10 मिनट में शायद ट्रैम्पल का यूज करके ये बंदा ज्यादा फार्म करेगा, बट नहीं किया। नूब निकला वो।
ट्रो को मारेंगे लोग।
देख उसने ट्रैम्पल यूज ही नहीं किया भाई ने। शिवकुची में ट्रैम्पल यूज करता नहीं किया
अभी यूज किया हमारा। अभी एग्जीक्यूट करने नहीं आ रहा शायद उसको।
अरे वो खुद ही मर गया।
अरे वापस नसीब। ये कितना ब्रुक चालू है।
वो अपना डाल रहा है खुद का खुद।
ये भाई वो क्या बोलते हैं अपने चाटने वाले वैसा। ओ भाई
अरे हवा में उठा लिया। हुक करेगा अभी। हुक करे। अरे
मारा
क्या डैमेज। ये ड्रो का डैमेज क्या गंदा है रे। वे क्रिट बनाएगी टॉप से एक क्रिट मारेगी। क्रिट बना रहा है क्या? अरे नहीं बनाया अभी तक।
बनाएगा मगर कभी ना कभी तो बनाएगा। तभी तो मजा आएगा।
उसने
वन शॉट मारेगा।
ऊपर से एजिलिटी रोबो में।
Wait, I'm going base. Be back. 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here now, taking a little break from the in-game comms to talk to you a little bit about the action. What do you think about so far about the game period?
The laning stage is over. We're into the most crucial.
वो अपने डाल रहे हैं.
उन लोग का अलग का कास्टिंग चालू हो गया. Action slack
I'm really liking.
Have you tried being better aiming? You should have gone early and gone better.
भाई इन गेम में ब्रॉडकास्टर का आवाज ही नहीं आ रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों.
मैं वही बोला ना, स्ट्रीम का मैं देख रहा हूँ, लाइव स्ट्रीम का.
Missing them all. It's always the way it goes with these pucks.
मतलब वो ऑडियो यूज कर रहा हूँ.
Synderen, you know, fishing for heroes like he's fishing for people on his tier 2 teams, just absolutely throwing it in and seeing who he can get. Brutal. Incredible stuff here. Double damage coming out for you.
I want to hear a...
No, I don't want to hear that ever again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And we now move in here. Winter Wyvern, look at this combo. Oh, no!
Oh, that's a nice mission. Just as we're flaming Cindy lands one.
And the Winter's Curse.
लाइव स्ट्रीम का पीछे चल रहा है काफी.
अरे अरे
That's a lot of zombies. That's a lot of zombies.
ऐसे बार मरने वाला था.
Start doing this twice again, and here we are. Oh, very nice.
War sickle low against his ult. Like a stone. And now look the chase.
और क्या हीलिंग, पूरा सपोर्ट हीलिंग वाला ही है शायद ये. विंटर वेवन क्या
वो आए हुए एक्चुअली आए जैसे खेल रहे हो.
गन्ना हिल गया उसने एकदम दांव. सिंड्रो कैरी कर लेगी. ट्रैम्पल वाली स्किल तो अर्ली गेम की है, लेट में उतना कुछ काम नहीं. और उसका बिल्ड अच्छा नहीं, बूट भी नहीं बनाया भाई ने. देखो ट्रैम्पल है उसके पास और बूट नहीं बनाया.
सुकुची की वजह से.
हाँ फिर भी सुकुची में यूज भी नहीं कर रहा है ना ट्रैम्पल उतना.
SVG's in big trouble. There's the dismember coming out from the Shikuchi trample undying.
That is very toxic. Yes, that
LOA
is SVG. So do flame him after this game is over.
मार्क्समैन लिया है, मार्क्समैन लिया है.
Terrible performance. Please stop.
डैमेज वाला ही बना है.
As we continue here with the
ये फर्स्ट शैडो रेज लिया है इसने. कौन सी डैमेज है?
तीनों रेज है उसके पास.
अच्छा तीनों है. मिड रेंज के तीन है. और इनका और कौन सा कैरी है? अच्छा ये लाइफ स्टीलर भी इनका कैरी है.
I'm so happy that we're here to watch Synderen have any sort of relevancy at an international again.
It's like a page in history. You wouldn't want to miss it.
No, incredible stuff here. Imperious.
अरे दिल टूट गया रे सिंडरिन का.
Let's have a look at the
Let's have a look. He's got
तो अल्टी कहाँ पे मारा है?
He's got one of the primal beast ones. I don't play that hero. He's got
इसको किसके पास है?
and he's got time lapse. Get Synderen, kill him. Yes.
hell yeah.
Go back to Denmark.
Sorry, Denmarkians. Let's go ahead and take another listen into the team comms, and we'll be back.
क्या मारा है ना भाई?
ये पहले जो आया है मार रहा है वो खतरनाक.
Can I have some more go back to get it?
Let's go Santa Fisher.
How about like boots and travel skin, like a lot.
Okay, I'll put
Okay.
Marqueta sorry.
Under attack.
बजे.
How to be needed Paris?
छोटा क्रेट आ गया क्रिस्टलिस ड्रो का.
वो सीक्रेट का बंदे का नाम भी क्रिस्टलिस है शायद. इससे इंस्पायर्ड रहेगा वो
हाँ।
क्रिट की वजह से।
Smashes them 2 times in
वो बोल रहा है क्या नाम डालूंगा, क्या नाम डालूं? अरे क्रिट क्रिस्टलिस, अरे भाई क्या ये निकनेम डाल दिया मैंने।
वो बंदा वो गेम ऑफ थ्रोन्स की वो छोटी लड़की नहीं थी, क्या नाम था उसका तो पता नहीं, उसकी तरह दिखता है मुझे। वो एक छोटी नहीं रहती है कहीं की तो भी लॉर्ड रहती है वो।
हाँ वो बहुत ये रहती है ना, स्ट्रेट फॉरवर्ड
एटीट्यूड में रहती है।
हाँ, वैसे लगता है उसका भाई रहेगा ये बड़ा भाई।
हाँ, वैसे ही लगता है मेरे को क्रिस्टलिस।
अरे सही रहती है ना
गेम बड़ी होगी।
हाँ
मस्त था गेम तो।
हाउस ऑफ द ड्रैगन्स देखा क्या?
हाँ तो देख लिया, हो गया अभी।
वो भी सही है। साला लास्ट एपिसोड में क्या वो वहाँ का रहता है, वो क्या फेल देता है।
मैं सुनता नहीं उसकी।
बुड्ढी रहती है
वो सिर्फ उतना मतलब मारने का नहीं रहता है, उसको बस डराने का रहता है शायद।
हाँ वो
ऐसे मजे ले रहा रहता है वो। हाँ एमेंट
हाँ एमेंट नाम इन लोग के कितने सिमिलर है।
दूसरे और नाम सिमिलर के साथ साथ सेम नाम भी रहता है।
हाँ वो
क्या जो किंग बना है वो पहले किंग है ना।
हाँ हाँ
अभी वो ये प्रीक्वल बना है हाउस ऑफ टारगेरियन का, अब इसका भी प्रीक्वल बन सकता है, उसकी भी स्टोरी हो पहले
वो तो
पहले वाले किंग की।
एक्चुअली वो बहुत अच्छे से बना सकते हैं जो फर्स्ट 3 रहते हैं, क्योंकि वो सबसे स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ड्रैगन है। हाइप बहुत है एक्चुअली उसका।
हाँ वो तो है।
स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट ड्रैगन राइडर बोल सकते हैं ना, तो उन्होंने कॉन्कर किया सब कुछ। प्लान तो ये रहेगा रे, सही बना है
क्या प्रीक्वल का और प्रीक्वल बनेगा।
ये तो प्रीक्वल कैंसर हुए बोलते हैं अपना सीसनिक और वो और एक रहता है ना बनाने वाले थे, 2 प्रीक्वल बनाने वाले।
मुझे नहीं पता बनाने वाले थे क्या तो। और
HBO बोल रहा था, ये रूमर्स थे कि कैंसिल हो गया करके।
मुझे पता ही नहीं कुछ क्या बन रहा है बोल के। और उसमें देखा नहीं मैंने कितने का क्रिट पड़ा रहे अभी। 1000 का पड़ा था क्या? ओ भाई
वो भी इस पे मार रहा है क्या? शायद उस पे मारेगा 2000 का पड़ेगा। ये पूरा चालू है इन लोग का।
एसएफ तो वैसे फार्म कर रही है जैसे कि गेम चल रहा है।
ऐसा मेरे को ढीली लग रही है, ढीली।
ये मतलब क्या एबिलिटी था पूरा फन टाइप में। हाँ सीरियसली हो गया।
उसने दो एसएफ का एबिलिटी लिया, 2 ट्रो का लिया, बस फार्म करो, बस राइट क्लिक करूंगी मैं, बाकी तुम संभाल लेना। इसका तो छोटा क्रिट है रे, छोटे क्रिट में वो 1000 का डैमेज दे रहा है।
हाँ छोटे वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ, छोटा क्रिट है उसका, छोटा क्रिट है।
बड़ा क्रिट में क्या होगा?
बड़े में तो बहुत बढ़ेगा रे, डैमेज प्लस क्रिट का परसेंटेज भी बढ़ेगा ना। इसमें कितना है क्रिस्टलिस में? 160, उसमें 260 समथिंग रहता है ना, कितना रहता है डेडलिस्ट में? 225 रहता है।
अबे ये कितना अजीब लग रहा है प्राइमल पे, ये वो अनलीश।
कैसे मारेगा देखना पड़ेगा।
मारा था ना, वो अजीब लग रहा था वो।
मैं ध्यान नहीं दिया। अरे क्या है, रोशन ले लिया उन्होंने।
अबे क्या मारा।
ओ भाई 2700 का पड़ा उस पे। आ गया क्या बड़ा क्रिट भी?
मरा।
2700 का कैसे पड़ा रे?
मरा। ओ भाई।
अरे उस पे
ऐसे सही को
2700 का कैसे दिया? मेरे को गलत दिखा क्या? यहाँ पे वेट करो। 2700 का क्रिट कैसे पड़ा? मुझे गलत दिखा शायद।
278 का देखा रहेगा, 0 शायद वो गलत।
हाँ ऐसे हुआ होगा शायद। 278 वगैरह ऐसे कुछ होगा।
हाँ, विदाउट
इतना कैसे मार गए?
विदाउट ये एन्चांट कर रहा है तो कम ही गिर रहा है वो।
हाँ उससे वो 200 समथिंग का पड़ रहा है। अर्ली गेम सिंड्रिन ने डोमिनेट कर लिया, अभी बेचारा
अभी ऐसा करेगा। ऐसा फेर है।
ब्लिंक भी बनाया अभी तो।
मेरे को लगा ऐसा ही मारेगा करके। मर प्यारी है यार। सिंड्रिन भी प्रो है ना।
हाँ मैं दोनों में कंफ्यूज था कौन सा डालूं। स्किल्स देखा मैं बोला अपना ISS के स्किल ज़्यादा कैरी वाले हैं, तो सब उसके डाल दिया मैंने। फिर नेटवर्क का मैं बोला कि अर्ली में ट्रैम्पल से ये कमाएगा, बट कुछ किया नहीं उसने कमाल।
ट्रैम्पल और ये सब कुछ यूज करना चाहिए कंजंक्शन में।
तो 5 मिनट बाद जाऊंगा मम्मी को लेने।
तो बाजार जाएगा ये?
हाँ बाजार में छोड़ के आया, बोला कर लेना, मैं आता हूँ बाद में। अरे मिस हो गया।
अच्छा ओ डेडलेस बनाएगा तो गए इन लोग।
दो बना रहा है ना, डेडलेस बना रहा है वो। बेके भी बनाने वाला था, फिर डेडलेस बनाना शुरू कर दिया। मिस्टर चोको।
What's up streaming boys?
What's up?
अरे आज संडे है, क्या है तुम्हारा, क्या चल रहा है, किधर घूमने गए हो?
कहीं नहीं, मैं तो अभी उठा 1 घंटे पहले।
अरे क्या मैच मस्त था, थर्ड मैच क्या मस्त था एकदम।
हो गया क्या, खत्म हो गया?
नहीं अभी फाइनल्स में चली गई सीक्रेट।
अच्छा सीक्रेट वर्सेस तुंद्रा है क्या?
हाँ
तुंद्रा के साथ तो कल ही मैच था ना।
हाँ वो हार गए ना, तो लोअर ब्रैकेट में गई थी। आज का लोअर ब्रैकेट फाइनल्स था। लिक्विड वर्सेस सीक्रेट, वापस सीक्रेट जीत गई। कल आकाश कल अपने को कितने बाउंटी रूम मिले थे?
आयो कितने, कम से कम 5-6 थे, वो 6-7 थे। एक भी नहीं उठाया उन लोगों ने, एक भी नहीं, आधे घंटे तक
रिप्ले करके
जाना पड़ा था।
अरे रिप्ले करके क्लिप डाल देने का वैसे।
इसका ये नहीं कर सकते ना, टर्बो
क्या होता है? गीला हो गया।
टर्बो से क्या होता है?
टर्बो का रिप्ले डाउनलोड थोड़ी ना होता है।
नहीं है, कल धो दिया था।
अच्छा रिप्ले डाउनलोड नहीं होता है?
हाँ।
क्या?
ना वो नहीं पता था।
हाँ उसका रिचार्ज करना भूल गया था।
क्या गेम है, चालू है फोकस करना मिल रहा है।
Oh, ice draw did so long बोल रहा है, अरे वाह। नेटवर्क SF का ज्यादा है, क्या बात है?
Oh, I think that eggs if enchanted. Do I have eggs? Yeah, I don't have any eggs. Cinder.
फार्मर SF।
अबे वो एग्स बनाएगा अभी ड्रो उड़ी मारेगा।
Why are you so mean?
अच्छा कैंसिल कर दिया उसने, बड़ा क्रिट।
अरे अभी गेम में वो बोला, अरे मैं तो एग्स बना सकता हूँ। बनाता सही चालू है। मजा आएगा, मजा ड्रो उड़ के मारेंगे।
ब्लिंक भी है।
ये तो स्ट्रीमर्स का है ना?
हाँ, उसमें 2 प्रो प्लेयर्स है वैसे।
स्ट्रीमर नहीं है सभी, ज्यादातर कास्टर्स है।
हाँ वही मतलब
सभी का पता नहीं, इसलिए मैं बोला सभी नहीं करके। कुछ लोगों का ही पता है, अगर सब लोग नहीं पता कौन है।
ड्रॉ पे क्लिक करो, ड्रॉ पे
क्या है? शार्ड
ड्रॉ पे।
अरे शार्ड भी, अरे उसके शार्ड भी है वो।
नहीं शार्ड
शार्ड भी रहता है ना टॉटम वाला। बट वो स्किल्स नहीं है वैसी बड़ी, वो फीचर पे ज्यादा अच्छी है। सब गोल्ड ही है कि पास स्किल के लिए है नहीं।
ब्लिंक बनाया।
हाँ ब्लिंक अच्छा है ना, वो टॉटम मार के
ब्लिंक
जाएगा
अच्छा है मूव होने के लिए, बट
हाँ
नहीं मूव अभी नहीं, वो टॉटम मारेगा ना।
ब्लिंक की वजह पाइक बेटर रहता ना अर्ली गेम।
अरे ये एबिलिटी ड्राफ्ट है।
एबिलिटी स्किल्स देखो ना ड्रो की क्या है। देखा स्किल्स?
ओके हाँ।
वो एन्चांट मार के मार रही है 1000 का क्रिट। अभी तो बड़ा वाला क्रिट भी नहीं बना है।
बड़ा क्रिट तो बनने का ही अभी सेप्टर बना के आएगा, धड़म मारेगा, मजा आएगा। चलो मैं आता हूँ थोड़ी देर बाद, ठीक है?
हाँ।
मेरा माइक म्यूट कर देता हूँ तब तक।
हाँ हुक किया भाई। ड्रॉ बाबा क्या डैमेज पड़ रहा है ड्रो का।
भाई 500 का डैमेज कहाँ से आ रखा है उसको?
ये इसका एन्चांट टोटेम सेकंड स्किल।
एन्चांट्रेस वाला है ना?
नहीं वो अर्थ चेकर वाला है वो।
तो एरो से भी पड़ेगा ना उतना ही डैमेज?
हाँ एरो से भी पड़ेगा, उससे तो मार रहा है वो खतरनाक। वो 500 का डैमेज, वो भी रेंज। मिली कैसे जाना पड़ता है ना नजदीक मारने के लिए, तो हार्ड होता है। तो रेंज में तो ऐसे ही मारेगा वो। उसका क्रिट नहीं है, देखो बड़ा क्रिट होगा तो क्या बाबा। एक को तो ऐसे ही पक्का शार्ड है, पक्का शार्ड है। ये देखो क्या मार रहा है। दाब मारो मिस हुआ उसका। अरे फंस गयो।
Це база, це фундамент, це ґрунт.
मजा आने वाला जब ये सेप्टर बनाएगा।
Will not fall for it, my friend.
Ice, no!
Okay, Ice, come on now.
Ice,
Okay, he's gonna
TP
TP away. This creep-cutting behavior, this guy is try-harding his life out.
Yep.
Incredible game, and he does not want it to end. He wants this ability draft game to last for the rest of his life.
Well, Team Thunderhide are up 10 kills and 3k gold, so if this ends soon, I think they win.
Well, we shall say. Oh! SVG coming in!
No! Oh, on top of that giant zombie.
The tips are out. Mr. Choco
with the tips. Choco. Oh, nice one, Cindy. Walking in a straight line, you mouse. Unbelievable. How do you miss that?
This is not good, Pyrian Flax. They're going in.
This is great. It's going to be over soon.
That's not true, Pyrian. Anything could happen. There comes the hook. Blind hook attempt. Look at SVG. Is just Chad walking up there. My goodness gracious, and he dies.
How come when he died he was an Earthshaker?
He was an Earthshaker the whole time. Yeah, the Undying ult.
Of course, yeah, the Undying ult.
And don't you see, my friend, the power
आकाश रो देखो कैसे जंप मार रही है अभी.
And now we see Yuno
धप्पा
is just getting big, getting ready to defend so that this match can last for as long as humanly possible.
Kill me.
No, we're having a great time here, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, now we see. Boom! That's a great toss. And we will get these boys moving to 37-25, 4K net worth ahead for Team Thunderhide.
I reckon we should just give it to Thunderhide at this point. They've clearly won.
Now I think, I don't know a lot about Dota, but 4K net worth.
Oh, in goes Ice.
Here we go.
And then he's just giving it the old leap away.
In goes Ice, out goes Ice. In
Defense
goes Ice.
Matrix.
I think they're just throwing him for fun at this point.
No, he's got the axe on, and he's got Totem.
No.
Not Totem. So he's got
the enchanted
the Shaker Totem.
Oh, fantastic. Look at him go like a graceful
There it is. See?
ballerina. Thank you, Observer. Yes! I got it! Thanks a lot, Observer. Fantastic observing. Uh-oh, big smoke attempt here. This could be the end here in Flax. It could very well.
I hope my lads can do it. Let's go. There it is. Every time this charge comes in, the Echo Slam goes off. The house goes down. Have they got enough to kill? They do kill the Primal Beast. Imperious gets the time lapse off them like no HP. Kill Synderen. Actually, let him live. He's doing nothing. Save Ice.
Synderen making his way out here. Nice tombstone hitting. Boom! Shakalaka. He's out! She's bringing it in! This is the most exciting thing that a Chinese team has done on this stage this entire tournament! Let's go, Woo, baby!
The fans love that one.
Oh, sorry about that, guys. Here we go. Turn it up! It's the RTZ 1v5! Let's go, Let's go,
No! Yes, Daryl! Let's go, Thunderhide! Yes, Daryl!
Oh,
a local boy does it!
Toxic buybacks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. That is not cool. As we now see Ice taking it for the local Singaporean crowd. Woo! But what?
Let's hear it for Daryl!
Let's hear it for Daryl!
Ice, his hometown, baby, and he's coming here to win!
All right, here we go now.
Oh! Watch out! Oh, nice heal.
Holy moly, that was more surprising than when they told us it would be ability draft as the All-Star game. And there we go! They are hitting the rocks now, ladies and gentlemen. This is the fortification. Stop! As we now see them going forward. Big stun coming out. Synderen looking hungry. He's got the hook. He's got the shock. But can he get the look? Yeah, there it is. That's why he be the cook. He's gonna cook something up right here.
The recipe. There you go. There's the ball going up into space.
Absolutely. He disappeared.
जंप मार के मार रही है रे ड्रो उड़ के
Oh yeah, that's it for us now. That's it
मेरे
for
मॉम
us
को
now.
बाकी का एक लड़का है उसने गाड़ी है
सही है
तो मैं नीचे निकल उसने कॉल किया था मेरे को बट मैं सब बांध के हूँ ना तो मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया.
Here we go. The tier towers are going down. SVG, this is looking like a race here. Epic, he's trying everything he can. He's got the... Oh, no. Daryl's playing...
बड़ा क्रिट बना बड़ा.
Oh, here comes Big U.
बोला इन लोग के लिए बड़ा क्रिट का भी जरूरत नहीं.
And she's hungry.
एथरलेंस बनाया उसने.
Get him, Uners. Go. Fight.
और एक जंप किया देखो. Oh my.
There we go. Active. Nothing. Yuno defending. BKB by Yuno. Everybody else getting around here.
क्या बात है अच्छा हुआ नेक्स्ट मरा. मेरा एक प्रेडिक्शन सही हो जाएगा. नेक्स्ट मरा तो.
डिफेंड किया रे डिफेंड किया.
क्या डिफेंड कर रहे पागल लोग. छोड़ो वरना जीजी बोल के.
अरे नया हीरो ये करो क्या बोलते हैं.
हे जैक सिंड्रेन नहीं जीजी बोल रहा.
You don't know. You don't know. Please. You please.
Okay, fantastic. My goodness.
मेरे चारों prediction गलत हो गए यार. सही है.
मैं सिर्फ एक ही 10 minutes नेटवर्क वाला ही करा वो.
जीजी बोल दिया.
Yes, Sind.
वो हार ही रहे थे ना वैसे भी वो हार जाते कहाँ पे बचते. लास्ट टाइम तो तेरे को याद होगा ना एक टीम थी इनकी कास्टर्स की वो जीत रही थी तो उन्होंने जानबूझ के छोड़ दिया मैच. याद है ना तेरे को वो वाला किस्सा. उन्होंने मतलब जीतते वाला अरे यार क्या जीत के क्या करना है इसलिए छोड़ दिया. लो जीत लो बोल के.
अरे 2 प्रो प्लेयर्स थे ऐसा इसमें एसवीजी भी था.
एसवीजी और कौन था? एसवीजी कौन है इनमें से?
वो बड़े बाल वाला ऐसे पोनी चश्मा पहना ना उसने.
अरे वो मत बता मैं गेम में देख रहा हूँ मुझे नहीं पता. तो हीरो कौन सा था वो बता देना.
नाम नहीं आ रहा है क्या उधर? एसवीजी का
नहीं आ रहा है ना नाम इसलिए मैं पूछ रहा हूँ.
मालूम नहीं.
एक रशियन में लिखा है कुछ वो है क्या?
नहीं वो साउथ अमेरिकन है.
I saw a lot of strength from Cinderin. I don't think I'm ever going to forget it.
There's not much strength to steal, but you managed it. Well done. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know your name. Giuseppe, how's it going?
Giuseppe.
How was that victory?
अपना विंटर वायर
It was
था.
kind of easy, actually. So, yeah, kind of easy.
Well said, sir, well said.
विंटर
Sorry, hold on. You were?
इधर में क्या गिपिप
Imperious.
गिपिप नाम है गिपिप.
I knew that. How was that victory?
Was the best game of my life.
हाँ ये चालू रहे हैं फाइनल चालू रहे हैं.
And be true. How was that?
मतलब हो जाएंगे.
My team is like grand final champions of TI.
There you go, Slacks. Do I give them the cheese now?
No. We have to do the losers interview. Excuse me, the exit interview first.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Sindred, what the fuck, man?
What can I say? Super nerd builds from SVG and Ice. We're super salty. We tried our best, but they were just way better. I'm changing my team for next year.
Yeah, duh. Thank you. It was amazing. Sir, how does it feel being a complete embarrassment to your entire region?
It's all right, man. I played against Ice, who used every ulti on me, so it's fine. And also, I've broadcasted like whole year of Alliance Dota. We will bounce back stronger. We will come back together. We will be the best.
Fantastic. Just like Alliance Dota, I'll see you never on this stage again. All right. Sir, thank you so much for coming out here today. Great.
We're so close to doing more.
Okay, fantastic. I don't know what the hell that was. Sir, how you doing here? Good. Mr. Chaco, that was not as delicious as I thought it was going to be. Can you explain yourself and your failures?
I mean, I was playing super, so basically it's not my role. So I try to help Juno because she plays good.
Yes.
We try. And Imperius is very lucky. I mean, he's so bad with Life Stealer.
Incredible excuses. Thank you so much. Very good at translating, helping out. You know, possibly the only person on the entire team with any skill whatsoever. This must be an absolute banger of a loss for you. How does it feel to be trapped with these losers?
他问你今天的天气还好吗？
क्या बोला?
ये लंबा चौड़ा बोला उसने शॉर्ट में बोला लास्ट का जो बोला उसने.
这边的一个主人怎么不让一下这边的客人呢？
He says exercise is great and you know it's well deserved.
That's fantastic. I agree.
आला ट्रोल है यार सही
है ना?
The cheese comes. Eat the cheese. You must peel off the red bit. Do not eat it.
Nobody wants you here anymore.
Oh!
Run!
He's back!
Yes!
It's actual cheese.
Eat the cheese! I don't
eat
care
the cheese
if
you're
lactose.
allergic to cheese.
Unbelievable! And the cheese has been eaten. Fantastic! Truly an all-star match that we will never forget.
उसका हमेशा का मस्त रहता है वो बहुत अजीबोगरीब.
ए उसने देखा टीम सीक्रेट का ये एक पहना है अपना जर्सी.
Check it out.
नया हीरो आया क्या भाई?
कुछ तो बता रहे नहीं डायटाइड का बता अरे कुछ अलग है शायद हीरो का ही है
नया हीरो
हाँ नया हीरो ब्रो नया हीरो हीरोइन
हाँ वही हीरो
On both sides of the spirit veil, they whisper my
कैरी है क्या
and fear
मैक्सिकन है शायद ये
कोको वाली
हाँ
ओह
बोला ना ओ भाई
2023 में आ रही है
अर्ली 23 चलेगा
तेरे को एक चीज फील हुआ क्या ये पूरा जो प्रोमो है ना और हीरो का फील जो है ना लीग ऑफ लीजेंड्स की तरह लगा मुझे
मेरे को नहीं लगा कैसे
मुझे लगा
मियरता
Welcome
आने वाली है
to the international
सर हैलोवीन के साथ रिलीज कर देना बहुत अच्छा इम्पैक्ट गिरता
हाँ वो हीरो पूरा फुल तो ऐसे लग रहा है
Welcome back to the panel.
शायद प्लान वैसे ही किया होगा
I'm
उन
joined
लोगों
here
ने
by Tea Governor, Lizard, and Sheep, and
तो मेरा नेट गया क्या
Spiffy.
नहीं रे
Excellent.
Yeah, top notch. Nice to see you back as well. We missed you dearly. Tsunami was kind of weird.
To our boy Tsunami. We're back at the panel. We're a mere 15 minutes away from the grand finals.
चल मैं ब्रेक लेके आता हूँ वॉशरूम जाके आता हूँ
missing yesterday. I'm slightly medicated.
मैच चालू हो जाएगा भाई
15 मिनट में ना
जल्दी आ
Yes, I know.
उतने में कर ले बोला जितना बाकी टाइम होता है
I mean, we're saying it. She's awesome. She looks really cool. I'm super excited to play her, and she has a gun. She's like what the third hero now with a gun. We had the sniper.
How do you know this?
Snapfire. Because I saw the video. She has a gun.
I saw the gun, but how do you know?
Because
there's only 3 heroes
I've had this conversation with my friends before. I was like, I need a hero with a gun. They were just like, after sniper, who is there?
There's like Pangolier. He's got the little.
Oh yeah, but that's a cosmetic. It's not in his base, right?
Oh sure, I mean cosmetically.
Yeah, no, I'm talking like actual gun.
Actual gun.
This is very important, by the way. I'm very.
Any guess on the lore?
No.
She has a gun.
She does have a gun.
I don't want to butcher it this early, so I'm going to wait and see. But excited to see.
You're waiting for Slack's video, is that?
It's probably going to be a mobility spell on the hero. It's going to be very fluid design because all the new heroes are pretty fun to play. Probably going to be a core that becomes a support.
Okay.
But yeah, early 2023. Let's see.
How about
She's going to be broken on
what's her win rate going to be on release after 2 days?
71%.
Okay.
You're way too excited about this. You don't even get to play it. But you know what we do get to see very soon? Is the grand finals, and this is what we're excited about back at the panel. So let's take a look at the brackets and how both our teams got here. It's going to be Team Secret versus Tundra Esports, and a great run from both of them in the upper bracket. They were the upper bracket finals, so they have been the best performing team over the last 5 days. But of course, we saw Secret drop down to the lower bracket, beat out Team Liquid 2-1.
It's natural for them, right? Like the way they came here, even through the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, last chance qualifier team, but Tundra just absolutely, flawless so far. I think they've dropped over 1 map.
And at least in their last 12 games, they were on a big win streak, and Secret then knocked them down in the group stage. They did have several draws. I believe it was like 4 draws, but yeah, at least in the playoffs, they have had an incredible run. They are, again, pretty much the undefeated team. Well, they are the undefeated team.
I mean, Puppy Curse dictates that he has to come second, so I don't know if it's worth
Don't
covering.
spoil the script.
Is that it?
That's
it. I'm
Don't
gonna
worry,
leave.
the admin's not going to ask.
You're not going to
ask Puppy to GG. That was the ability draft. But yeah, Tundra, in terms of their kind of like road to the grand finals, I mean, what are they bringing to these grand finals? Because I think Jenkins actually had a really good point earlier in terms of the team that comes from the lower bracket. Is it 70% win rate so far in the grand finals? So the curse for Puppy could be broken.
30%.
Is it 30%?
No, I'm saying it 30% the other way around.
Yeah, that's true.
One curse against another, right? Like Secret coming from that lower bracket at the same time. Secret finishing second, Puppy, that's his place, right? That's as according to Keikaku.
Okay. This ear-infected host believes that we're going to look at their last meeting.
Yeah, and
I heard it correctly. Don't worry, production.
You're doing a great
So their
job.
last meeting, let's take a look at some of these drafts here, Tigo.
And the reason why we need to look at this is there's only been 3 TIs in history where the upper bracket match has been replayed again in the grand finals. So the fact that we get to see a game that we saw yesterday, this information is super critical. I think the main thing for this is the Tundra adapted against Secret. They allowed in Game 2 and Game 3 Secret to play this Dawnbreaker. They learned how to shut Resolution down, and they found kind of the key to preventing Secret.
So Sheep, is Puppy the kind of a guy that adapts, or does he just stick to his guns?
Ooh, I felt like they adapted quite nicely in the past, but he said after his match versus Entity in the qualifiers that he had to like take time to figure out what it was that they were doing well, right? So if you can't come up with that with Tundra, then you need more time than just one best of 5. But you having this break changes everything. I mean, they weren't able to prove it in the upper bracket, but if you have that break, you have ideas that are tested in the upper bracket, and now you come to the grand finals, you should have good ideas now.
But there's also this problem that they already had one match today. And to get to here, right, to get to grand finals, you actually had to prepare for a different team. Like, how much time did you have since yesterday to actually adapt and do everything differently?
I mean, they've been adapting all tournament, and they've, improved even today, I believe, these teams. But the team that's had such a great road and hasn't needed to adapt, really, I think, is a little bit Tundra. And here to tell us about their road to the finals is Purge.
इन लोग का इंट्रो चालू है क्या?
Thank you, James. I appreciate that. So, Tundra, coming into this tournament, if you guys have been
Weatherman आ गया रे.
they qualified for the tournament on their own merits. They had a lot of good performances throughout the year, but not the most impeccable. Once they
अपना
got
Purge,
here to
the
TI,
Weatherman.
they've definitely overperformed. They did so
नहीं
good in the
मालूम
group
शायद
stage. They
तेरे को
topped Group B, getting first place there.
उन्होंने
But
explain
they
भी किया
relied
था
on some
शायद.
pretty common strategies. Crystal
Stream नहीं
Maiden,
देख रहा है क्या
definitely
तू?
one of their big
अभी
ones.
Twitch
10
पे?
out of 18
नहीं, मैं
of their
clip
games
बना
that
रहा
they
हूँ.
played in the groups was
Hero
CM
का.
involved. And it's not just on the back of
Mierda.
CM. I think their offlane player 33 stood out so well against his amazing teammates. Definitely one of their star players on the back of heroes like Visage. Visage has been absolutely instrumental for their strategies. He wins his lane, he pressures the carry, he buys the Wraith Pact item, and then they use this when they've choked out the map a bit to push down lanes and end games when Tundra is finally ready to do so. Another hero he's really been relying on heavily for this tournament that we're definitely going to see in the grand finals is the Broodmother. Another summon hero, even better at pressuring the laning stage, and he goes on to dominate the map more wholly. Less good at pushing, but still super impressive and very often been against them in the first phase. And how can you talk about Tundra without mentioning their mid laner 9. 9 has been playing impeccably
Dragon
so
Ball
far.
Legends
There's a lot of
चालू
tops and
game
esque
चालू था
mid
इसका
heroes,
है.
these high space creation gank heroes. In the last game we saw him, he played Tusk here, went around the map ganking constantly, switches up his item builds as the team needs it, and this creates a lot of space for his farm heavy carry Skeeter, as well as 3-3's offlane, who does also pick up a lot more farm than normal. So these are the strats basically and the recipes that Tundra has been relying on to do so well in this tournament. And before we get into the games, let's hear a couple words from Tundra. Comments on their coach, AUI 2000.
So AUI has always been known like as the nerd or the person who has all the knowledge about the game, and it's true because he plays a lot of pubs and he plays a lot of party queues. He actively thinks about the game while playing these games, and he learns a lot of small tricks and optimizations. AUI is like the master of efficiencies, and he always teaches us like the smaller, granular details. Yeah, I think he does a lot for us. It's like just as important part of every other player in the team. I think things that we've been working with him a lot is improving our communication, because a lot of times like you have these team fights, and after a couple seconds of team fighting, it's all like go this one, it's just total chaos. So we had a lot of conceptual talks on how to structure the teamfight communication in the best way. I think there's one thing that Awe's been really great at. And then outside of the game, he's also been very instrumental to our mental health. I think we as a team didn't really understand how to cope with losing and like how to recover and learn from these things. And it's a process and it takes time. And I think AUI, along with our psychologists, was a big help.
I mean, he's a great guy. In and outside of Dota, he helps me personally a lot to improve as a human, as a player. He does that for everyone in our team, and he's irreplaceable. I love him.
अरे डाउनलोड नहीं कर सकता.
Tundra, talking about their coach Aoi, and Aoi, we've seen coaches this tournament be instrumental, but he's not been, he's a little bit quieter in terms of he hasn't spoken too much, but he seems like the brain of the tournament when it comes to wanting someone behind your team.
Yeah, he doesn't reveal way too much when Slacks is interviewing him, but when he talks to us, back 1 year ago when he was paneling with us, that man has a brain that's constantly on Dota. That's the only thing he thinks about. It's these small little intricacies that they just mentioned. He's going to make and force his players by branches, just so they have that extra efficiency. Or mangoes.
The mangoes, yeah. I feel like he has everything in terms of the toolkit, so you don't have to rely on other people. He can just literally do the in-game, the out-game. He's just an all-rounded, just kind of a perfect coach, basically.
I like him too.
Thank you, Sheep. Yeah, and of course, they're going to be going against Team Secret. So Team Secret, if I would say Tundra are the brains, Team Secret, really the dedication. Puppy founded his team a very long time ago, and this is the first time, I believe, that he's got his team, Team Secret, into the Grand Finals. He won TI1, and 10 TIs later, he is here. But to tell us more about this specific tournament, this TI's road to the Grand Finals, it's going to be Tsunami.
चालू रहे क्या मैच?
नहीं अभी तक इंट्रोडक्शन ही चालू है.
You heard it from James. This has been a hell of a journey for Team Secret, and it's been going on for quite a while. Obviously, the organization was formed many, many years ago. Getting it to this Grand Finals, getting it to this year's Grand Finals has been a hell of a route. It all started at the beginning of Tour number 1. To qualify directly for TI, you had to get some DPC points. And to get into the DPC points, you gotta do well in the leagues. Secret didn't do so well, and it wasn't even with this roster. Sumail and Ice Ice Ice, they bore that Secret jersey at the beginning of the year, got 5th place. Tour 2, keep the same roster, get 5th place. Tour 3, start mixing up a little bit. Unfortunately, Yapsor had to take a step down due to health reasons, and yet again, they get 5th place. You need 1,020 points to directly qualify for TI. Secret ended the year with 78. That means that they need to go to qualifiers. They go to the European qualifiers, they go to the Western European qualifiers, they go up against Entity. They get 2nd place. Yet again, they fall just barely short. Now they have to go through last chance qualifiers. Now they have to bring out a little bit of their own knowledge, a little bit of their own secret sauce. They bring out the Leshrac. Yes, obviously this hero has become a signature for all of TI11, but it all started in the group stage, and Resolution has been using it to great effect. Yeah, take a bow. You've been doing good, not only for Secret, but for everyone else. Something that Secret especially have been very effective with is their flexibility, though. They've been bringing Dawnbreaker to a great deal of prominence throughout this tournament, and yet again, it seems that they are comfortable putting it in a variety of roles. You never really know where this hero is going to be. Offlane, carry. She's been doing work for Team Secret, and it's kind of hard not to expect that when you've played so many matches. Yes, because of this very long that Team Secret have had to go through. They have quite a litany of games under their belt. 45 games played throughout Last Chance Qualifier, and I guess that's around 3 hours ago. It has been a arduous task for Team Secret to wrap this up, but let's see if they're able to do it. You don't need to hear it from me, though. Let's hear how Team Secret themselves felt about their run.
I mean, the best moment obviously was beating PSG LGD in the upper bracket and then beating Thunder in the upper bracket again to solidify top 3. Mattered a lot because now I'm exactly in the same spot as I was in last TI, so that's pretty good.
It meant so much to me because I always come to TI, I always go to the upper bracket, and then I always lose the first game in the upper bracket, and I start all over again from the lower bracket. But this time, we won the first game. I was like, oh my god, this is the first time ever I won my first game in the upper bracket. It meant so much to me.
It does definitely feel like we're sneaking in this time. And I mean, sneaky last chance qualifier. You know, you see Team Liquid there also at the same time.
I think they helped us a lot, but I would say as well that it was super hard to be in those qualifiers because it's a mini TI, like 100% mini TI. Like you gotta go through some tough games. I don't really know the future, but so far I feel like we're in a pretty good state to take the whole thing. I don't know like what's gonna happen. Maybe we're gonna choke. Maybe we're gonna play our best Dota ever. But I feel it. I feel it.
Rezo feels it, and Puppy, it's amazed he's here, and the journey he's come on, really, with the sneaking in the last chance qualifiers, is this Team Secret's grand finals.
Oh, I mean, I don't want to say yes, but I feel like it should be. He won the first one.
Is that just because they put inspirational music on their video, but not on Tundra Esports?
I can feel it. Yeah, they've actually kind of like brainwashed me. They brainwashed me. Yeah. But no, I feel like it would be so poetic if they can get
just looked Rezo in the eyes.
Yeah, I fell in love.
Sea blue eyes, and you fell in love. That's it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah, you guys, come on, man. Tundra already beat them once. Come on, they can do it again. I really like their approach to Dota. Like, I think they just have a pick your poison type style where you can't just, you can just try and ban 33, but then you have 9 and Skitter, and they just kind of cover each other so well with all of their different strats. And they kind of exposed some problems with Secret last series already in this third game where you have 33 who's reliably building this Wraith Pact every game, and Rezo doesn't because he's trying to play as a core. You have a Puppy trying to build it himself like 30 minutes into the game. It's, they have two different styles coming into this. It is just whose ideas are better.
Least, right? Like on the offlane, you have a carry player being the offlaner, and then you have that.
This is it. We're ready. The grand finals are coming your way. Let's introduce our first team. It's going to be Team Secret. Led by Puppy, finally making it to the grand finals, joined by Chrysalis, Nisha, Resolution, and Zayats, getting ready to sit down to play their best of 5 and their opponents, Tundra Esports. The undefeated so far of this international, Skitter 9-33, Satsa, and Snaking, joined by Coach Aoi. This team had only dropped 1 map, and they dropped it to their opponents that will be facing in the grand finals, Team Secret. One of these teams will go down in history, their names added to the Aegis. This match, who knows what it has in store, but let's hear from the teams, because we actually got Secret to talk about their undefeated opponents. Tundra.
I think Tundra overall have 5 skilled players, and they are a bunch of, I call them cheaters, they're just a bunch of cheaters. They got some cheaty strats, 33 is just gonna come up with some stuff, and you're gonna look at it and you're gonna be like, yep, that's cheating. That's just cheating.
They have 2 guys, basically like 9 and 33. They're like kind of unique in a way that what heroes they're playing. Like 9 is playing some Spirit Breaker mid lane.
Tundra using a lot of Zoo heroes for Search 3, because that heroes kinda cheesy, because if he plays it and you not counter well, you're gonna lose like in 20 minutes.
In my opinion, in my head, Tundra is still the best team to beat. On top of the fact that they're 5 skilled players, they just kind of like manipulate the game a lot. And that's what Dota really is about. It's about breaking the game. And they do it pretty well.
Manipulating the game, Tundra have been doing that all the way through this tournament. And last time they played Secret, every time they got that big team fight, that 1 win sheep, they just held control, Tundra. It was so hard for Secret to really kind of just push back against them.
It's because they're so good at micro and just abusing the map to its fullest. You take any half of the enemy's map and you're cutting waves. You know, you saw they lost a team fight and 33's just using his courier to drag a creep wave down the river to keep it away from their towers. Like, these guys are just abusing this so hard, and you can't ban all of them.
And you're speaking of micro and all these cheesy heroes from 33, Puppy even calling them kind of cheaters, but that's not what I saw, like, in the last series that they've played. Tundra outplayed them hard. They got into Team Spirit's head.
Yeah, Tundra's kind of morphed themselves into this hyper-defensive team where they wait until they know the best timing they can play on, and then when they hit that timing, they cross the river, they occupy the map, and they choke out their opponents. Like this series, it's Secret having to come in with the adaptations, with the understanding of Tundra. Like Tundra, they don't need to change anything.
Yeah, it's a really good point because Secret have been adapting though. Last time these two teams played, they picked up the Silencer, which they had success with, and that was their counter to Tundra's team fight. When Tundra wanted to go in, the Silencer bought enough time. Last series, Secret beat out Liquid and they pick up the Earthshaker. This is a great counter-initiator, also with the Beastmaster that had Raw, and they really allowed their carries to shine. Admittedly, we saw Puppy on the crazy...
The carry
Ench, but that felt like it was an evolved Secret. It felt like, I feel like this time they've got more in their arsenal to come up against
Definitely.
Tundra.
It did look like they prepared for Liquid. What were Liquid good at? They were good at kind of losing the mid game, but then clutching it at the end. Like the way Secret drafted as well, Morph and Sniper, they went late. They got that shaker that you were speaking of. Like they got that shaker to secure those late game team fights. But honestly, Puppy is angry. Like he picked that Ench first phase Enchantress, 0 heals, leveled stats, just carried the game.
Yeah, but it's the fact that we're talking about adaptation, but for Secret, it's not about finding new heroes. It's about going back to the heroes that they have had incredible careers on. You know, like with Puppy and Enchantress, he's got 148 games, 66% win rate in his entire career. And then you go to Nisha as well. He's in like top 5 morph players in the world for quantity of games, 78% win rate. Like you just, in these moments where you're at TI, you don't try and find new. You go back to the old that has found success. And I'm expecting to see these heroes pop up again in this grand finals.
Yeah, we've seen like Crystallis's Monkey King as well coming up again. Like I think he is a great story of someone who people, you know, doubted throughout the qualifiers. I think even his old teammate Fishman said it felt like Secret didn't believe in him, but now it does. It feels like that. It feels like you can see it in his play. You can see it in the drafting. Like they'll pick Rezo early and he'll clutch it all out, and you have these later picks for Crystallis, and he is really showing up.
Yeah, I mean, Crystallis is showing up, but you've got to think about Tundra esports carry as well. Skidder, in his interview, he just said, this TI just feels right. And people have considered him just to be probably the best performing carry here. Obviously, they're in the grand final, so certainly, you know, that there's some proof to that. But
like,
what about Skitter?
If you know Skitter, and if you go all the way back to like some small European tournaments, like these heroes that are in the meta right now, that are being played on TI, these are all his comfort heroes. I go back to their series versus Aster. They win against Stark, then they pick it up themselves, and he goes like ultra kill godlike on it. Like all of the heroes like Slark, CK, Lifestealer, they fully fall into his comfort zone.
The fact that you talk about Skidder being comfortable and like he thinks he's gonna just be good in this TI, like that, getting a carry player in that mindset, having that confidence, and going, yeah, it just feels right. That's so scary for one. That's probably why they're also finding success, because they talk about the mental game in their pre-interview. The fact that they're in this good mind space and then they're undefeated. Oh, that is so scary.
I mean, if you're going to beat someone in the grand finals, you need to be mentally there to be able to push your heroes to the limit with your team. And we did see that from Secret when they were chasing down Liquid in the final moments to close out round 3. So I think Secret are probably going to be, you know, on a high after that win coming into this. But Tundra should be feeling, I would say, confident. They did beat Secret earlier on.
Calm and collected. That's how I describe it.
And that's really the team.
It's big for them. It's massive for them. AUI himself was saying that it was the mental game in Arlington that caused their loss, and they got a psychologist now. They're looking good.
And looking at the mid players as well, one of the things about Momentum is 9 playing mid. Like, how would we describe 9's play style? 9, the mid for Tundra Esports, he seems to move a lot. He gets involved. Is this like, am I wrong?
No, you're right.
You are super right.
He's like an ultimate playmaker at the moment that comes with a ton of flair. I feel like that kind of mid laner is what you need to win the TI. Like, you need a maniac on the mid lane, like playing his tasks, just doing crazy stuff. I go back again to Thompson, to Monkey King Pagna mid lane, like just innovating, doing new stuff. That's what you need from your mid. Like, you need to get in their heads. Like, you need to pick Tusk first phase, and then they're thinking, oh, is this Tusk mid? Is it position 4, what's going to happen?
And then they just throw it on mid, and it's like 9 getting in your head.
And he's getting like 20 kills.
Can you kind of stop Nisha though? Can you get into Nisha's head? Nisha, the mid lane for Secret. I mean, this guy, he seems so calm and collected, and he's got Puppy next to him.
Did you see the Morphling game earlier in game 1 against Liquid? Him just like taking over the tough, snowballing into high ground, going for high ground pike, waveforming in, piking out. Like, yeah, Nisha right now, if he plays like he did in that first series, he is.
Wait. You say right now, like in the first series, Sheep. When's the last time you saw Nisha underperform?
Never.
Go back through your calendar, yeah.
I mean, Nisha is amazing, and so is Nine. I really respect Nine's thoughts on Dota. Like, he loves mid because he loves controlling the pace. He loves controlling the map. He likes having access to side lanes and making stuff happen. Like, Skidder was saying that him and Snaking are just like, Nine talks about his teammates and say how they're biggest nerds, and they all just love talking about Dota. Like, they just all bring so much to the table, like 33 bringing a lot of micro information, helping with item skill builds. It feels like everyone has something that helps each other, and you bring that to Nine on his mid, and he's just able to like make everyone's like strengths shine.
The thorn in the side of some of these players, though, were often the soft support. Zayats was killing it in his last game on the Earthshaker.
But he's also bringing the energy. And that's the key thing. When we see these little player shots going right now, Secret, they're the ones like Resolution. He has Zayats right there on camera. Like Rezo, he's joining in with the crowd. He's like doing the wave. Zayats during the game, he's standing up. He's hitting a fissure. He's like air punching to the enemy team. Like, this team is energy. Tundra, on the other hand, calm. Like literally, they win a fight. You hear the team comes to the true sight thing. Nice.
Just like Aoi said it would go.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Master Aoi. Thank you. We shall win this for you. Like, they are just, it's polar opposites in energy between these two teams right now.
Yeah, if you're Tundra though, you don't need energy. You're winning every single game.
Hey, off the map.
Stay cool, stay calm.
Exactly.
All according to plan. Yeah.
Of course, this will be a best of 5, and this will push them to their limits. Do you think they can have the stamina? Because they've played a lot less games than Secret. So
come on.
This, you know what?
Go on.
I don't want to know. Oh. You know what I want? I want the match 1 to start here. The grand finals. Let's get into the game.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals, Game 1.
Thank you very much, James. Yes, we're here and we're ready live from Singapore for the Grand Finals of the International 11. Tundra up against Team Secret. I'm Odie Pixel and I'll be joined for this draft by the one and only Seb, Notail and Fog. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot wait for this. The draft has begun. We'll be able to get it up on your screen soon. But boys, you know, you've been here before. This time in a bit of a different capacity. What do you have to say about these two teams, the roads that they've been on, and what you're expecting to see today in these drafts?
The best Dota you can get all year. This is going to be absolutely amazing. You know, as a Dota fan, I couldn't be more excited. This is the best time of the year, the best series of the year. So let's just bring it on.
Top of the crop, as they say.
Let's get 5 games. Let's just get the 5 games.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I mean, the first bands went away, like they went straight ahead with the Doom and the Brood that they did also last time. And this time the Lesh went through.
It's already a big change. Lesh has been banned against Secret in every single game so far.
Yeah.
Like during this weekend, playoff weekend.
So
and now they're letting it through.
They're letting you through with an idea, right?
Yeah. Tundra has decided to play against the very, very scary Secret Lesh. Nisha has been incredible on the hero. Rezo has been also doing, you know, great games on it. So yeah, very, very big statement already from Tundra. It's like, we're ready to break your best hero.
It's going really fast already. I really hope that it slows down a bit for the second phase bans, because I wanted to mention Neta's hero is in first phase this time around. Quite often they end up with a Visage or a Doom or whatever they can get their hands on. I thought that yesterday in the third game they should have banned the Enigma second phase, and they ended up not. And I think now they beat their Visage. If they ban the Enigma and kind of coerce him into the Visage pick again and have a strong idea, beat it one more time, I think they can set themselves up for like an advantage for the rest of the series.
Seems like a pretty solid approach that a lot of teams have been taking, right? Try to limit 33 if he's not opened up with, as we see, the Doom, the Brood, try to force him into something that's less comfortable.
I think you go through with this path, you know, and if you're going to go against the Enigma one more time, I really hope you got the right answer. Because it seems to be one of the strongest heroes, like first item Wraith Pack kind of hero in this meta.
I'm glad you brought it up too, because I think Pano was also mentioning there is a different dynamic between both teams, right? Rezo never really buys the Wraith Pack for the most part for this team, while for Tundra, 33 tends to be like taking a step back more, being that support offlaner. So it's a really interesting dynamic they do have between both teams.
And also, yeah, they have two very different styles. These two teams, like these are really two different styles of Dota that are going to be clashing. Secret is very much about the lanes and the momentum. They also enjoy to scale, whereas Tundra, I would say, is a style that utilizes the map much more.
Yeah. And the early game. Like Tundra has almost been winning every single early game that they go into. I mean, statistically, they just seem to have this snowball effect, also related to the Wraith Pack. But yeah, they get a lead early on. The map starts closing in. There's a few, I guess, cases where it hasn't happened, but I think right now I'm quite happy for what Secret got and what the position that they're in.
There are a few things to mention. Obviously, in the grand finals and in the best of 5, side and pick priority matters a lot. Second pick has been king so far. Every team, I think, left in this tournament, like the top 4 were favoring second pick. Tundra and Secret are both also favoring second pick. Tundra got priority for this game, and they went ahead and picked second pick. It's very classic when you're in a second pick situation to try to pick open heroes. And in Tundra's case, it is. Saxa can play the Mirana, so does Snake King. I think 9 even played it one game. The Tuskar can obviously be put on support position as well as mid, so they're keeping it open and they're looking to really try to counterpick Secret as much as they can in the second phase.
I think they're looking to match the Tusk with the Leshrac mid in case they get the notion, but we've seen Resolution also play a very mean Leshrac this tournament.
Mid players have investigated the Mirana versus Leshrac also matchup, so I don't know if it's something
that's
we could
probably something, yeah.
We could see that too.
We haven't seen this one too much, but it's a Saxa specialty, right?
That has to be a Saxa hero. So yeah, I mean, everything is pretty still flex for Tundra, minus the Hoodwink.
Quite like the concept, at least, versus Lesh, because the biggest problem about this hero is just knocking him down, right? Not letting him use that Bloodstone to effect to just heal up. Hoodwink with the shard and everything too, you amplify damage that everyone else is doing, you have the high burst from Sharpshooter. It's an interesting concept that could
And they also have a very long range high nuke. Oh, there we go, Secret go for the Enigma. I'm actually very happy to see that.
I think this could also be a support Enigma. I've seen Poppy play that Enigma himself. I mean, he's been very famous for his Enigma over the years, but he actually brought it back to his own kind of playbook very recently. Obviously, it could very well be an offlane hero and Rezo's hero. That's probably the most likely, but we'll see what Secret goes with that.
Yeah, really interesting. Because that also could probably be the Wraith Pact carrier as well too for Secret, so maybe now they're starting to switch their dynamic a little bit to match Tundra.
Definitely, and yeah, I think this is one of the few drafts where 33 has been really set up for success. Usually they kind of throw him under the bus. I mean, when it's 33, it's not really throwing him under the bus. He strives under, with any hero in any situation. But right now he's gonna get a late pick, either 18 pick, like after this sequence from Secret, or actually the ultimate last pick maybe for Tundra. So, we're looking to see 33 in a very favorable situation, which is always scary to play against.
Yeah, it's been 7 out of 9 games where his hero got first phase.
Yeah.
The last 9. So here he gets a delicious second phase. I'm curious to see what it's going to be.
Beast is out, Brood is out.
Visage is still in, but last time he picked Visage, they lost.
He's played a lot of Tide also with a lot of success. It could be a hero he looks at.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see. I mean, he could also be quite innovative and do something we haven't seen him do yet.
5 seconds remaining.
But yeah, we see the Lich, so most likely the heroes are starting to get locked. Like Nisha's most likely the Lash, Resolution's going to be the Enigma.
So one of the trends we've seen this tournament, obviously this Leshrac has been dominating, and one of the answers to this Leshrac has been a heavy amount of physical damage. It's something that punishes the Bloodstone, when he kind of dies through the tag team or the Slaughter. We've seen the Snipers, the Linas, and then we've also seen, as an answer to that, the Liches and the Sven with the Shard or Lich Frost Shield, kind of helping the Leshrac fight through. In that case, Tusk counters Lesh, but Lich helps Lesh play against us.
Oh boy,
and we're going for the Naga.
Ooh.
I think this is one of the stronger strats that I've seen come out of Tundra, and also in the meta. They get the classic Naga Mirana, but it's also this very long range, kind of hard to get heroes together, so it can be a real pain to be an Enigma or to even be a Leshrac in these type of games.
And it seems to be Tundra's style that you guys were mentioning also too, is opening up the map, right? That's what this hero always allows you. It lets you pick and choose your battles when you want to. When you're playing versus something like high cooldown like Enigma, can tend to thrive.
If you want to visualize how this game might play out, for Secret, think about Tundra, first of all, is one of the teams that utilizes nighttime the best, I think. They respect very much the 2 sequences in Dota, that is daytime and the reduced nighttime vision. So they usually go on the offensive on nighttime, which is actually a key factor on how they dominate their games. think about nighttime, playing versus Naga Illusions, scouting your heroes, Moonlight Shadow, you do not see heroes, and then you have this Tusk, Hoodwink, bottom kind of high bursty heroes that can just pop a Leshrac, pop an Enigma right away. That's the kind of pressure, in and out pressure that Tundra really excels at in team fights, and Naga fits that style perfectly. All their heroes are really designed to do so.
Yeah, so we see a lot of interesting things going on. They banned Nakes themselves. Yep. Last time Secret played against Naga, they actually ended up having the Nakes. Nakes now, I mean, every lifesteal works in Illusion, and I think that's a big reason.
The open wounds with the Leshrac.
With the Leshrac,
and now they banned the Morphling to protect the Naga pick. They were already planning it, and now they're also banning Bloodseeker, which is something that they also played previously. I want to say, I'm not sure. But there was a Morphling game here. In Bloodseeker, the same thing. You can also end up becoming this lifesteal bot where the illusion poke stops mattering, but yeah, I wonder what Crystalis is going to go for. I don't think it's an easy choice for him.
No, they've targeted him a lot, right? We've seen throughout all DPC, people that kind of made the jokes for him, especially him himself. He's like, yeah, I have my 3 big heroes, right? A lot
but
of them
he proved all the haters wrong, like honestly, that's why he's here.
I think they really have to think about and try to guess what 33 is going to be looking at also, and try to kind of...
I mean, they don't even care the Visage. Look at that. I think that's a big statement also coming into game number 1. You know, you have a chance to make him maybe feel uncomfortable, but instead you're going for what you think is the right pick for them.
Not sure how much I would like Visage for Tundra anyways as the last
I mean,
pick.
probably not the strat with Naga, I would say. I don't think at all that's what he would should go for.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, it could be the Tide,
I
perhaps?
think they have to respect the Tide, and most likely will try to pre-pick for the Tide Hunter. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Tide is also what he would be looking at. I also think Batrider is a really strong hero with this kind of strategy. I don't know if it works. I mean, it has some value, you know, with the heroes that you have, but even against the Lesh and the Lich, you can get like some high magical damage scaling meta hero, but I don't think he's played a single Batrider game.
Maybe not this tournament, but it's definitely one of his very strong heroes, so it would not be a surprise.
Seen a couple teams even try like the Brewmaster versus the Lash, right? Where you just lift him, ignore him. A lot of situations too. Is left in the pool. It is.
You also get a dispel. You get a dispel for
There's a draw ban.
Yep.
Okay.
It could be a great brew pick, by the way, and it's a very big 33 heroes.
Yeah.
33 hero, by the way. I think it's a great suggestion.
When I see like the Drow as well too, we saw even though the game was kind of back and forth, you saw that long duration silence in a lot of fights just devastate him too. So
I do think it's a little anti-synergy with the Naga. Quite often, it doesn't really mesh super well. But of course, I mean, I respect. I'm the biggest Brew fan on this panel. I don't care what you guys say. Brew for life. I would pick Brew every day.
It's a great
every
hero.
game.
Same. But not really, because I can't play it. But I don't know if I could play it. Then,
Let's see. I mean, they have very little time to work with.
What's
and
left for
a lot of
Crystalis?
heroes have been banned for Crystalis. Yeah. I mean, he's played some Ursa and
Ursa this game.
No, probably not, right? But out of the heroes that he's been looking at, I mean.
Yeah. I'm just. It's hard. It's hard for him to choose.
He's played Ursa and Dawnbreaker that I can think of this tournament.
Dawn is still in?
that aren't banned.
The Dawn was nice when they played it.
Oh,
that is an illusion. That's an illusion killer too.
Nice. Yeah, the Flesh Sheep now also working against small instances of damage.
It's a good matchup. I mean, I think it scales pretty nicely into a Naga.
It's also the hook versus the sleep. It has a lot of value. I mean, even now you can even hook through sleep.
Yeah, you can.
They changed that, so you can hook your allies out, you can hook the enemy. Yeah, and this Naga cannot sleep TP with the early levels of sleep. You need, I think it's level 3 sleep to get full max range.
And this Budge with Frost Shield,
exactly.
He's going to be really hard to take down.
It's a nice frontliner, a nice like distraction as well for the Leshrac to kind of do his own thing. The Pudge can kind of force spells onto him and then protect the Lesh. That's.
Do you think this is Crystalis calling, or do you think this is like the team and he, you know, providing also good suggestions? Because I didn't even think of, you know, this Pudge coming in here. I had forgotten.
I think a lot of people might. It has kind of started getting forgotten in a way, right? But because Lifestealer was so prominent, people have started to learn how to like play versus it. But they will go for
But hey, isn't this Lich Pudge against the Tide Hunter?
But I think he looks at all of the Tide bottom, Chain Stun, you know, with the sleep. It's like they're going for their bread and butter strat. And obviously, I do feel like Secret covered very nice angles. Both teams really got drafts they must be super happy about. And that's the first game. So it's very exciting.
Who would you rather be?
Hard to say. I think Tundra, their strategy is very strong. You know, I'd put Secret on the back foot, even though I really like what they went for.
So I believe that this is just too good of a Lesh game. I think Lesh is going to pace on them, and I think it's going to force them into these early fights. And with the early game that I see Secret having, I would have to go with Secret draft to draft, even though I'm also the biggest Naga lover on this panel. Like, I think Naga is an incredible hero. I think if it goes past a certain point, I think Naga is going to start being too much of an issue. But I think Secret is going to roll on them.
And Fog, yourself, I mean, that first pick sort of still standing strong as these two have sort of said. And Nisha, he's sort of been the one to stand out and kind of single-handedly carry Secret through some of the tougher games. Is this going to be another one of them, or do you think Tundra do have the methods to deal with this Lesh?
I'm with my boy Johan, I think, this time. I like the Lesh Pudge versus the Illusion strat. I think it's going to be pretty hard for Skeeter, but maybe 9. You know, his Tusk has been miraculous in some games, so eyes on him.
I hope this game doesn't go on for Secret's case. If not, I think we're going to see another repeat of yesterday's game. Long game, Naga doing his thing. Slowly, people start getting picked off. You get forced into your base. Yeah, I mean, Secret, they're going to have to bring the same early game that they did yesterday and, you know, keep the ball rolling.
Sure, and Seb, do you sort of also agree in sort of that timing sense that if this does go on, Tundra as a squad, and especially with the lineup that they have here, it's going to be tough for Secret as the minutes pass?
I've seen Tundra's first map this tournament, and ever since I can't stop thinking about them. I've watched all their replays. I think the way they play Dota is absolutely wonderful, and in my opinion, steps ahead of other teams. So, you know, I can't not put them favorites, whatever they're gonna play actually. So I really want Secret to challenge them.
Yeah, and sort of just in terms of overall feel as well. You know, you're coming into this game 1 of the grand finals on the main stage. Who's got the easier to execute lineup?
Easier? I mean, I think it's Secret.
Yeah.
I would say it's Secret. Like, I think Tundra have to dodge bullets. Like, they have to dodge the Tide lane. They have to dodge, like, the snowball from the Lesh and, like, how they're gonna get momentum. Yeah, I mean, my gut is telling me Clement wants to break the curse. He is not here for second place. He's here to win.
Okay, well, thank you very much, boys. Looking forward to having you join us for Game 2 draft. But for now, just before the game, we're going to be able to head over to Slacks and hear from the coach.
Thank you so much, OD Pixel. Hello, I am here, ladies and gentlemen, with Howie 2000 from Tundra. First time we've seen him today. Give it up! Oh, there we go! The stadium is alive, my friend. So good to have you yet again. I got some bad news for you. Okay, Lesh, Enigma, Pudge, I hear these are pretty good heroes. You guys let these ones through, no bans. Are you prepared for this? Have you, you know, spent your time getting ready?
Yeah, I mean, I think for the finals today, we decided we want to, it's a best of 5. We want to play versus the last track, see how it goes. You know, it's a best 5. It is what it is.
Okay, all right. Are you confident in that last pick of the Tide Hunter? Big beefy boy going against that big beefy Pudge. What does he provide for the team, if you would give us any insight? I mean, we're in the finals, the patch, come on. Give me some real info here.
I think he'll buy good aura items and give us some team fight versus them. I think Neda's Tide Hunter is, like, by far one of his best heroes. He wins, like, every pub on the hero, so we're really confident on it.
Okay. Sir, how far do you see this series going? You think we're going to Game 5?
It'd be fun.
It would be fun for you, and it'd be fun for us, but let's find out how at least Game 1 is going. We'll throw it back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Slacks. And one more thing just before we get into the action. We've got a very little special video here from Resolution. A bit of a pep talk before this game begins. Let's hear what he had to say.
I mean, honestly, like, this is what we play for, guys. We are playing for this moment. Let's enjoy every second of it. We're not gonna get many of these. Maybe 6 more. I mean 5 more. That's what I want, but you know, still. Let's
Good show. First blood.
There we go. Some fantastic words there from Rezo. Smiles all around as well. Very much ready for the game. We'll see how ready he is, though. Because Tundra, they're going to find him here for this first bit of action. Trapped out by the shot. So maybe not the kill, so we'll get that earlier. Doesn't matter. He's going to get hooked onto the attack. Look how they're going to be broken down, right? Was the first to get that first kill. Gets first one for Saxa. But in return, Nisha will be able to pick up the kill onto 9 there off the back of that excellent hook for Chrysalis.
हेलो फर्स्ट ब्लड हो गया भाई लोग
Tide, he'll be just fine.
Second blood भी हो गया
कौन
मरा
I
mean, look at the interested in getting involved in a bit of a
क्या सो रहे हो क्या
won't continue to take any more attention away from the middle lane or just be left to Chrysalis and Puppy to
वाली आवाज तो बहुत
retreat down a little bit. So of course having to be careful himself.
सुना दोनों वो मतलब
and you know we've got to sort of talk about as well comments there from
मैं बोल नहीं
before the
सकता
game.
अभी
Do you
वो
sort of
क्या
like that
थी
approach?
but
Game 1 of grand finals, you leave the OP hero in to see if you can deal with it.
Actually
you've got many games to recover if it doesn't go great.
You know, it's something that people always talk about with Puppy, right? What he does, he gives the team their heroes. If he beats it, then it's like, oh my god, you know, you kind of break the team strategy. So I think it's a really cool approach. And just looking at these lanes now, we have the Lich Pudge versus the Tide versus Hoodwink. Both of the bottom heroes on Secret starting with Ring of Protection to deal with that physical damage to try to tank up. Because sometimes, like we were mentioning, it can be a bit deceptive.
उसके लिए मतलब ज़्यादा टारगेट नहीं अर्ली में उसको फैट होना पड़ेगा तब वो स्किल्स ज़्यादा ले सकते हैं
I'm looking at bottom, to be honest with you. I mean, it depends on how
High
much
HP
damage
वाले
they're
है
able to
ना?
do with this like gush
Target
plus
सब high
this
HP वाले
acorn
हैं.
shot, but it's a lot of magical bursts that could sometimes trip up a tide. So see if 33 is able to hold up with it.
ऐसे लग रहा है कि प्रोटीन इसमें पॉपी
It
बनेगा.
tends to be, you know, the Tundra approach, not having too many tangos. They like their mangoes.
And this mid lane matchup in particular, you know, of course,
protein bar copy बनेगा.
fantastic mid players to just continue to bring these heroes in. Then nobody else will really consider playing mid. Here he is, of course, bringing out the Tusk once again.
Easy target.
One of the grand finals. Up against the Nisha Leshrak, though. Yeah, you've got to imagine on paper, this is not going to be too easy for
जो
the
खाएगा
Tusk. He's
मतलब
got to be
जिसको
careful
जो
against
खाएगा उसके लिए फील्ड हो जाएगा समझ
That Nisha gets, you know, the bottle being coming out so early.
अरे
Otherwise, I've
रुको
seen
मैं
this
इनका
Tusk
इनका
pretty
बड़बड़ बंद
decent
करता
in a
हूँ.
lot of these matchups versus range. But yeah, I think Nisha, he's gonna have a blast.
See if Chrysalis is going to be okay here. Bells on cooldown.
नहीं मर तो नहीं रहा है.
33, so no further chase, but
लो HP हुआ थोड़ा.
Rash keeping Chrysalis pressured underneath the
अरे
tower.
हुडविंग है बाबा बहुत दिमाग में जाती है हुडविंग. उसका बुशवैक बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग है.
A lot of that physical damage resistance for Crystal.
अरे irritating hero.
But as we've seen so many times, Tundra, this offlane, these two, they're special together. There's something about them. They even
वो मतलब
late matchups, even if
एंटी
they
जुक
can't win, they sometimes end up
हीरो
just
है
doing
वो.
some type of crazy
उसको
late
ट्री लाइन में
shenanigans
जाके
and coming
जुक
out of it.
करने नहीं देगा.
Let's see how they do adapt.
ऊपर से उसका सीडी भी कम है ना बुशवैक का लेवल 4 में. लेवल 4 में सिर्फ कितना अरे नहीं उसका नॉर्मली 40 सेकंड का है.
It just feels like they
मुझे
always know
लगा
how to trade a
वो
little bit better.
लेवल
Either
के
they
साथ कम होता
either
होगा.
trade
उसका
or
नॉर्मली
just do these
40
constant
सेकंड का
lane
है.
pull
14 सेकंड
shenanigans
का
with
है.
Sox, so just re-manipulating where the lane
14
positioning is.
सेकंड.
So it's just
क्या
a
बात
Tundra
है.
specialty.
चलो अच्छा है अभी तो लाइट नहीं जा मेरी.
As tends to happen versus these enigmas. The
पूरा
Ironman's
खत्म
building
होने
up.
तक प्रे करो कि पूरा खत्म होने तक मेरी लाइट नहीं जाए ना नेट जाए. नहीं तो शाम में एक बार करती है लाइट नाटक. मतलब 2 दिन से कर रही है. नॉर्मली तो नहीं करती. अपन खेलते हैं तब नहीं करती. देख हम मस्त इंटरनेशनल वगैरह देख रहे तो वो नाटक चालू हो गया.
आज के दिन ही on the top lane so far. Any sort of surprises?
नहीं 2-3 दिन से हो रहा है. वो मेरे को एलपी भी उसकी वजह से लगा.
Happen whenever you are playing those carries, it's going to be affecting you a little bit. But Skeeter, he's holding his own. Him snaking. They have killed constantly too. The early point in net.
मिराना भी बहुत पिक हुई ना इसकी.
Something to look out for, especially on Zayats.
मैं उतना ज़्यादा नहीं.
He's always got those idolizers.
लेशरैक ही सबसे ज़्यादा पिक हुआ मेरे ख्याल से अब तक तो. लेशरैक और सेकंड नंबर पे मार्सी आएगी.
In terms of the how good the game is for the Enigma, you know, how good is it for Rezo? Is it going to be easy for him to have impact with the black hole, or is this going to be one of those games where it's kind of everything else about the hero that's going to have its strength?
It feels like that tends to be the story for the Enigma a lot of times. But if you look at his items that he's got queued up, you know, we did mention the Wraith at comparison to the team.
सभी हीरो अच्छे ही खेल रहे हैं.
And just play around his Malefice and stuns from a distance.
Absolutely, I think it's something that we're all going to be very, very happy to see. And then it's like rubbish, you know, we want the action, we want the black holes.
Hey, if you look at the way the lineups can go, at some point there is going to be that lack of BKB disable, of course, for the Enigma. Sure, they're able to sleep and reset.
उसका तो याद ही नहीं आ रहा. स्नाइपर था कौन सा था? स्नाइपर था ना. हाँ.
Could get to some points where
क्रिस्टलिस का थर्ड पिक स्नाइपर था. अरे क्या हुक किया भाई. भाई मस्त हुक किया. फॉलो अप नहीं था पॉपी के पास. गेज नहीं है ना इसके पास. पॉपी के पास गेज रहता तो शायद हो गया. लेवल 2 ही है ना.
So that lane that we were taking a look at, they've actually been able to solidify for this Tide under pretty nicely with Sox's harassment. And Chris is just staying kind of low,
judgment
which is a bit scary. He could constantly be getting gone on.
अच्छा हो रहा है.
Ring of Health coming out to him, so likely to.
तूने टोटल किल्स कितने डाला? क्या है प्रेडिक्शंस क्या है तेरी?
Find himself on top of Chrysalis. They're trying to get aggressive on towards the Pudge. Saxa has the stick charges at the ready. Chrysalis, he's going to get the kill before he goes down. So
मतलब 41 to 55 ना?
I imagine something the Tundra's going to be pretty happy with. Saxa goes down, but all according to plan, I'd imagine there for Tundra taking down Chrysalis.
स्मोक गैंग मैंने 6 to 8 डाला. Player with highest network 10 का.
Not going for any tanky items. This is a fighting build. Phase boots right away, trying to benefit off that Blightstone, any type of minus armor they can put onto this Pudge.
And this is sort of the classic def you see at this sort of moment from supports in that bottom lane. Me and Saxa can get over to mid, get the bottle top back up. Definitely the sort of trades that the secret you're not going to want to allow Tundra to get against you anymore in this
lane. तो तूने मैं फिर ये OBS में क्या-क्या डाला है कैप्चर के लिए? Game
not enough to chase. Catch on bottom though. Constant aggression on these side lanes.
अच्छा.
Once again. So let's try
and switch के लिए क्या विंडोज डालनी पड़ती है या कुछ URL वगैरह का डाल के रखा है? कौन सा प्लगइन कौन सा यूज करता है? अच्छा फुल डिस्प्ले कर रहा है.
Same time in the mid, Nisha
फिर तेरे को ऑडियो स्विच मारना पड़ता होगा ना ऑडियो का क्या अरे पकड़ लिया अरे गया निशा की मेरे प्रेडिक्शन की वाट लग गई उसका नेटवर्क कम हो जाएगा 10 मिनट के लिए मर गया नीचे
अच्छा मैं ट्विच पे देख रहा हूँ
हाँ उसमें डिले में चलता है ना
क्या रीढ़ की हड्डी लेके
right click coming out from 33 off the back of the anchor smash and I mean, this Hoodwink is looking kind of spooky, Fox. He's all over the place and he's making big moves.
And it's into like secret. They did the preparation.
भाई साहब हाथ ऊपर करके नाच रहा था एक फटके में मार दिया वो
33 going for that Wraith Pact more than likely.
ऐसे फनी इसमें मारा हुआ हाथ ऊपर के मैं भाग रहा है मैं भाग यहाँ से
कौन सा वाला मुझे नहीं समझा अभी मरा क्या
Getting kills up and down the map right now. The Idol's not quite enough to finish snaking off. Maybe they can still find him in the jungle. They can and just off to the side
ऊपर हाथ
of the
करके जो बोल रहा
lane.
है
We'll be able to take him down in return. Very much we're seeing sort of the supports from Tundra really just enabling the cause already in this early laning stage, getting them that extra bit of a bonus off the back of these kills. 6-3, 1k lead at the moment for Tundra.
Really clever moves.
अल्टी मार के क्लैरिटी वेस्ट कर रहा है
We're probably going to see more of these rotations. 15 seconds until we do have that power rune coming out. So eyes on Saksa. See if he does make the rotation. Even filling up again for 9. So I want him to be as fight ready as possible. 3 heroes collapsing on both sides.
Trying to get the chance to trap him in there with the shards. Won't quite find it.
नया फाइट चल रहा है ओ भाई
सारा टस कैसा बम पे लात मारता है ना
ओ क्या बात है मारा निशा ने मारा ये आ गई ना हुडविंग कमी
As this time secret they'll bring in the extra firepower required
अरे
बाप रे
बुश में कितना गंदा स्किल लगता है ना पंच बेचारा फंस गया इधर टाइड के सॉरी टाइड के साथ में क्या फार्म करेगा बट ये अच्छा होता है ऐसे डायरेक्ट को क्रिप हटा देते हैं ना तो पूरा का पूरा सब राइट क्लिक्स मिलने के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ जाते हैं ओह वाओ आईटी ब्लैक होल पहला ब्लैक होल यहाँ उड़ गए नागा और टस दोनों उड़ गए मुझे लगा ऐसे ही होगा मैं अल्टी देख रहा था मैं इसकी अल्टी है बोला ये मारेगा धड़ाम से 3 में मिल गया बोला अरे मिल गया क्या बात है कमेंट नहीं कह सकते अपन अरे वाह डायर की टावर से उसने ताली लिया गुड बोला और मारो बहुत कम नहीं बोल रही इसको और मारो
मेरे को भी फिर इधर देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को डिले दिख रहा है
इन गेम आ जाओ ना भाई उधर क्यों देख रहे हो
इन गेम में कैमरा कास्टर का कैमरा कंट्रोल रहता है क्या
हाँ मतलब तुम भी कर सकते हो हम लोग उनका ही देखते हैं
बहुत मेहनत लगती
है It's not going to be easy. They might have to just start making moves.
अब नए लोग हैं ना
the illusions to scout things out, but it's not going to be easy for them to really just contest up versus Red Zone at this point. After dying once, it kind of dissuades you from really going up there until you do have like Sox having level 6 to have that extra rate of burst
ये
damage.
कांतारा मूवी का ट्रेलर देखा क्या कन्नड़ मूवी है
नहीं वो नाम बहुत सुन रहा हूँ उसका मैं
अरे बहुत खतरनाक उसका ये मतलब सिर्फ कन्नड़ में ही हिंदी में भी नहीं है बट वो ट्रेलर उसका खतरनाक
to set up for a kill on Crystallis to get some extra help. They can toss back onto Snake King. Doesn't stand a chance. They have the amount of damage they've got. But back down bottom.
वहाँ से नहीं वॉच में जाओ सबसे बीच का टैब
A bit hard to commit.
They try to clip for it, but does get the hook onto that Siege.
They're bringing in a third hero. 9 is around. With 9 diving
Tundra
in.
को
यार,
बोलो
पर-
कौन सा निशा था या कोई तो भी की cheaters है बस
From
वो
the
लोग
mistake
Copy,
up top, they
copy
don't want to
बोल
try
रहा
and push for
Copy
these
बोल
kills.
रहा
They know that Secret at the moment, they are on full responsive mode.
हाँ वैसे एकदम छोटी छोटी चीजें मालूम है
As we saw that black hole also
Directed
chain
camera
crosses
में
the
है ना
ledge.
तुम
Can just turn any type of these tides.
हाँ ब्रॉडकास्टर का डायरेक्टर ब्रॉडकास्टर का ले लेना
Careful now. See in terms of position.
उसको ओवरराइड कर सकते हो तुम चाहिए उधर
हाँ
वैसे
ओवरराइड तो वैसा करनी चाहिए
Yeah, just start jungling up, Skeeter scouting
इनका
out.
आवाज कैसा
सबसे
है
सबसे वो निकाल दो ना क्यों रखने का
See if they're able to just
अपन को बात
continue
करना है ना अच्छा तुमको सुनना है तो रख सकते हो
ना ठीक है
keep up on the Naga side. So far, so
इनमें
good.
अच्छा सारा अरे तुम लोग इस पे क्यों नहीं करते 1440p पे स्ट्रीम किया करो थोड़ा क्वालिटी बेटर हो जाता है बिट रेट
Things are close. So as no
अरे क्या क्वालिटी करना है कोई देखो मेरा तो 0 व्यूअर होगा मैं बोल रहा हूं हां देखो 0 व्यूअर है क्या 0 व्यूअर के लिए मैं क्वालिटी का देखो इतना
अपने आप खुद भी नहीं लगा के देख रही है
नहीं ना खुद कैसे देखूं अभी और खुद का काउंट भी थोड़ी ना
बैकग्राउंड में वो चालू करके छोड़
when they know that it's still at this point where Secret they've probably not got the TPs back up. They just
Chrome
haven't had the methods to respond when Tundra time.
नहीं मैं मेरा मेन स्ट्रीम का पेज ही रखा
This
है
Hoodwink seems to just be the specialty, right? This burst damage, getting at 6 now. Should be able to set up
ठीक है वो
this
तो
tower.
फार्मिंग
Finish it
में
off. They
यूज
still have
कर
Ravage
लेगा
too, so the threat. Secret look like they're gonna play on other sides of the map. Nisha gonna start hitting mid. He pretty much has the Bloodstone done.
Top net worth. Nisha. He's had many of these games where he's been at the top,
And he'll have
the whole match.
He'll have this Bloodstone a bit before the Wraith Pact is gonna come out too. So we've seen a couple times.
मुझे
Tundra,
सिर्फ साक्सा
they've
पता है
counteracted this
बाकी
Bloodstone
कोई
a lot
प्लेयर
because you
पता
just
नहीं है
prevent how
मेरे
much damage he does, you prevent how much
साक्सा
healing. So if they do get that timing,
पहले वो दूसरा
Secret could start to take advantage of the map a little bit here. Bloodstone is done, so playing around this Lash, it's going to be problematic. Tundra might have some issues in these next few moments. They're going to have to
मैं
bring
अब मतलब
the Hoodwink minion to most
देखने में
scenarios just to
उतना
burst this
इंटरेस्टेड
Lash
नहीं
down.
था मैं बहुत रिसेंटली तक मैं खेलने में ही ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड था ना मैं वो था उतना नॉलेज नहीं रखता था देखना था तो मेरे को प्लेयर्स का उतना पता नहीं कौन कितना खेलना है अभी हाल ही में देखना चालू किया है मैं
Scan as well catches the Secret rotation.
सिर्फ अपन वही देखते थे फाइनल्स वगैरह
Sort of jump.
खेल रहे क्या फंसा रे टाइनी बेचारा अरे रे 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 क्या गंदा फंसा है उसको जगह ही नहीं बेचारे को
That burst from a distance, you don't really need to commit too much of anything.
खेलने का नहीं सीधा जा फाउंटेन जा सीधा फाउंटेन पहली फुर्सत में फाउंटेन निकले रिफिल करके आ जा
Sit back, farm a little bit, wait until they have an
हम
opportunity.
खाली कर रहे तेरे को तो रिफिल होके आ जा उधर से
And Skeeter, he's still doing fine. You know, still loving life. Things are not too problematic, even though he has that death that they had going for the Enigma. He still has pretty good timings on his items.
Absolutely.
डिसेबल के हिसाब से टुंड्रा का टीम बहुत अच्छा है बहुत गंदा डिसेबल है इनके इसमें सिर्फ
back up a little bit more for him. See the wall control, it's too bad at all for the
लेट गेम नहीं ये भी जीत सकते हैं लेट गेम एक्चुअली
pretty happy to
पच फीड हुआ तो उसको मारना मुश्किल हो जाता है ना
stay up there towards the top, only a couple of hundred behind Nisha's farm.
नहीं पज मार देता है अभी ये नया वाला पज मार देता है ना
They do need to just watch out of the big ultimates that are in there too. The Lich plus
But
that black hole.
बोलेगा तो टीम फाइट है टीम फाइट रहती है ऊपर से एनिग्मा है ना इनकी तरफ एनिग्मा तो बहुत तगड़ा रहता है ये टफ फीड हो रहा है इधर में डेसो जा रहा है भाई वो एक बार उसका डेसो एक बार डेसो बन गया था वो और मिस कर दिया हाँ जूक कर लिया उसने जाके बाहर आ गया स्टन खाने वाला है अरे वाह बच गया
Again, some excellent dodges from both sides here. Last minute or so, the arrow doesn't catch him by surprise.
Poppy क्या कर रहा है भाई?
They need more heroes there. If they're going to go for some type of ravage play, they need to go for those chain stuns if
घूम
they're
रहा
going
है
to get Nisha.
Level
Very
है
tanky, 1800 HP with the Bloodstone.
Oh, Enchantress भर के बहुत मारा
उसने. For Tundra, if they try and play with their ult secret, they'll very much be ready to respond with their own ultimates. Both teams having huge team fight ultimates to drop. We'll see in the middle. Nisha, this time again, he's on his own. Bloodstone charges, but
फूट गया
Tundra, they're just able to blow him up.
Nisha
a real situation there where Nisha was alone and Tundra, they make sure they don't miss out on an opportunity. They make the move immediately.
ना ना मतलब गेम में चल रहे ना जैसे ये क्या नाम है पप्पी चल रहा है ना तो साटा का
It's actually not that much damage, nor that
हाँ मैं
much
वही बोल रहा हूँ
damage.
शायद
अच्छा losses आ रहे हैं
नेट का हो सकता है तुम्हारा क्योंकि मेरे को नहीं आ रहा है ऐसे मतलब आ रहा है बट वो उतना नहीं है मेरा तुम्हारा नेट का कुछ इशू होगा मेरा 0 लॉस चालू है मेरा
They're back off for now, respecting the fact that Nisha soon to be back up, but the damage certainly done to this tier 1 incredibly low. Next push will take it off the map. Secret, as soon as Nisha's back
गंदा
in
फूटा
play,
है निशा
just try and find some sort of move around him. This time round, making sure that
Ravage
they're
मारा है एक
able to
बंदे के
dash
लिए
and not allowed to get
मतलब
caught
कितना
out
कमिट
alone.
किया
That's the
उसने
biggest thing, right? They have to start playing as
हाँ
much as
इनका
possible
भी
around
बट
Nisha, try to
रेडियंट
slow
का
down
टाइमिंग
Skeeter, 'cause
ये हो
all
रहा है
these
ना
moments
डिस्टर्ब हो
ticking
रहा है ना
by,
टाइमिंग
and
खराब
this
हो रहा
Naga
है
Siren's just getting all the
नागा
free
का
farm
फार्म
in
तो
the
रोक ही नहीं
world. Manta's
सकते वो
finish
लोग
has an arcane
वो
rune, so he's
इधर
gonna be
उधर
able to
किधर ना
push
किधर
out these
इल्यूजन
lanes freely.
भेज के वो तो फार्म करती है
Just keeping all these lanes shoved in,
तो
so it's hard
खुद
for
जाके
Secret to
कुछ
really
फार्म
make a
करने की
move.
जरूरत नहीं इधर उधर घूमना फिरना
And yeah, that deep vision, Tundra, I mean,
नहीं,
having these
नहीं।
deep wards that haven't been taken out
Normal
is a big deal right now.
4K lead for Tundra.
Shadows
Very much, you say, taking over the map.
ये दो लोग हंट कर रहे हैं शायद एनिग्मा को
See if they can catch
तो
Rezo.
बीके भी जा रहा है ना
Rezo
हाँ
senses something up there.
He is
बीके भी
squishy now.
ले
I
रहे
mean, he
हैं
has not built any HP
नेक्स्ट
items
आइटम
whatsoever.
बीके भी
1000 HP, they have a plethora of burst damage.
तीन लोग आ रहे हैं इसके
Tundra,
ऊपर
they
चढ़ने
won't
के लिए
hesitate to dive if no one's
उड़ाएगा
able to
टस्क
set up with
इसको
the shards into the trees.
मिला
He's
तो
gonna try
उड़ाएगा
for it, see what he
मिला
can
मिला
find, and he
मिला
finds him.
It's a perfect trap.
परफेक्ट
Get the bushwhack in as well.
परफेक्ट शॉट
Getting taken down behind his tier 2.
क्या इन लोग
Once
pick off
again,
लेते हैं ना?
Nine just continuing to be
खतरनाक।
on target every single time with these shards.
इतना हार्ड है
perfect shot
एक्चुअली
गिरे
वो
थे।
हाँ इतना मतलब वो कॉम्बो हार्ड है लैंड करना मगर कैसे एकदम परफेक्टली
They're making all the space in for Skeeter, and they're getting kills out of it too.
और एक बार लैंड हो गया तो उससे निकलना मुश्किल है मुझे लगता है उसका के भी सॉरी उसका ब्लिंक आ गया रहता अगर उसको 1 सेकंड मिल गया रहता
these enemies with this incredible amount of damage he can do as the ledge.
I mean, they're keeping all the lanes pushed in. Look, Snaking goes to the scary lane. Top, he's gonna push that one out quickly. Mid's pushed in, bottom's pushed in. Skeeter's already starting to look to cut some
मांटा
waves.
बनाया
Okay,
उसने
maybe
नागा ने।
suiciding some illusions, but looking to
देखना
cut
वो
some
नागा
waves.
का इल्यूजन कहाँ घुसा है उसने
Too much right now for Secret.
Just getting information on who's sort of still sat back here in the base. They know
ऐसा होता है
Rezo's
उसका
only just
फार्म
stepping
रोकना
out,
मुश्किल हो
so
जाता
they
है
can sort of plan
इनका
for the
टाइमिंग
movements
खराब हो
opposite
गया ना
or
वो
make sure that they're
बेशरक
ready
मेरा
to
वहाँ पे
prepare for any
टाइमिंग
sort of
खराब हो
jump
गया
Secret tries to make on them.
And look, they're building more and more damage. Christmas, he's really far.
Very far up the lane.
मिस हो गया बुशवैक
They know that
बुशवैक मिस
play
हो
aggressive
गया
like that, chances are that the rest of
एक्चुअली
the
शार्ड
Secret's
की
there
वजह
to
से ही
back him
मिस
up,
हो
but
गया
Secret
लग
were
रहा
able to
है
step
उसको
up.
बाहर
As soon
निकलने
as
के
they
लिए
see it
इधर
in
से
the
आके
30s,
बाहर
just
जाना
knocking
पड़ा
on a tier 2 bottom as this tide. Getting close to
वो
this
बराबर
fight,
जा रहा था
all the
शार्ड के
damage
पहले
mitigation for the Lesh.
हाँ
Trees
Gonna
हाँ
get online.
Yeah, the amount of
Trees
pressure
में
that
जा रहा
Tundra can
था
apply. Something that we've seen them always had the power to do with the drops.
इसका जो
they
डैमेज
enter in
रिडक्शन
with.
है लीच
30
का
trees tied, just being
शील्ड
able to
का
sit down here, Skeeter able to split the map up with his
60%
illusions.
है ये तो क्या
It's just
सभी
a whole lot
मतलब
of everything
सभी
that Secret's
टाइप
having
के
to deal
डैमेज
with
को
right
रिड्यूस
now.
करता है क्या स्पेलिमिनेशन
शायद मैजिकल
He just knows he's
नहीं
free down
करता
here
है
'cause he also
फिजिकली
has that
करता
ward
है
backup. He has Skeeter near him too. Tundra.
क्योंकि यहाँ
just
पे
slicing the map
दिया नहीं है
beautifully. And yeah, they built
मत
it. They got
ज्यादा
that
करके
shard
physical
early
ही
on
है
Soxa, so that burst damage
फिजिकल
that we're
देखा है
talking
मैंने
about,
रेडिस हो जाता है
मुझे
so much
फिजिकल
of it to take out this Lash, to take
हाँ
out that
मुझे
tanky punch.
फिजिकल लगता है क्योंकि पहले आर्मर मिलता था है ना इस पे वो नहीं मिल रहा है अभी तो ये डैमेज
पर अभी जैसे डिस्क्रिप्शन में दिया है वैसे ओवरऑल होना चाहिए मैजिकल भी होना चाहिए
हाँ हाँ जैसे दिया है डिस्क्रिप्शन में वैसे वो सब होना चाहिए
Here in the farm, and we see underneath the tower.
अरे इसका मैजिक डैमेज भाई वो एम्प्लीफिकेशन
मारा
वो कब से स्टन पड़ा हुआ है वो हिल ही नहीं पाया स्टाफ ने बचा लिया भाई अरे वापस
नाइस नाइस टॉस बैक
क्या टॉस बैक किया
सही टॉस बैक
और सही पिकअप मिला इनको अभी ये पुश कर सकते हैं थोड़ा सा और ब्लैक होल भी पड़ा हुआ है
ये मरा प्रोटीन बार दूसरा प्रोटीन बार भी मरा
ब्लैक होल डालने को नहीं मिला अभी मिलेगा भी नहीं क्या वो डाल के मुश्किल हो जाएगा अभी डालेगा
Josh from 33, sharpshooter hit coming in as well. Respawns will be there for Secret
BKB
Chrysalis
को
back
time
in
है इसके
action.
बहुत
Tundra,
time है
they
BKB
won't
को
push their luck. They know that they're maintaining this lead.
पज आ गया वैसे
once they get that lead, Tundra, they very rarely
पज
throw
के
it
पास
away.
क्या फाड़
तो भी गेम हार्ड एक्चुअली सीक्रेट के लिए
He's been absolutely free the whole
अभी
game.
हो गया हार्ड और
He's on his way to the heart.
पीछे चले गए ना
It feels like there's gonna
7
start
के से
being
पीछे
some
चल
really
रहे
big
हैं
damage issues on Secret, and the map just continues to be pressured everywhere too,
और
right?
नागा का तो फार्म कोई
so
रोक ही
much
नहीं
bottom,
सकता है
it's
बहुत
4 or 5
मुश्किल
heroes
है
of Secret
नागा का
having to
फार्म
react to
रोकना
this. Meanwhile, Skeeter's just
और उन लोगों ने जैसे कॉम्बो उनका सिलेक्ट किया है उससे उसके लिए हर्ट करने के लिए जाना भी मुश्किल है
executed perfectly by them. And for Secret
Smoke kills
approaching into
करना
any of
भी
these fights,
मुश्किल हो
Excites,
जाएगा।
he still doesn't even have his blink dagger yet, so him being able to jump in,
smoke
get
करेंगे अभी
some
Tundra
position,
इतने
some fight advantages. It's not easy. Rizzo is the one with the blink as the initiator, but as we've seen time and time again, he's just very squishy at this point. He
अब
was
ब्लिंक से
diving.
डॉज किया
It's
क्या
not
उसने मैं
easy
थोड़ा
at
देख
all
नहीं रहा
for him to
नहीं
find the
उसने
chance to
डायरेक्ट
get these
दिखा दो
black
ब्लिंक
holes
किया
off, and especially before he has that
अच्छा
BKB done. They're pretty much impossible if Tundra they turn up in numbers.
And look at this approach from 33. You know, we were talking about damage mitigation
इनका
so much.
warding
It tends
अच्छा
to
कर रहे
be
लोग
a big thing that Tundra's going for. The pipe, the Wraith Pact, and he's
Actually,
even queuing
दोनों
up a
लोग
Mage Slayer. So really
दोनों
cute
टीम
approach.
अच्छा warding
Because
How do
it's a
you fight
Pudge,
through this?
Pudge and
मेरा
Lash,
कुछ
right?
और भी चालू है
Completely
कहता क्यों लॉस आ
reliant
रहा
on that magical damage. So if he just gets an anchor smash,
चेक
if he
कर लो
gets
कुछ
that Mage
अपडेट
Slayer
वगैरह
applied
तो
on
नहीं
them,
है
ना
how are they going to be able to bring down
अरे
the
आकाश
targets?
नया हीरो आया
Especially
देखा
that
आपने
Naga Siren, who's
हाँ
gonna have
देखा
his heart
देखा
pretty soon.
क्या नाम है
मुर्ता
उसका
मुर्ता मुर्ता मुर्ता
Moment here. Each minute, Tundra
कोको की आंटी हो
further and further ahead.
अच्छा
Very much feeling the control they have on the game this early on as well.
हैलोवीन में
22
रिलीज
minutes
करना
in.
चाहिए था यार
8k lead.
कितना मजा आता
And they even have, 9. Oh, we got the Orchid coming out.
He's looking to find an illusion rune.
He'll be all right. And yeah, they also have 9 who's going to be going for his
और
standard.
एक ही
Cosgrove is
हीरो
gonna
को
be that
इतना
straight
टाइम
physical
लगाएंगे
damage
रिलीज
burst
पे तो
also,
कैसे
so
होगा यार
they have kind of everything going for
बट
them
अपने
here.
को और
Just
हीरो
take
चाहिए
down,
क्या
Focus fire the Pudge, focus
हाँ
fire the
अरे
Lash, produce their
ज़्यादा
damage.
क्यों
उतना
नहीं
चाहिए
चाहिए गेम इंटरेस्टिंग कैसे बनेगा जितने हीरो ऐड नहीं होंगे तो
ऑलरेडी इतने सारे हैं उनकी
It
एबिलिटीज
really
समझ
very
में
much
नहीं
is
आती
a case of
आप सब हीरो एक बार खेलो बस हो जाएगा एक ही
ही
बार खेलो
और
ज्यादा
ग्रबी की तरह
नहीं
खेलना
Secret's response, it has to be
ग्रबी ने कैसे
immediate
खेला A
with
to
their
Z
sort of
एक हीरो को पकड़ के उसको
initiations in
अंडरस्टैंड
terms of
करके
the
खेला
black holes and
ग्रबी एक स्ट्रीमर है
22 minutes and there's only 2 flash heap stacks. Never a position you want to be on
वो
the
केवल
Pudge. But
था
Chrysalis, he's
पहले
got
अभी
Axe
स्ट्रीमिंग
done.
करता है
Let's see what he's going to be able to do with this.
उनको ना ऐसा एक
एक-
पूल बनाना चाहिए जैसे न्यू प्लेयर्स के लिए तो जहाँ पे
है ना वैसे है ना है वैसे मतलब जब नए रहते हैं तो उनको लिमिटेड पूल में ही खेलना पड़ता है प्लेयर्स को तुमने भी खेला होगा बट तुम्हारा भी भूल गए
मतलब ऐसा कि जिसमें हीरोज भी कम रहेंगे जैसे सिलेक्टेड हीरोज ही रहेंगे
हाँ,
है वैसा है
selected
अच्छा वैसा है क्या
वैसे
मोड
ही
है
हाँ वैसे ही खेलना पड़ेगा नहीं मोड नहीं स्टार्टिंग में नए प्लेयर्स को जबरदस्ती वैसे ही खेलना पड़ता है लिमिटेड पूल में ही खेलना पड़ता है
ओ जब ये आकाश ज्वाइन किया तभी नहीं था
नहीं था क्या तब निकल गया क्या नहीं था या निकल गया अभी
नहीं था वो मतलब अपडेट बाद में आया हुआ रिसेंट अपडेट है
नहीं वो तो ये नहीं रिसेंट नहीं है तो पुरानी अपडेट है
मतलब आकाश
एकदम
ज्वाइन
पहले
हुआ
की
उसके
update है।
हिसाब से रिसेंट है वो आकाश के बाद की अपडेट है वो
नहीं रे पुरानी है चीज वो लिमिटेड पूल बोल के एक गेम मोड ही था तेरे को याद होगा तो
ओके
लिमिटेड हाँ तो न्यू जो प्लेयर रहते हैं ना उनको वही मोड में ही खेल सकते हैं वो नॉर्मल ऑलपिक नहीं खेल सकते उनको लिमिटेड वाला ही रहता है लिमिटेड मोड लिमिट उसका नाम ही था लिमिटेड पूल का कुछ तो भी लिमिटेड हीरोज बोल के ऐसे कुछ तो भी मोड का ही नाम है
अभी वो न्यू
प्लेयर को वही
प्लेयर के लिए अभी न्यू प्लेयर मोड भी है ना
हाँ वो उनको सीखने के हिसाब से क्या बोलते हैं इजी हो ऐसा वाला है वो अभी नया जो अपडेट है
themselves back on the map. Every time they do kill one of those heroes, it feels pretty massive, at least for Secret. But Tundra doesn't seem like they care too much.
It's just the Naga Siren, right? Skeeter,
एक्चुअली ये गेम जितना लेट होता ना उतना अच्छा होता पच को अगर कुछ मिलता खाना तो इसको तो स्टैक सिर्फ 4 ही मिले
हाँ चांस नहीं देते हैं ना वो क्या बोलते हैं
24-25 मिनट हो रहा है अभी 25 मिनट का हो रहा है अरे मेरा स्मोक गैंग का ये हो गया रे एक किल कम पड़ गया
मेरा करेक्ट
नहीं वहाँ हो गया एक किल कम पड़ गया 5 किल है ना
ये भी निशा मरेगा
अभी तो ब्लड स्टोन है तब तक तो वो सेफ है एक बार ब्लड स्टोन निकल गया तब तक अरे वापस आया सही क्या उसने टॉस किया ना बैक
there for 33 ensures
अरे
that
लास्ट में मिल गया
बचाओ यार टाइनी को
ये साला
बचाओ।
टाइनी
टाइनी अच्छा खेला एक्चुअली बट
नहीं वो मर ही नहीं रहा था बचे जा रहा था बट
उसने वो क्या बोले उसने फ्रोस्ट चेन फ्रोस्ट को वापस लाया इधर में टॉस करके हार्ड बन गया क्या रे इसमें
हाँ
नागा का अरे
हार्ड के
फार्मिंग में
बहुत
पीछे
बहुत तकलीफ है
फार्मिंग में टाइम कम पड़ गया ना
साली का आर्मर भी 25 ऊपर से हार्ड भी है इसके बाद
मेरे को ये पसंद नहीं आते ये वाले इल्यूजन वाले हीरोज
तुमको इसलिए पसंद नहीं आते क्योंकि तुमको खेलना नहीं आता उनके अपोजिट में या फिर तुमको वो खुद हीरो खेलना नहीं आता इसलिए या और कोई रीजन
जैसे अगर ये किसी ने भी इल्यूजन वाले लास्ट में ले लिए और तुम्हारे पास ये नहीं है इल्यूजन क्लियर करने वाला नहीं है या फिर इल्यूजन क्लियर करने वाला बंदा क्लियर नहीं कर रहा तो बड़ा तकलीफ होता है जैसे शामन भी इतना स्ट्रांग रहता है बट
तुम्हारी टीम में है तुम्हारे टीम में ही है इल्यूजन वाला तो फिर कैसे खराब हो गया तो बेसिकली तुम उसके अपोजिट में नहीं खेलना चाहते हो ना ऐसे ऐसे है ना बट हीरो तो अच्छा है वो वैसे हीरो तो अच्छा है
क्या हुक मारा
As they'll lose snaking, but they get to once again Tundra, just proving at this stage to be almost impossible for Secret to fight into.
सेप्टर तो आ गया
To use Black Hole, pre-BKB even to all these
Black Hole
stuns into
को
Song.
I mean, he must be close to the BKB, right, Reza?
Getting closer. I mean, he bought the Shard over the
Black Hole तो
lens, so he
cancel
has
किया
delayed it quite some time.
दागा चल
And Tundra now, they probably are like, okay, well, no Black Hole. We can probably look
तो
for
बीकेबी नहीं आया ना अभी तक
इसको कोई नहीं पिक कर रहा पिछले वाले इसमें बहुत पिक हुआ था पिछले वाले में
And they kill it fast with
क्या?
Riptide, with Deso,
अरे
with
अपना
Gush.
क्या नाम
See
है
all that
इसका
minus armor coming into play on top of the Orchid. Secret, they are reacting though.
ये इल्यूजन को हुक करने वाला है शायद
Scan is gonna
वो
catch
घोड़े
them.
पे बैठ के रहता ना
सीके
केओस नाइट
They can get any sort
Chaos
of fight
Knight.
going. It's not easy. There's no Black Hole to rely on. They're still
CK.
dead. Straight into the fight. Chris as he walks forward.
अरे क्या डॉज किया भाई
डॉज किया
Nisha trying to step back though. Nisha getting off a good amount of damage.
पर फिर भी मरेंगे
Comes in,
फिर भी
takes
मरेंगे
sides. Chris is trying to stand his ground with the dismember. They'll force 9 back to safety.
बहुत टैंक किया बट पज ने बहुत टैंक
Chris was
किया
also having to back away as 33. He's trying to finish up the Roach. Puppy and Nisha. They're stepping into the pit as well. But
Yeah,
nine
Roshan.
heads is Snowball. They get the Ravage.
और
क्या सही उसने ब्लिंक किया था मगर क्या स्टन भी किया
हाँ
Three dead on
मर भी
Secret.
गया
Take
बेचारा
the ages quickly out the hands of 9.
स्नैच हुआ था क्या
Secret, they're getting
नहीं
chased
नहीं
back
किल भी
away from
उनको
the
ही
pit.
मिला
Very much felt like a bit of a last ditch attempt.
कितना
there from
कितना
Secret
वो
to try and
क्या
stop
बोलते हैं
Tundra, but they
टाइनी
couldn't take the fire
फौज ने भी
around.
काफी
Roach
टैंक
Phoenix
किया
four dead. 9 continuing to chase.
अरे इसके पास भी ब्लिंक है पॉपी के पास भी
Able to blink out just in time. It's a good fortune that he has that item
ध्यान ही
there.
नहीं दिया
I
उस
mean,
चीज
it's
को
wild how much damage is reduced there. In most situations, if there's not a pipe, if
इसका
there's
बीके भी
not
लेट हो रहा है ना इसको गैंग बहुत किया इन लोगों ने
look how much they only. I'm saying
Enigma
only
को।
because when we've seen these pudges with on these lashes,
बेचारा
when they have to
farm नहीं
stick
कर
on
पाया
targets,
अपना effective
3
नहीं।
heroes inside that, you would probably see some 10,000 worth of damage or something. But look at this, the damage mitigation completely protecting everybody there.
Secret, they really had to go all in
And yeah.
to make a move like this, and they certainly
lost
do. They
में
go
गया वो
straight into the
पूरा
pit, and of
fight
course, having to try and fight. Rezo doesn't have his black hole back up.
Look at the
अभी
micro too, right? The
70
rate that Loki
17
pops
के
it and
की
sends it up north
लीड
to
हो
kind
गई
of
उन
hide it
लोगों
away
की
from everybody. So Secret, they're panicking to try to kill this thing, and meanwhile they're all just dropping lower and lower.
Yeah.
Great plays from 9. The snowball initially to dodge the chain frost with his team, and then snowball to kind of guarantee that they can get up that Roshan. Beautiful plays from Tundra. Masters of the team fight.
They are seeming unstoppable.
मेरे को
here
लगता
so
है
far
ये
in this
आज
game.
नहीं तो कल और एक पैच आ
18K
जाएगा
lead.
नहीं तो
And it's also, you know, Ravage, it wasn't up until
Halloween
that
के साथ
exact
पैच आ
moment as
जाएगा
well, too.
Stepping up in the
इसको
mid,
नर्फ
they're
करेंगे
3 तारीख को
लेफ्ट
तो
और ब्लडस्टोन को
He's already used the bloodstone here. Look at the
ब्लडस्टोन को
line of
साला
support
कितने
for
बार
Ty.
नर्फ करेंगे रे
Bit of
लोग
safety in his own snowball, but it's only going to tear him far away from the safety of any of his teammates as Nisha will get slowly but surely taken out. Puppy as well to
मारा ये
Science
भी
caught
टाइम
out by the net. It's going to be 3
मेरे
dead
ख्याल से तो
on the
करना नहीं
Secret.
चाहिए क्योंकि वो
We'll see how much further they want to play this one out. It
उतना
is
ज़्यादा
grand
पिक
finals
नहीं होता
after
है
all, but this game one,
नॉर्मल पब
it
वगैरह
just
में
looks
तो
like there's very few answers at all to what Tundra's doing right here.
And it's versus that Lesh. They gave the Lesh. They had an idea, they had a concept, and it's working beautifully.
Full control of the game.
I mean, 33. As they, you know, how we ended it at the end there. You know, talking about how
पहला
important the
मैच
tide
तो
is.
जा रहा है इनके हाथ
How
से
good
ऐसे
he
लग
is
रहा
on
है
this hero, and we're seeing it 4-1 and
क्या
15.
ये इसके
Even without
वजह
the
से
Ravage, we see the effects he's able to do from start to finish of this game.
पच कुछ नहीं कर पा रहे पच के साथ
Of course, Tundra. We've seen many times before in the games that they play. When they have this sort of lead, they'll ever so careful not to allow any opportunity for it to slip away from them. So they'll back off from the push for now.
Interesting to point out also, Skeeter did buy the shard as well, so feels like they're really understanding this. Limit the damage. You know, this is going to heal for 40%. They're reducing the damage that's coming out from the Pudge and Lash, so how are they going to kill these big beats already? They have to catch them.
नेटवर्क में तो ये अकेली 7-8K से आगे 7K से आगे
choose to sort of fall back into positions that allow them to get caught one by one.
नागा
Always playing around each other perfectly.
नागा 7K से आगे नेटवर्क में
First rank 33, but he has got the Ravage. Oh, pop it, and now there's the Johor 9 just straight in.
और क्या फूटा बॉल
But do they have the damage? Chain Frost is out, but the BKB's already
बेचारा BKB मारा कुछ हुए
It was a nice two-man black hole, but there wasn't any.
वो डेसो वाला मारा ना उस पे डेसो उसके लिए गंदा है
They've got the catch on Tanisha. Bushwhack, trap him against the tree. The arrow from Snake, he keeps him locked down. He'll try and step back, but Tundra, the full 5 of them, chase him down. He'll go for the TP out. He
गया
won't make
इनका
it. Everybody dead
मोस्ट
on
प्रोबब्ली
Secret.
एंड करेंगे वो
Ready to
लोग
resume pushing down the mid.
डायरेक्ट अंदर घुसना चाहिए इन लोगों को अभी
Just seems like they're just way. I mean, this time they're way too far ahead, but they're always just
End करने
like you
के लिए।
mentioned. Everyone's always
एंड
playing
क्यों नहीं
around
कर
each
रहे
other.
एंड
This
करने
time,
की कोशिश
Ravage is
करना
at the
चाहिए
ready.
थोड़ा
33 not even coming
होगा तो
close
नहीं
to
बस
dying.
सेफ खेल रहे
And now
हैं
they're all full health because Skeeter
ना
popped
अगर
a
पूरा
song and he
मेगा
was
कर
up, so
देंगे हम लोग
Tundra.
We'll see if they go for one more fight. But that one more fight for Secret, once again, will be lacking the big ultimate. Black Hole, of course, she's
वापस
well
जाना
ready in
पड़ेगा
an
अभी इनको
attempt to get
रीजन
something going, but really
माना
with the
नहीं है इन लोगों
BKBs
के
that
पास
Tundra have, if they get it off beforehand, then there's absolutely no chance of Secret killing these cores.
अभी ये हुक करेगा और मरेगा
30k gold lead. I mean, full item for each hero pretty much coming out now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
This is just, it's not a position where we've really seen any teams be able to turn things around when they've been against Tundra in particular. Tundra get this sort of lead against you, it
सेटअप
very
नहीं मिल
much
पा
is
रहा है
over.
एनिग्मा की
Unless
अल्टी
something
90
incredible
सेकंड्स
happens.
बीकेबी रेडी
Especially when they have this Naga Siren, really. They look to be amazing. He's a
लास्ट
legend
इसमें
carries
यूज
in
किया था क्या
particular for Skeeter,
बीकेबी
right? His CK,
हाँ रे
his Naga
लास्ट
has
फाइट
been
में
a
ही था
pleasure to
उसका
watch.
बीकेबी तो
In Secret, they tried to set that pace early game, but almost never in this game did they actually have a lead. The gold was always actually pretty much in favor of Tundra.
Tundra smoked up, and you can feel it. They're ready to go for the finisher here.
Puppy blinking in.
All right, walk it down mid.
Trying to catch the creep
कितना
wave
बज
or
रहा है?
something.
Trying to get some
साढ़े
sort of
तीन।
distraction, you know, take Tundra away from the push.
अरे रे 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 रे
Buying some time.
The waves are all in though.
प्रोटीन बार
Keep bottom that Nisha.
उसको टिप किया तो तिल मिला रहा होगा
Trouble
बेचारा
once again. Was he Puppy coming with the buyback, but that sharp shot there from Saxon nearly finishing him off. They'll go with the
बचा
snowball
है
over towards
इसको
Crystallis. Chain Frost comes out from Puppy. Crystallis commits it with the BKB onto 33.
अरे लिस्ट की अल्टी का कुछ डैमेज ही नहीं है
He barely cares at all that this Pudge is on top of him. Another hook from Crystallis will catch on, but 33. It wasn't the cleanest combo, but at this point, Tundra, they don't even need to hit these combos. They'll just back off and reset. Not the Ravage into Song that, you know, will sort of blow away Secret, but they can afford to mess that up
कोई है
sometimes.
कि तुम निकल गए क्या हो गया
Look, we don't need it. It's fine.
ब्रो
You know? You have to watch out though, as we see Black Hole back up in 10 seconds. It's gonna have to be a 5-man. Even then, it has
मेरा कुछ हो गया क्या गड़बड़
I feel
मेरे
like they'll have the damage coming away.
5-man, and it's got to catch them before the
कोई कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहा है एकदम शांत हो गया
अनिरुद्ध नहीं बोल रहा I think वो कुछ खा रहा है
Find 9 in the trees. He gets the BKB off before members there. Saxon able to poke in from the side. He's with the bushwhack. Crystallis, he's getting low. 9 tries to chase him out. Crystallis gets taken down. 9 caught by the fear. See at the side though, they're focusing down
नहीं
Nisha.
मरता है
Nisha
इसका,
goes down.
नहीं
Full
मरता
start to the side. 9
मरा
caught by the
मरा
avalanche.
मरा
Will go down.
Finally.
Secret able to find some sort of semblance of a trade there. They'll take out 9 immediately. Nisha does commit in with the buyback. I'll see if there's anything Secret can do here with this minute where Tundra are without their mid laner.
पच को बेचारा 35 मिनट हो रहा है और उसको बेचारे को फ्लैश हिट का 5 ही मिला है
More heal prevention, more damage reduction, etc.
सिर्फ
Scotty's
5
going to be coming out also for this Naga.
उस पे ही तो उसका है
And
क्या बोलते
Illusion
हैं
Rune founders on top of that
डैमेज वगैरह
also.
सब कुछ
Expect us to continue to just see all 3 lanes push right up to the base of Secret. If Secret are going to try and find that, it needs to be an immaculate team fight, 5-man black hole. It's just going to be so hard for them to do it anywhere outside of the base. Leaving this area of the map, leaving the the some sort of safety at the high ground is just so tough against what Tundra's doing on the map right now.
Tundra's on cruise control. Look, Snaking's even got boots of travel on the 5 Marana.
और इनकी इंग्लिश सुनते हैं अपन थोड़ी. हाँ बस हंसी सुनाई दी मेरे को, बाकी कुछ नहीं.
Well, there we go. Very much. You can see Secret. I think they know this is a spot game one that's tough, but there's a long series ahead of them, so making sure to keep things light, keep things positive, and very much still continuing it. Give it their all. Smoked up here. Zayat some resolution.
I think most people find it, you know, you hear Puppy like kind of laughing in these type of games, and you go, oh, okay, whew. A heart now for 33.
This is a scary place of resolution and Zayat. Close by to Tundra.
Hiding in the trees. Everyone on Tundra is just so farmed at this point. Pretty much every single hero of core.
Zayat. So hard to get any grab, any toss back.
Yeah, Snaking's got bots, Lotus, 4-staff, drum.
I mean, massive.
5-position Marana, by the way.
Seen some farm supports today. This one's certainly up there from Snaking.
Tundra just tend to do this a lot of times too, right? Distribute their wealth nice. Especially, I mean, at this point in this game, of course, when they have all the space in the world, but...
They see 33, but he's got not an easy jump. They're going to try. Get the toss back. It's just, it feels so rough to try and commit onto this tide.
He just Mage Slayer hits them and they do nothing.
They've got to back off. 33's totally idea for Ravage as well. Nisha really getting caught out by the bushwhack.
Trident rule दे रहा था, Ravage मारूंगा बोल के.
Scrambling back up towards the high ground, and I tell you what, I think they're quite lucky to get out of there with nobody going down.
They can't even, I mean, they tickle the tide. This build really from 33 is working perfectly. I mean,
it's unkillable.
The pop wraith pack we've seen so many times, but just throwing in this Mage Slayer because he sees that both cores are this magic damage emphasis.
6-1 and 21, exactly what you hope to see from your offlane.
4-1-15.
Roshan
Skeeter
should be another one here for Tundra. Again, these illusions from Skeeter making sure that Secret, they cannot even dream of getting anywhere close to the Roshan.
Every lane pushed in. Puppy up for a journey, trying to maybe collect some bounty from Blinks. Will be okay. Snaking won't find him. The Roche acquired 40k gold lead.
Absolutely just passing by the sort of 1k gold a minute, something that you very rarely see in terms of a lead and at this stage of the game.
40k हो गया फिर से. अपन ने बात की तब से 3k का लीड बढ़ गया.
Even tougher. Try and protect that core that gets jumped upon by 9.
They're looking to go to. They're smoked.
बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल है.
So many of these heroes just get
Secret के लिए
immediately
बहुत
burst
ज़्यादा.
down. Especially Puppy.
With that Aegis, Tundra know they can look to get into the base of Secret.
33's taking the tower by himself. He's just anchor smashing it.
Yeah.
He's got the talent.
Chrysalis trying for some sort of a hook.
They can't stop him.
Radiant's middle tower has...
I mean, what's he doing? Looking for a toss back. A 9 in response immediately on top of him. That's Zayat's gone. No buyback for him.
Chrysalis.
He'll pop the BKB. He's got to use it to step back, get some sort of distance between him and the rest of the team. He's going to try and stand his ground. 33 at 9. Jumps in with a Warrior's Punch into the snowball. Overall, decent res. Oh, he's going to go for the black hole. The song is there.
It's healing him.
I mean, the black hole and damage alone. Not enough to take him through. The
Enigma
BKB,
deleted.
Rezo's out. Does have a buyback, but even if he opts to do so, won't have a black hole to
Enigma
use. Tundra,
deleted.
they'll continue this push up towards the top lane. Taking down this set of barracks. Secret, we'll see if they go for one last move. Maybe hope that Tundra gets a bit close to the fountain, but Tundra, they don't mess up the ground. They're not making any mistakes. 33 pops the Ravage, catches out Nisha and Chrysalis. Chrysalis getting low. He might just be able to reset this time as he is over towards the fountain, actually able to lift Nisha. Also able to keep himself alive for now with the Lotus. Reflects the net, but 33 is getting in on top of him. No one else able to get Nisha away from Tundra as he's out for 100 seconds. The tier 4s have gone there onto the
GG
ancient.
call.
GG is called.
हो गया GG call कर लिया.
Tundra, they take this game one, and my goodness, they take this game one. This was not close. Tundra in full, complete control. I mean, it felt like after 10 minutes, Secret, they didn't have a chance at all in this one, folks.
It felt like even from lanes, right? The rotations from Saksa kind of put it on this pressure onto Nisha. This was a miraculous game, really, from Tundra, kind of setting the tempo super early on with the Naga Siren draft. When you're able to kind of get this type of lead early on, and you have a Naga, and you start realizing, hey, we're versus only magic damage, my Tide can just completely counteract it, you know.
Absolutely.
It's an excellent approach.
And I think what's going to feel really good for them is indeed it paid off. You know, as Aoi said, they wanted to try this game one, let the Lesh go through. They dealt with it, and they dealt with it phenomenally. There was no question about it. It was never going to be any sort of issue after a certain point, as Tundra looked terrifyingly good here in this game one of the Grand Finals. Back over to you guys on the panel.
hero pool throughout this grand finals.
Isn't there another team at TI?
It's quite a few.
That didn't play Lash?
Yeah,
back in the day.
Back in the day, CDEC, they did not play Leshrac, and it cost them a TI win. It was pretty devastating, but looks like it's going to be the complete opposite story here.
It was also a very broken hero back in the day.
Yeah.
And it still is quite a broken hero. And luckily, Nine has played some Leshrac this week. He played 3 pub games on it. So this strategy from Tundra, give Secret Leshrac, beat them with the Leshrac, never play it at all. It could set up for some mind games going into game 2, maybe game 3. That Tundra surprises Secret with a, haha, we actually do play it type strategy. But maybe I'm kind of getting carried away there.
Well, it didn't work out in game 1. But do you think, Tundra, we talked about their map control. You know, they had really good vision. They strangle at the map. But one of the other things is this a counter to Leshrac as well. The fact that every single person you want to kill is just so hard, and they have backup, because you don't want to be chasing a Mirana. Hoodwink, gets into the tree line. You don't want to open up on the tide. So it seems like they're not only masters of the map, they're really masters of control. And Leshrac needs to go deep into the fights. And so what do you do? Get a blink?
Yeah, like Lich. Lich got himself a blink, why not Lash as well? Like blink on Leshrac is actually not that bad, it can happen later on in the game. They had different problems though. Like the initiation needed to happen after Ravage, post-Ravage. That puts a lot of pressure on Rezo. Like you could see so many black holes that are targeted well, he catches a couple of heroes, but those heroes already pop the BKBs because he cannot wait. He knows that if he waits, the Ravage is there, his teammates are already dying. Leshrac, so many times he goes in and he's the sole hero that's hitting the raid pact.
Tough. But of course, Team Secret will take a moment backstage. They're going to have a little bit of time to kind of regroup and pick up their heads. But we did hear from Team Secret earlier as Avo sat down with them before the grand finals.
Welcome, Team Secret, to the round table. Are you guys ready for the grand final?
I'm ready. Nisha was the first one that answered. It's good, Like, why everybody looking at me for?
Let's get started with the actual questions. A lot of teams, they talk about how losing makes them stronger because they get to learn about their weaknesses, when a team figures them out. Are you guys worried that they're going to just figure you out at the right moment and then it'll be too late to learn from it?
Yeah, Nish?
Yes.
I'm worried. I'm actually worried. I mean, in Secret, if you lose with one hero, you're not picking it again. That's the law. So it might be off.
Come on.
Don't
ruin the hero.
Removed from the pool.
Do you feel like the underdog to a degree?
We are underdogs. Okay. There's no question about it.
Okay. Let's talk about the addition of Rezo to the team. You guys have been playing together as a duo for a while, haven't you?
Since the VP times, yeah. We were together in VP, we were together in Hellraisers, now here.
Raise some hell.
Is it true that you guys were marketing yourself as a duo when you guys were both looking for a team? Like you were looking to lane together?
Yeah, I literally made that tweet that the best duo offlane was looking for a team.
And it worked?
Not a single request was from that tweet. Nobody reached out. They're like, yeah, whatever. Who are these guys? I mean, I think it's both the view on the game that we're sharing and outside of the game. Like we share a lot of life understandings, some certain things, and it's very easy to talk to. So it just kind of was a very obvious way for us to go from that point on.
Is it true that you guys speak Russian to each other in the lane during the game?
Yes, it is true.
So half the team speaks English to each other and the other half speaks Russian?
Yeah, it's just the laning. Yeah.
Oh, just the laning.
But sometimes we're switching lanes, so I'm laning with the Clement and they kind of break the rules,
And I'm playing with Remco and speaking English also.
Yeah.
So.
When you do things, you do what's comfortable, right? It doesn't bother us that they're speaking Russian. To be fair, it's even a benefit, because we can zone out of it.
Yeah.
Not me, I actually hear it. But for Remco's sake and stuff like that, he doesn't even hear anything what's going on.
Yeah.
I mean, he also has problems. He also understands what's going on, kind of.
He's not hearing anybody.
So to be fair, only Remco doesn't understand what's going on. We're all here, and we kind of get it.
Let's talk about Chrysalis as well. Remco, yeah?
Remco, yeah.
Yeah. You guys have both previously stated how he's a wild stallion, and you had to break him a little bit in the beginning.
Wild stallion, what?
I had no idea. Okay, not that kind of wild stallion. He's his own person, Puppy. You talked about that.
Yeah,
yes. Sorry, maybe I went a little bit too poetic.
At Riyadh or?
Yeah, it was at Riyadh.
That one, yeah, it was funny.
Yeah, how's the relationship evolved going towards TI?
No, I mean, it's still the same. I don't think much has changed at all. It's just still a bit of goofing. We clicked. It just kind of works.
Yeah.
I'm usually a bit more of a clown, I guess, at times. Well, whatever.
I mean, I could tell you a billion Remco stories. I can tell you a billion Remco stories.
What does it mean to you to be able to play in the grand finals?
I get a chance to fulfill my dreams and my goals. To me, TI is always a celebration. I just completely enjoy all my days here, including the finals or not. I'm just happy to be playing the high level of Dota.
Puppy, you've been to 3 TI grand finals. What advice would you give your fellow teammates?
My advice has always been there every day, and it doesn't matter if you're playing first match of TI or last match of TI. It's the same thing,
Just play the game of Dota that you're playing for how many, 20 years, 10 years, 5 years, whatever. but just play the game and do your best and be in the moment, be in the present moment. Just give it your best.
Are you excited to play in front of a crowd? Does it add to the experience to you?
When they start chanting like some names of the team, usually the enemy team, it's fun. It gets better, you know?
The enemy teams. Please, crowd cheer for
It gives me
Nisha.
energy, you know, to prove them wrong, kind of.
Okay.
But it's fun, I guess. Yeah.
Crowds are awesome, and especially if they do some awesome things in there, like I don't know, remember like that Enigma doing the black hole that was happening in Benaroya Hall back in, I don't know, second TI, I think. The crowd brings a lot of good energy.
You always feel it, like, you know, even if you're completely zoned in the game, you still feel the, I don't know, sounds, the even like vibrations on the ground and stuff. You know, all of the people are watching, and not only on stream, like, you know, thousands on stream, but here, literally here, and it's a very different experience.
I like to enjoy crowd because I like to scream at enemies when I'm killing them. Because after the scream, I can cool down. It's much easier. That's why I like crowd, because they're screaming. I'm like, oh, hello, and we go next.
Thank you, Team Secret, for talking to me. Thank you for sharing your thoughts.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us.
Yes, it was a pleasure. Let's go.
That's the way to go.
Welcome back to the panel. Yes, I was a bit concerned for Secret coming off of game one, of course, and how they kind of looked, but actually kind of seeing that video feel really wholesome. I think like this is a team that actually get on so well and could definitely come back. And the talks of the crowd being amazing and how Zayat wants him, and Singapore has been amazing this tournament. But any takeaways from the interview?
We heard more words from Nisha in that one interview than we did in the entirety of the DPC season. So I think that was the best content piece that I've watched from Secret.
I know, right? Doing my research for TI, I was just like, Nisha. There's nothing. Moving on.
What was his comment? It was in Secret, if we lose with a hero, we don't pick it again.
Yeah.
So that whole Leshrac piece that we did earlier, you can just ignore this kind of Leshrac
That's also
piece.
very interesting, because that's not usually how Secret was, how Puppy is. Like, if you remember back in the day, he was known as that stubborn captain. If he picks a hero, he's going to stick with it no matter what, if he thinks that it's good.
Yeah, and I remember actually talking to Dendi, and he was like, I play what Puppy tells me to. You know, even if I don't think, you know, it's okay, Puppy says, I have to do. But let's check in as we wait for the second game to get ready. Let's check into the arena with Slacks.
Yes, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. We are still here in the crowd for Grand Finals Day. We still awake, crowd? Oh, fantastic. Now, I do have a very rare opportunity. These were the first things that sold out at the Secret Shop. These are the trap... Oh, my God, don't show that. Valve promos. Very rare. We're going to give these away in a little trivia contest. Now, people get a little nervous in front of the camera, so we're going to do what I like to call crowd trivia. It's basically trivia for Dumbos. Now, I'm not going to say that, but all right, anyway, very easy trivia. Anybody in here a large? A large? Anybody a large? All right. Hello, sir. What is your name?
Tom.
Tom. What's your gamer tag?
My gamer tag?
Yeah.
It's on his shirt. Here we go.
That's Papa Virgin.
Call me Papa.
All right, well, that ain't changing anytime soon. Trivia question for you, my friend. All right. This is very hard. What team is Heen associated with?
Oh, God. That's a tough one.
Don't. What?
Secret.
Secret! That's not Team Secret! Ah, there you go. One loud shirt. There you go. We got a medium. Now, this man helped me corral some fans earlier, so get your butt over here. This is practice content. All right, this is tough. How do you spell Leshrac?
Leshrac.
I actually don't know how to spell Leshrac, so here you go. Enjoy. Thank you. All right, small. Hello, sir. You look trustworthy. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good.
Fantastic. All right, sir. I haven't really thought of a question. Okay. Who is your favorite caster, OD or Fog? Now, there is a correct answer. They're right there next to us. OD or Fog?
There's only one, sir. Fog!
Wow, that's great. Unfortunately, incorrect, though. So we'll have to go to another... No, I'm just kidding. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. And everybody here, by the way, these are the primo seats, right behind the casters, right when everybody walks out. These were the guys that came in first. So give it up! And yes, we're still quite awake over here, so we'll pass it back to you guys. Keep doing your panel thing, all right? You guys give it up.
Thank you, Slacks, as he rejoins the crowd to cause more carnage. Have you seen OD Pixel Cast, by the way? It's one of the best things, because those are the primo seats, as Slacks called it, but he is so animated, and Fog just kind of stands there.
It's all the hand movements. It's really feeling and like part of the game.
It's really good that they're standing behind OD. If it was Cap, someone might get wet as well, you know.
That's true.
This could happen. Yes, so we're going to be getting the players out for game number 2, Secret versus Tundra. And still, the storyline is Tundra dominating game 1. And Sheeps to kind of talk about, you know, really how they put down the, not only just their opponents, but put down the lock on the map. What were they doing, Tundra?
Oh, wow. Yeah, I really liked how they utilized their Fat Tide. They brought him away from the bot lane when around 14 minutes when he finished his Wraith Pact and used his Ravage to kill the Leshrac, and this opened up the mid tower for them. And they were able to get a deep ward in the enemy's triangle during this move, which is like, it's very valuable, because then they move into the bot side of the map, and they know how much they can poke and dive this tier 2 tower given the information they're getting from their vision. And by combining this with having 2 high damage supports in the Mirana and Hoodwink, it meant that they were able to assassinate and kill people without even the help of their cores. So they're just constantly applying pressure and kill threat to Secret all the time.
That pressure is constantly enabled by the Naga as well. Those pesky illusions like Rezo, that wasn't a game for him. Why? Because there's always one pesky illusion following him around, breaking his blink dagger, hitting him. Like, by the time he gets rid of the illusion, the team fight is already kinda over. And Mirana plus Naga, like this combo, it needs to be dealt with.
Yeah, the position 5 Mirana, it's only Tundra doing it, and it's the fact that in all of their drafts as well, they've got the Brood or a Spirit Breaker, the Enigma, like they've always got an element of just map pressure that other teams haven't been able to kind of replicate in their games. And yeah, this is why Secret in this gap, or this break at least from game 1, they need to identify how do we want to prevent Tundra having that map pressure.
Well, we'll have to see as we're going to be getting ready for game 2. As you can see, the teams have now joined us on stage. And of course, we talked a little bit about Tundra, just how they're locking down the map. It really seems like they figured their opponent out, at least in terms of game 1. And actually, we're going to hear from Tundra about their opponents, Team Secret.
I think Team Secret is a very formidable opponent because I think they've defined their roles for each other very well. And they know exactly what to expect from each other. I mean, obviously, they have Puppy. So like it kind of goes without saying, honestly. It doesn't need to be explained. And by this point, it's also for Nisha as well. It's just such an amazing player. If you were just to think of each of their player, not even looking at any particular game, you kind of have an idea of what each hero will play. Nisha will generally play like a very high damage hero, and then Crystallis will either be some sort of utility or counter pick for the lane, and same thing with the Resolution. They know their lane matchups very well. It's like they play these stupid combos that you feel like the lane shouldn't be strong, but then they know something about it a bit more than you do, or like the synergy is a bit better, that they manage to win these lanes, and like suddenly like they have very good synergy in the game.
The last time we played them in a group stage where we 2-0'd them, I think they messed up their drafts in both of their games, so I don't think we actually got to play the real Secret.
Like going into this match against them, I think we are kind of on even grounds. Like both of us have kind of, since that match, both of us have kind of gone through a win streak. Yeah, I think we are on even footing, and just excited to see how the game will play out.
Really interesting there that Tundra, despite, I feel, a lot of fan favorites, people, you know, I would say pros favorites actually. I would say maybe Secret could be fan favorites, but Tundra could be the pros favorites because we heard from Seb and Notel earlier, and they kind of picked Tundra to go forward, but they're actually saying in the interview there that they feel that they're on even ground.
They're just being humble, you know. Dota Pro players, like very rarely do you hear someone say, yeah, I'm gonna own you, I'm much better. Like we have a couple of those, but not too many. However, Tundra, I believe they shouldn't be as humble. The way that they're playing, it's magical.
Well, you've heard from us, and soon we'll hear from the casters, because we're ready to go into game number 2 of the Grand Finals.
Secret's turn to ban.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals, Game 2.
10 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, we're absolutely ready here in Singapore for Game 2 between Secret and Tundra. Once again, joined by Seb, Notel, and Fox here for the draft. I mean, first off, boys, that Game 1, a pretty severe stomp, for the most part there from Tundra. What would you say you sort of put that down to overall? And what do you expect to see change coming into maybe this Game 2 draft? Because it's Secret, we've seen from them, they've got so much more to offer than this.
Tundra has a system, and I think, like, I'm going to try to break it down quickly before the draft develops too much, but it's about the map. It's about Neta pressuring one side of the map with his heroes, you know, the Wraith Pack Tide, the Visage, the Brood, the Beastmasters, and Skitter doing the same thing on the other side of the map. He does not leave his jungle, he does not leave the safe lane for as long as he can, and he collects information. And only certain heroes can do that. Naga, one of the best in the game. Slark, Nighttime, Night Vision, you know, really hard to go on this hero also. Nakes with Rage in a good Life Seeder game. And then the three other heroes are very fast-paced heroes, you know, the Miranas, the Tinies, the Tuskars, the Pangoliers, that are going to strike kind of left and right on the map depending on the enemy's movement. And that's how they kind of win the economy game, hit timings, and then close the game. So I think you really have to respect that and either, you know, hurt their system or, you know, find a way to counter it. I hope that Secret will adapt and really try to counter what Tundra does on the map a little bit more that game, so that they get an even footing, because they're great players too, and they can definitely beat them if on fair ground.
Absolutely. Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This Game 2 draft off to a start, and no surprises so far.
I mean, I think it's a lot about the second phase bans. They do choose, I mean, the first phase, they could have chosen to go against either the Brood or the Doom. I also agree with Seb that you could probably, I mean, sooner rather than later, choose to change your target a bit. I think Skitter heroes are very important for them. I mean, this Slark, this Ursa, this CK, I don't think does nearly the same that a Naga does. Naga has been, I mean, the Naga games that they've had, it seems unstoppable. It seems like it's not fun to play against. And it's not like they first phased it, but I think the second phase bans were very wasted in all the games, more or less, that they played each other. And I think, yeah, they have to find the right ones.
Little bit of pivot this time from Tundra, right? No Mirana, but they do get given the Marcy and the Visage. I mean, this combo is absurd. Side-kicked birds even later on. The lane is also ridiculous. And they have a lot of different combos. I've seen Tundra do stuff like this where you're now forced to maybe ban some heroes you don't want to. I've seen them do like this Luna Visage even at times that can sometimes just, yeah, you have to waste a ban because you just don't want to play versus something like that.
It's very strong, and Marcy is also deny pick, right? I think Marcy is one of the heroes that Tundra refuses to play against when it comes to Secret's playbook because they're so good at using it on lanes. I feel like Secret has one tool that can really cripple Tundra. It's the laning phase. They're very strong in the lanes. They execute. I mean, Neta even talked about it in the interview where he said that they respect a lot their laning and how much they're willing to push these lanes. And Marcy is one of the best heroes for that. So I think obviously Tundra would have been happy with the Mirana first phase, but they're like, yeah, we're gonna take the Marcy away.
I feel it's almost a shame. Like we saw the Monkey versus the Broodmother in one of the games. Like they completely annihilated like the laning phase in that game. I think it was all three lanes that were going super well for them. And I want to say they could have done the same, you know, like don't waste a ban on the Broodmother, get your Dawnbreaker, stay within your comfort, like get the Monkey. I mean, the Monkey's banned, so it might have something to do with it.
So we're back to the Tundra system, you know, you're gonna have, you have to see how it's gonna develop. This Visage, gonna buy Wraith back, he's gonna take the tier 1 tower, he's gonna live in Secret's jungle, and the Marcy plus the 9 hero and the other support are gonna be missing. They're gonna be in the fog of war, and they're gonna make Secret, you know, think twice about shoving this Visage away from his area. And on the other side of the map, you're gonna have Skitter doing the same thing with a Wraith King, or, you know, he probably would have loved the Naga, now Naga's out. And I really want Secret to try to target these heroes that can achieve that map dominance and force him into a more casual Ursa game, or, you know, these heroes that really cannot apply as much pressure on the map.
And also the Visage, I mean, that was the one they lost to, right? I also think it's now Tundra 1 game up, and it's the Mirana ban.
It's quite interesting, I think, the Nyx ban, because we haven't mentioned it in game 1, but Tundra lost to Secret where they had Nyx. And Nyx is one of the better heroes at disrupting map movement, right? At finding information himself or finding pickoffs and getting. And, you know, Tundra came into this grand final saying, you know what, actually this Nyx is more annoying than the king of your heroes that has been Leshrac so far. Yeah. So it kind of says a lot about what's going on, you know, Dota-wise.
I like that point a lot, too, because a lot of times you can see the Nyx and it's like, oh, he has, like, Carapace is excellent this game, there's all this, but it's actually the scouting, right? It's actually so much about getting the information.
Finding out if Neta's alone or if Skitter's alone, and, like, being able to just get that quick pickoff.
Yeah. And now we see, like, even, like, the Beastmaster ban, right? A similar thing that you're talking about. It's controlling the map, trying to read things, so really interesting bans coming out from Tundra.
I like the Secret bans much more this time on the second phase, you know? Like, the first phase is something else, but they're committing to a certain strategy, but the Naga's out, the Mirana's out, the amount of map tools that they get are getting very, very limited already, much more than in game 1.
I want to see the Dawnbreaker come out for Secret. I mean, I think that would be a really strong pick. It can crush the Visage.
Yes. If you look at what Secret did there was a game when they had this next Dawnbreaker silencer, and I felt like it gives them really strong lanes, so they can kind of beat Tundra at that game. And if they transition into the mid game, they have these global tools that even if Tundra kind of pulls off this outmaneuvering on the map, you have these global tools that are gonna allow you to, you know, even it out. You get the global silence, you get the Dawnbreaker ulti, and I thought it was an interesting approach. Definitely heroes I would like to see Secret look at.
Yeah, and we also get Secret as second pick for the. I mean, they won't get the choice in game 3 and in game 5, but now we're going to be able to see how strong the second pick is going to be for them. I think the flex pick again from the Dawn, or finding a hero that can, you know, add this global presence, break this map, but still remain, like, have some things remain flex, like the Leshrac Resolution can play it, and they can keep this till the end. But yeah, I think the second phase bans this time around much better from Secret.
Yeah. I like the Luna. That was when I was.
yeah, exactly. Like, I think this is thought through. I think the Mirana also, they would have gone for it for snaking. I think the Naga is a must ban for the rest of the series in second phase, unless they come up with the ultimate way to deal with it.
Yeah, Luna Visage, very strong combo. I mean, we've played Tundra in TI10 qualifiers, and they were doing this Luna Manta night vision abuse. So it's definitely a hero that they can use a little bit like a Naga. You know, constantly sending the Manta illusions, shotting the waves, sending them also to scout, because Skidder is one of the players that not only farms with Manta, he actually uses it as a scouting tool to increase his map presence.
And as we were talking about with the Naga, like how he was using the illusions instead of just going camp to camp to camp. He's cutting the wave, even though it's not efficient. He's getting a little bit more info, especially during nighttime. I mean, they had full vision the whole night.
Yeah.
Sometimes even just suiciding illusions, just literally to get any type of information.
Yep.
And you know, theoretically, there are two ways to deal with Tundra's, like a split push style. The CK is one of the heroes that they really enjoy doing that with. Okay, they go for the Phoenix into Chen. It's a great Phoenix game.
When do they play the Phoenix? I want to say it's only with Visage they've played it.
I think I only saw them play it once, if even that. I don't even know if I saw them play it here.
They played it. I've seen Snaking play Phoenix once this tournament, I want to say. I'm pretty sure.
So basically, I think Secret, you have two approaches. When you play against this split push heavy kind of style, you either match what they want to do, or you know, group up and ball up and try to force them into a 5 versus 5 fight at a pace that they don't really want to get into. And I feel like Chen Lesh is a perfect lineup to push the issue before Tundra kind of gets online with their heroes. You know, think about the Leshrac Bloodstone and the mech timing. It's going to be very close. These heroes play together really well. Chen is going to bring a ton of armor and a ton of buffs on this Leshrac that are going to kind of help him live through the Tundra burst. And maybe they can just snowball the game, because usually Tundra don't really look at these early timings, and they hope that they get to, you know, get away with their map stuff like they did game 1.
If you force this Visage and the CK to fight before they get the Shard on Visage and the BKB on CK, they might just run into, you know, Leshrac can easily solo kill them. The Phoenix pick, I thought he played this tournament, but I don't see it. I think this is his first Phoenix so far at TI, and it's a classic hero versus Tusk, it's a classic hero versus Chen, and it's super good with the Visage. So I mean, we've seen him play it before. I think it's very cool to see something, you know, be busted out of the finals. It also makes a statement.
We're seeing a very different approach from Secret this game.
Very different.
Remember Chen Bristol back? Remember some Chen Bristol?
Yep.
At TI9?
Yep. I think this is a statement. It's like, you know what, this map stuff that you're forcing us to deal with, you're gonna have to play our game now. And it's gonna be a game of Leshrac, Chen, Bristol grouping up, going for early objectives, maybe even going high ground early. And it's like, have you thought about that happening to you?
You think Kuro's watching?
Hopefully he is.
I think inner Kuro right now is like push the base, push the base.
It lets them set the tempo even better, because last game they kind of wanted to, but their heroes didn't have to, especially after lanes, like things just crumbled. This one, it's, like you mentioned. They're going to be able to force them into Roche, force them to fights around towers.
Counter the Visage as well, Bristol back, like both on the lane, but also in the game. I also think he doesn't care at all, the CK and the Phoenix early on. I mean, later on it starts changing a bit. I really like Secret's approach so far.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I feel like, Dota theory-wise, they have a much better shot this game than the last one, in my opinion. And I feel like there's a lot of pressure on the 9 hero, because he needs to be the one buying time for House Kidder.
He doesn't get last
33 pick. And he doesn't get last pick.
10 seconds.
He needs to enable his side laners this game.
So do you pick against the Lesh, or do you pick?
You actually don't know.
You don't know.
Playing Lesh.
It could be Tusk Lesh. It's easy setup. I think it's quite laneable into the CK Phoenix, if it's going to be CK Phoenix, which I think it will be.
It's tricky. It's very tricky, actually.
Tundra's tended to not really prioritize, like, you know, counteracting like that matchup though, right? Like we've seen like Liquid's approach to Lesh, they pick like the lean a lot of times. 9 usually just sticks with his style.
Well, but still, 9 has his counter picks. Like when he saw Secret pick Pangolier, he went for Lizard Man, I forget the name.
Primal Beast.
Primal Beast. And I think he will take his opportunity to counterpick when he can. Like he really wants, you know, when he saw the Lesh before, they picked the Tusk, knowing that most likely I can get this matchup, and that's the one he likes, you know. So now he has to pick blind, and I think Nisha might have an opening to really punish if he chooses.
Let's see what he's gonna look at. I mean, we are getting a Puppy Chen in TI finals, which I think is very exciting, by the way. Like, I love it when both teams are getting their bread and butter, you know, because this is where you're gonna get kind of the finest Dota out there.
Played Dota for 20 years, and you just pick your favorite hero, you know, the one you want to play.
Puppy Chen in TI finals. What else do you want to watch, you know?
That's what he also picked the Chen out. How many times versus Alliance?
Probably many times, yeah.
I mean, there was, I'm trying to remember the drafts for all 5 games.
10 years later, back at it. And what do they go for? Arc Warden. Okay, that is
very
interesting.
That's quite the pick.
Yeah.
Quite different.
But look, I think Nisha's going to find something, don't you? I don't think he's going to accept the Leshrac mid versus this. I think he's going to choose a hero versus the Arc Warden. What's left? I mean, Pangolier is out. Batrider got banned, so they were already setting up for it. Is this Nine's first Arc?
Arc Warden is very nice with the Tundra's heroes. It's very nice with their playstyle. It plays a lot like a Naga. It's a hero that's hard to deal with, that can open areas safely, get information. You know, it's an amazing pick for Tundra's lineup. It's good against Lash, but I feel like Secret's lineup is one of the lineup that can make an Arc very scary, right? Like very scared, I mean.
But this is not a typical 9 hero, like whatsoever. Like maybe it's similar a bit to the OD, who doesn't rotate very much, but almost every 9 hero likes to rotate. Like there's Zeus and there's some other ones. Okay, Morphling. Yeah, here we go.
Morphling mid most likely into the Arc. Probably expected it to be a pretty good matchup. There it is, and it's going to be a Rezo Leshrac. And they're just kind of sacking this Leshrac a little bit. And because, yeah, it's a rough matchup. Leshrac mid against Arc is not fun by any means.
But last time he played it, he ended up with Blink, Bloodstone, Hex very early on in the game. And I think if he gets the same type of snowball or same type of game, I think it's going to look incredible. You close the gap versus the Arc. You don't care about the Visage. Like, you can also blow him up. I don't know. I like Secret's approach here. I really like it. And I think 9 might regret, you know, not having stayed for a more active hero. But let's see. I don't think anybody's going to help the Visage this game.
No, it's I mean, I feel Tundra's Dota. I think it's extremely powerful, but this is probably the first game, the game where I feel the most that they can be very challenged. Yeah, and they can be crippled. Yeah.
What do you sort of reckon, Fog? You know, Nisha Morph, it's popped off before. Is this a game where we can expect to see Nisha get to a level where he's going to be having the potential to 1v5 in these team fights?
He's got good scaling. They got good ways to force team fights. It looks pretty strong.
I mean, I've said it before also in the last game. I think they do want to keep the ball rolling, Secret, and if they don't, I mean, Tundra's going to run away with it again, and they're going to get to play the map, and it's going to be a very painful slow death for Secret. Yeah, I mean, I think the ball is in Secret's court. They really have to score.
Nisha Morph is incredible. Like, he's one of the best Morphs out there. He hasn't gotten to play it as much lately, but I think everybody that ever got to face his Morph still remembers. He is an incredible Morph player. He can make wonders in this game.
Let's have a look. We'll find out soon. Surely we'll be able to pop over to Coach. But before we lose your kind of final word, Seb, Secret, how do they bring us back from that loss in game 1?
Tempo. Play their heroes to their strength. You know, it's a Bristleback, a Leshrac, a Chen.
Thank you very much, Seb. Over to Slacks now.
Hello, thank you so much, Owen. I am here with Heen from Team Secret. Heen, rough game 1, as we saw, but what's the strategy here? Just give it to me straight. You know, when in doubt, Chen it out, or what are you guys going for?
No, it's just we want to be able to force objectives because it's been very hard to force fights or like catch them. So we're figuring with Chen, our ball is stronger and faster, and we won't get as frustrated trying to catch them or anything.
All right, well, thank you. Very informative. Appreciate it. Do you remember what Arc Warden does? It's been a while. Do you feel like you got enough counters to that and you're going to be okay with that last pick Morphling?
I mean, we played against Arc Warden a few times in scrims and maybe even matches. But so, yeah, it was not a complete surprise pick. Hopefully you're ready. I mean, game 1 didn't quite go as we envisioned, so...
All right, well, you know what? We are ready to see this thing go all the way. So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please give it up for this man? Give us some energy. And please give it up to our wonderful casters who will bring us in to game number 2.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we're ready to go here with game 2, Secret versus Tundra. Let's see if Secret are able to fare a little bit better, because that game 1, it was a rough one. Tundra coming out all guns blazing and being able to take that first map against Secret. I mean, overall, we did hear, of course, towards the end of the game, Secret, they were able to keep spirits high. We had a lot of positivity from the comms.
Sure.
Exactly what you need right after, towards the end of a very rough start to the grand finals.
Yeah, and I like the the big pivot that they made this game. Rather than looking to chase heroes around, looking to try to catch Tundra, which has seemed to be one of the biggest problems for most teams this tournament. They're the ones who's going to be forcing the issue and forcing Tundra to kind of react to them. So let's see if that works. We see right away Tundra, they go for this level 1 smoke play. Incredibly strong level 1 with the Marcy with the CK stun to chase heroes. But we see the Secret prepared. They had this early ward placed on top of their outpost to see immediately when smoke broke. So prepared for that early game.
And we'll see how well Secret can deal with some of the more different heroes that Tundra are bringing into the fray this time. Eyes are going to be on 9, see how much he can do.
Oh, that is annoying.
He's going to be able to get a bit of damage down to Chrysalis as he tries to get towards his lane.
He knows he has no risk. He's playing versus Chen in the lane, so you can easily go for these type of pressure plays. Give 33 that first few creeps advantage.
I mean, so this mid matchup as well. We're seeing two sort of greedy heroes here that have potential to really become the carries for both teams. The Morphling versus the Arc Warden. Anything exciting to come out of the laning stage? Is just going to be a trade and farm, or do one of these heroes have to be more careful than the other in this matchup?
Probably a trade and farm, maybe 9 slightly ahead if anything, but no, I'd say mostly just a trade. We've seen Nisha and just Morphlings in general. With the new skill build that you can go, you only have to put 2 points in attribute shift. You're able to prioritize having more points in adaptive and waveform. You're able to secure CS constantly, so I'd imagine Nisha does do just fine. Looking at top, this is probably the more exciting lane, I would imagine, to look at. The shards, the stun, Lesh, constant kill threats onto the Phoenix, maybe even onto CK.
Bottom lane. Bull sprays are stacking up, but damage from Saxon 33. It's enough to burst through Chrysalis and take him out. She's going to even give a bit of a chase down onto Puppey.
He might go down too.
Finish him off as well. Saxon will be ready to dive in under the tower. It's the lane starting off with a double kill for 33. That's not something you want to see if you're Secret.
This is just the Tundra offlane special, right? I mean, this is always what they do. Somehow they're able to just always know how to apply so much pressure. And with this death, Soxa comes back, 6 tangos, a salve, 33. You see the items. They do this almost every time on the Visage. Tries to start with no regen, just tries to get mangoes and stats. So they can just keep doing this. I think Chrysalis.
So much damage. He comes back into the lane and he's pretty much immediately down to 1/3 of his HP. Top lane as well, we're seeing Resolution. He's getting zoned back, Snaking able to take down Zayt's courier. Get the shards down, but dives at the ready.
The first few levels are incredibly impressive from this Marcy and Visage. It's one of their bread and butters. Puppey will start to attempt some stabilization with the lane, get the pullback. See what creeps he's able to get to kind of dissuade this damage that's going to be coming out. He gets a pretty good one. It's a good one to at least harass them back, to kind of stop their aggression.
See how soon they're able to get to a point where Chrysalis is, I feel, a bit more confident to step up the creep waves. It's not easy. Off to the side, Saxa.
He'll get the creep.
Look to take down the creep.
They know how strong that creep can be. Good choice to kind of go for it there. And this is a great lane for the Visage where it's like, yeah, the Bristle, as the panel, as Sabinoto were talking about, you do counter this hero in a way as the game progresses, and even in lane sometimes, but also you have infinite mana, right? Visage is just always able to just bash out those spells constantly onto a Chrysalis' Bristle.
See there, of course, Puppey quite able to take the small camp back before the respawn. Saxa ensure that ever more tougher and tougher for Secret to gain momentum and control of the creep waves down in this bottom lane. 33 is able to hold it in a fantastic position.
Good position and tons of regen, so they can always go for this harassment. Chrysalis, I believe he's got his ring. Yeah, he's got it on the courier, so we'll have some sustain. But his stats overall will be a bit low because it's going to take a very long time for that to come out. So could still look to apply pressure onto him there.
He has got both his spells on cooldown at the moment, so Secret I'll look to choose this time to strike. Skidder drags back Zayt though. And ensure that that last right click required to take Snaking down won't be allowed to be there.
Still holding the Fairy Fire as well too. He's just kind of baiting them a little bit if they did try to commit. So far looking at the mid lane, yeah, Nisha, he's doing just fine. He's actually gone 3-1-1 skill build, okay. Not really feeling like he needs to go for any attribute shift at all versus an Arc Warden, only at 1 point.
And on this bottom lane, Puppey in particular has to be very careful. I mean, Chrysalis as well, honestly. With the sidekick, with the rebound, push sprays are stacking up.
Good
Tundra. At this stage, with the lead that they've already managed to get against the Bristle, it very much seems that Marcy and Visage, they can kill that Bristle before the quill sprays become too much and he starts killing them. They know exactly when to push it, and they know that they can get away with it.
It's just like last time, right? When they have this Tide plus this Hoodwink versus that Pudge. This time it's Visage with Marcy. Heavy physical damage, Blades of Attack again on 33. Same build he's gonna go as last time. Not the phase boots, but of course just Wraith Pact, high damage.
I mean, how do you sort of recover from the state of this bottom lane? And it feels like one more death from Crystallis down here, and it's going to be very, very difficult to bring this lane back in Secret's favor.
I like that he bought the raindrop. I think that's a good, at least, attempt to be able to get a trade kill probably with those quills that we saw Soxa drop low. Just any type of small stats, any type of small survivability will help. His ring, he's still sitting behind the tower. He actually hasn't brought it out for himself. He will in a second.
I think the scary thing as well, of course, is from Sax. So, you know, having a good start down bottom with the levels that he's going to be getting in on him. You know, the other lanes, they've got to be prepared as well, right? The perfect hero Marcy to have high impact at any part of the map that happens around these tier 1 towers early. They've got to be prepared for Saxa to turn up and turn things around, just like he was doing in game 1 as in Hoodwink. Bottom lane. Another jump over towards Puppey. Puppey and Crystallis try and stand their ground, but Puppey goes down. Crystallis might have a chance to chase Saxa out this time, as Saxa, has he got any further options of getting away? He doesn't, so Crystallis finally finding a bit of action going in his direction.
Honestly, maybe that's the way you have to do it. Just Puppey has to sacrifice himself. He has to be the one to just soak those soul assumptions for Bristleback to just get this type of trade. Otherwise, yeah, definitely seeing a bit of promise. But Crystallis, once he has Vanguard, he'll be able to at least stay down here a lot easier, and he's getting pretty close to it.
As we can see now, despite sort of the deaths that have occurred down on that bottom lane, Crystallis, he's pretty much keeping straight even with the farm that Skeeter, you know, carrying for Tundra on the other side. The map is getting as well.
Yeah, pretty much Vanguard is going to be done, so should be a lot safer. And Puppey, he's going to start getting some levels, so he's going to be able to actually protect Crystallis. We see him grab some magic resistance and also just a little bit of extra damage. So that actually would help a lot. That little bit of cloak aura that's going to come out could protect Crystallis enough. Let's see.
See if Saxa 33 can get away with this, but now with the levels, indeed, at this stage, it very much feels like it's not going to be nearly as easy as it was for Tundra in the early minutes of this lane to take down the Bristle. Crystallis, whilst there's been a few deaths here and there, he's got through the rough bit of the lane.
But Visage level 6 already. That is pretty massive for 33, having it this early on. The flash is going to be out too.
Caught him in the shards. Nisha, he'll look to step over and finish off the kill. He'll get it. Zayat should go down into the spark break. So both mids able to take a kill out of this one.
33's here.
He's turned up with the familiars, ready to chase out Nisha. Nisha's got a fair few one charges.
Only a level 1 shift.
Put back up, he can't. The burst is there from 9. It ends up being a double kill for the mid-Arc Warden.
And they do punish him for having level 1 attribute shift, right? Maxing a waveform, having 2 points in the adaptive. You do see that they're actually able to get that damage come out. And all that is because 33 hits the 6 so fast down bottom.
He's able to come in. And of course, the timings that are enabled off the back of that is pretty huge already. The completed Midas out onto 9. Wow. He's able to get this, you know, started very, very early on.
Beautiful.
As he's going to be making the money. There's every reason to believe that unless Secret can make any moves to find this Arc Warden, 9, he's going to start shooting far, far ahead of anyone else in this game with regards to the farm he'll get.
It feels like it could get to these points where maybe the CK pick is kind of this distraction, you know, and this Arc Warden, he's going to try to transition hard into that real carry for his team. Other good thing about the double Midas, as we saw there, you automatically get 2 neutral items. It's actually very nice when you're able to get it this early on 9.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And now they're actually, so look at this, bit of a dynamic change. They're going to put the Visage mid, have him match up versus that Morphling, and they're going to send the Arc Warden for the time being down bottom.
So top lane. Trying to go for snaking. They do connect with the stun.
Nice play.
Secret will get in and take him down, and will in fact see Tundra sort of bail out from this top lane. Give a chance for Secret to put some pressure on. And likely with the TPs out, probably not going to be an area of the map that Tundra will look to hold on to. I mean, we did see this, of course, last time round as well, right? Game 1, 9 minutes in, Secret, they get this good timing on the tier 1. Snaking will turn back up. See if he's able to do anything on his own. He has to be very cautious. Secret still with 3 members around, looking to pressure on this top lane.
He's just soaking, it looks like. Just trying to soak up any of that bit of experience.
But the fact that this has happened twice now, it very much seems that, you know, Tundra as a team, they sort of make the call to just not put any resources into holding that tower. Just let it go.
They tend to be, you know, that extremely efficient team, as we hear lots of players talk about. Very frustrating to play versus Tundra because they know how to dodge these plays, dodge the aggression, and trying to make as little mistakes as possible. Another neutral item, of course. And yeah, giving Soxon now some levels too. So distributing that wealth, top 2 net worth, and the CK Skeeter. He's hero. He jungles just fine. He's going to be able to keep his pace up and probably look to do what he was doing anyway last time, is still look to connect top, use Phantasm just to farm, kind of acting as this pseudo Naga Siren.
Of course, last game, very much saw that Secret, they never really found that chance to sort of get Crystal's involved. Top lane snaking, out with the dive, doesn't matter. Nisha has got those final few right clicks chasing him down. You get the kill, so things looking good here for Nisha. You know, despite the quick Midas timing on 9, Nisha very much close behind him in farm.
And he's got this matchup always as he sucks, they actually get on him.
He's got anything to rebound out towards? He doesn't. Secret, they hold him in the river. Able to bring it up even now, 6-6. Secret definitely doing a bit of a better job this time round at responding to some of these movements that Tundra's making around the map.
And playing around Nisha, right? With the skill build that he has so much burst potential. He actually has the gap closing potential as well too, versus most of these heroes that can sometimes be a bit annoying to get on top of, so far looking to continue to play aggressive around this Morphling.
It definitely seems sort of a bit of a heavier focus around playing around this jungle of Tundra. Just trying to make sure that Skeeter doesn't get nearly as much space as he did last game. Obviously, the difference in dynamic this time is the concern that too much is focused on trying to shut down Skeeter's area. 9 goes uncontested, and it's been quite a few minutes now that 9's been able to sit down here on this bottom lane. He's getting complete free farm.
He's starting to be pretty annoying too. Crystals is caught in an awkward position, eats 2 or 3 of those Spark Rates.
Strong cut from Secret. I'm going to try and make moves here. And so far, Resolution sides, they've done a pretty good job at killing off Snaking when they catch him. Skeeter, it's going to be a bit of a bigger kill. They're going to go straight in for him.
Close to the tower, though. Let's see.
And it looks like Tundra may have made the call to not sort of throw in any further TPs. I mean, it's not even needed there. Tundra, they make the sort of calm response to not react with TPs, knowing that Skeeter's just able to walk that one off.
But with that slight moment of like space at all, you see Puppey rotate toward mid. This is how they want to be playing. They want to be the ones who are dictating that pace, dictating this tower aggression. But we'll be able to claim this one early. Nisha, he's almost got his Dragon Lance also finished up, so very farmed so far on Secret. And they're also, in the meantime, I saw they are starting to stack Ancients a little bit too, so making sure they do have that condition for the Bristleback to continue getting that increased farm.
Got it.
Secret, though, infinitely better than that last game.
It's certainly feeling a bit more solid, but I imagine to a sort of a point with regards to the drafts, this is sort of expected, right? This time around, Secret, they gave themselves a bit of a better shot of having this sort of earlier hold, earlier pressure that they're able to apply, and at the same time, you know, the change with 9 playing an Arc Warden instead
of
like
a carry.
He's going to react to sort of these moves a little less. So I don't think, you know, Tundra, they're not going to feel too under pressure despite losing some of these early towers. They've gone for a bit of a different approach this time round. And, you know, at the moment, under a 1k gold difference between the two teams. 9, I think he's still very happy.
Yeah, it's a totally different approach, right? The last time they had the Tusk, who's super aggressive, constantly rotating, making plays. Now it's just, it's a full economy game, really. Everyone's just trying to find as much farm as possible until they find this timing. Wraith Pact is done. Looks like now they're trying to speed up a little bit, go for a tower pressure of their own.
They'll take this one for sure. And we have no interest in this fight, this defense around this bottom tower.
Secret's maximizing. You see now, as we were mentioning, the stacks. Triple Ancient stack, double hard camp. So Crystallis will have a bit of enabling coming out of your juicy stacks.
Good farm for Crystallis. We saw very much in game 1 as the Pudge pretty much held behind the entire time in terms of farm on cores. You can clear these stacks, get on the road towards the Aghanims. That's going to be the point where you can imagine that Secret, they're going to really start stepping things up and get up towards the tier 2 pushes with a Vanguard, Aghanims, Bristle. They're going to want to do as much as they can aggressively with it before 9 suddenly turns up and he has 3 Iron Stone.
Very farm-heavy game, though. Showing all 3 lanes. See, the Morphling shows bottom for a second. They show mid, I believe, on Zayats. Even the Lesh top 2, but good ward coverage. So Secret, they know they're safe for the moments. I'm kind of grouping together with Puppey, with the mech, with the Hand of God. They're tanky. There's a lot of damage on Tundra, but this Bristleback with all these heals might just be able to pierce through them.
Let's see if they can get on top of any of Tundra.
I mean,
Tundra's staying pretty hidden outside of the vision of Secret. I mean, Secret, they know that Tundra do have a few up here in the jungle.
If they get any big kills, Secret could even look for Roche potentially.
They're going to settle for Saxa. Zayats catches wind of the Marcy off to the side. They'll go for Saxa. For Tundra, definitely not the biggest of losses there. They had a few cores farming in that area, and the Secret, they weren't able to find them.
They're going to do it. They're going to go for this.
Roche.
They have more than enough damage. They have the goo.
Do they do anything about this Tundra? Are they going to expect the Secret back up as quickly as they did into the pit?
It's not an easy place to fight.
It's going down so quick.
Yeah, it's going to be dead already. Secret dictating the pace.
Very, very, very good moves here from Secret so far. Absolutely getting to play their game so much more than they were able to do so last game here. 15 minutes in, they've got the Aegis in their hands, so... Ooh.
Oh, so close.
Well, it's close indeed. Snaking indeed throwing out a tip for that
Radiant's
one.
bottom tower is under attack.
As close as it gets, really, on the back of an escape in the TP.
So Tundra perhaps wanting to make a move of their own now.
Right.
They do, because everyone's shown, right? Secret, they haven't shown
attack.
a lot in these lanes, so Tundra looks like they do want to try to counteract this. They have 9 who can constantly always show up to the fights too.
Yeah, I think for the most part, Tundra know that even though the Secret have that Aegis, it's sort of an Aegis that's going to be used to just continue to allow Nisha to farm safely.
Yeah.
And Secret will be a little bit split up. Which gives the chance to Tundra to push for towers themselves and to sort of head straight into these fights, knowing that they'll probably have the numbers advantage at this stage.
And they can take these towers pretty quickly as well too. Visage with the CK Phantasm tends to be always a Tundra strategy, right? There's so much on the floor. Break Pact, illusions, familiars, etc. So they can go for this push, but on the other side, Secret
taking Tier 2 tower here. Nice and early, 16 minutes in. Tier 2 to fall on the top lane. And now they'll really be able to start taking over this jungle, this half of the map from Tundra. Really sort of shutting down the areas that Tundra, they kind of need to find, or at least their 2 main cores. They need space. Skeeter and Nine, they want to be soaking up quite a lot of the map to get farm on these 2 carries.
Yeah, it feels like it's going to be quite a long time before Tundra just looks for this head-on type of fight. Unless they see, like we said, unless they see Secret completely split up or something like that, feels like it's going to be quite a farm game coming out from them. Even Soxon now showing mid. He might get punished for this.
They got him before. Looks like they're going to go for him again.
See if they can find him. Zayat's. I don't think they got vision of him for a second. Now they did.
Saxa has Skeeter by his side, but
too much.
Won't be able to jump over towards him in time. So that is Saxa going down.
Similar wards coming out from Tundra as they did in the last game. So this one, exact same ward, and actually this one not on the high ground this time, but similar kind of purpose to watch any of these movements that are coming out from Secret, because Tundra, as we said, I think this is really going to be pretty emphasis of farm until 9 says, hey guys, I'm ready to show up. And maybe that's going to actually happen sooner than we expect, because I believe the Gleipnir is about to be done.
Just a recipe away.
That could be the indicator for them to show up. It does add so much potential for this hero. The damage, the control, everything, of course. But allows you to just freely land spark rates and kind of just keep people away from getting on top of you. So let's see if that is when they are going to look to fight.
It could be difficult to close that gap onto 9, especially considering the heroes that are drafted around him. A lot of frontline, even sort of from the supports, right?
Yes.
Snaking, getting him with the Supernova. Saxa throwing himself in as the Marcy, getting him with the rebound. Very much multiple ways that Tundra can set up a team fight to just allow 9 to go to work, with Secret having a really tough time getting on top of it.
Constantly thinking about it.
It's hard to push for this tower, even with the moments left on the Aegis. Secret being very careful about how they look to make the next step.
It's a risky move. Don't want to overextend and get 5-man. They haven't seen this. They haven't seen the Arc Warden in a while, so they probably don't know either what 9's got just yet. Level 13 on this Arc already. Running around as a unit. 4 heroes together on Secret. Well, it's Chrysalis. Looks like he's got the BKB ready, so look, it feels like, yeah, Secret, they're just going to keep trying to push the tempo a little bit faster here. Even a blink now on the ledge too for Rezo, so as you mentioned, can be a little bit hard to maybe get to this Arc Warden without just the Morphling getting on him. Now Rezo's got a tool of his own.
Okay. And do you very much feel that Secret are on a timer? Like, even though they have this niche Morphling that's going to be able to get to these incredible stages of power in terms of scaling, you still kind of fear the Arc Warden as the moments pass?
Fear the high ground for sure. Rezo.
Tundra got to quickly back out, snaking. Oh. Away in time, that snowball not able to catch him. Tundra avoiding the moves of Secret. Secret just trying to get some sort of aggressive play out of these final few seconds that they have on the Aegis of Nisha. Back over towards the mid, Saxa. A bit of a chase down onto Puppey. Puppey has got back up on the way. Chrysalis heading over to help out, and Tundra. They won't try and poke up into the triangle of Secret quite yet. Maybe they will with Skeeter at the front. He's actually going to go for Puppey. See Chrysalis now as Chrysalis starts to try and push back Tundra and
Secret's all
Nisha.
coming.
It's coming in from the side there, over the snowball on towards Skeeter, but Sax is in with the rebound, stone up to Nisha. Nisha starting to try and shift, but that's his spot. He's got Aegis though. He's going to be back for round 2. Chrysalis charges in with the BKB over towards the Phoenix, but Snake he's able to get the supernova off. Secret, they've got to back away from the ultimate for now. As 9 turns up with the Tempest double. No longer an easy fight for Secret to charge into. Zayats, he's trying to find some sort of angle from the side. But Tundra, they're here as a full fight, man. They're looking towards Snakey, but the dives back up. They get the stun control onto Skeeter. Skeeter turns with the stun himself, but he's life stealing back up. It's not enough, though. Skeeter goes down. Secret able to get 1 kill out of this, maybe more. Chrysalis trying to lead the charge. Secret, they want to get something else out of this. Tundra, Saxa in the trees. Quick juke off to the side, back under the tier 2, he'll be fine. But Secret, they force a fight there around the expiring Aegis of Nisha. They get Skeeter, and with that in mind, they'll be able to get themselves straight onto Tundra's half of the map and continue to grow this lead.
Perfectly rallied, right? Rallied on Puppey. That's got to be the name of the game. He's got the flats, he's got the mech, he's got all these auras. We see the ice armor coming into play. Chrysalis had no fear. He pops BKB and he just starts charging right through everybody. And then they nicely kite and play around that supernova beautifully. Tundra maybe going a little bit too hard going into this Secret lineup when there still is that Aegis. So 10 seconds until it was going to go down.
Yeah, it was a very clean reset as well there for the Secret. As soon as the supernova comes out, they're able to sort of back off. And you can see, from Tundra, they still commit into this. They very much feel that they've got the strength to do so with the 5 of them. It wasn't quite the case. Losing Skeeter here to what was a very patient Zayats, just keeping himself held to the side, looking for that opportunity to open things up onto Tundra from maybe an angle that they weren't quite ready to sort of expect that entrance from the toss from. Back in action, talking about the toss, Zayats, in with a jump, they lock down Snaking, Skeeter looks to turn, they've got the gliding control out, but Skeeter's trapped. He's trapped on the low ground, he'll stand his ground, the Tundra will the Prince going to take out the 2 of them. It's a double kill for 9.
Oh my, Saxa gets the 2-man rebound and they get the chain stun from the birds. Man.
This time around, very much a case of Secret kind of making the move into committing for the fight, but not having what it took there to sort of take Skeeter down at the same speed they're able to do back mid. Tundra able to turn. And immediately off the back of taking down those 2 cores, they'll take the tier 1 tower. And closing that lead, the Secret were building. It's back down to sort of straight even here on the goal.
It's so much sustain that comes out really from Tundra's draft too. Their Vlads, their sidekick, everything coming to play. I mean, look at Skeeter. I mean, watch his HP.
I think a couple of nice armlet toggles there as well for Skeeter, very much keeping him fully in action. Between that and the heals, there's just too much. They couldn't kill the CK this time round.
Not rallied around Puppey. You know, they have to be a little bit careful when they don't have all these auras that are making them that much tankier. Tundra's damage is pretty insane.
And when they go for those plays and 9's just able to sort of sit back at a distance, it's concerning. You know,
he's loving
2
life.
kills for 9.
And now they also have an AC, so starting to build up these auras to even counteract and play against this Chen, but also protect versus this big damage that comes out from the Bristle and that Morph. 33 is quite large.
Yeah, and we see with 9 next time queued up is going to be the Blink Dagger, so it'll be even harder for Secret to get that jump onto him. We see any sort of snowball or hero running up at this Arc Warden. 9, he's going to be able to blink back, reposition, and allow the rest of his team to sort of be there in between him and Secret.
I love this type of build. Eventually, you can always build into like these overwhelming blinks and whatnot on Arc Warden, and then you have these double blinks and all this aggression you can do too. It's very oppressive. It's Tundra now starting to find their footing completely.
Well, look for tier 2 themselves.
Sidekick bird. Look how quick the tower drops. See you later.
Gone in a matter of seconds, even if that. And off the back of that immediate smoke from Tundra, they know that Secret's playing over on Tundra's half of the map around their jungle.
They're feeling incredibly strong with this newfound AC on 33.
This is a tough time for Secret to take a fight.
They also disassembled, so the BKB is ready.
9 with the Tempest doubling, start things off with the glide, they grab back Zayats. Secret, they've got to run.
I mean, that's also really cool that he can do with the blink too. Right now, he has an initiator. They don't need to actually rely on the Marcy being the one to jump in. He just blinks in and gets like Lightner initiation. Yeah, BKB, Skeeter had just finished that one up, so they felt strong to be able to go for this play. And now he's got Mage Slayer as well too, so items started to be picked up on the side of Tundra, not only just to do lots of damage, but of course, damage mitigation, as we've seen so much from them. AC, Mage Slayer, it's going to start to reduce a lot of Secret's potential.
It's so hard for them to burst through Skeeter like they were able to do that one time when he was caught on their half of the map.
It's a really good item this game, just like last time, versus that Lash versus the Bristle, reduce the damage of the Quills, even the burst that comes out from Morphling. So, it's starting to come together for them. It's a very common build, of course, too, for Skeeter.
I think for Secret, Nisha almost certainly making the call for them to just sort of hold off on any further engagements until he gets his BKB done.
Yeah.
About half the gold away from the recipe, and it will be there, but it's going to be a little later than the timing that Roshan is going to be back in the game here. Roshan respawning.
They're walking up.
They are up on the high ground. They definitely want to try and do their best to push Tundra away from going for the Roche. See if they can hold them off from it. That's Tundra. They won't feel the need to be too scared of Secret. You know how strong they are. Secret, they'll look for the smoke up. Trying to catch Tundra from an angle they won't expect is not going to be easy when Secret currently hold the position they are. They're going to try and swing around from the west.
Lanes are starting to kind of get pushed out, though. We see Tundra cutting away mid.
Got this ward on 9. At 9, he's already out of this area.
This is the Tundra special, right? They start shoving those side lanes in to try to put you into this awkward position of a fight. Everyone rallied around each other.
How do you make the call of Secret? How do you make the jump? Tundra with their own smoke.
They don't want to overextend for these type of jumps either. Like we were saying before, they need to stay kind of rallied around Puppey. Make sure that they can utilize these auras at a maximum.
Tundra just rotating sort of all the way around where Secret tried to step out for.
They found Puppey.
They're going to be able to get on the easy kill first. Straight on over the chair. Puppey caught by the Hex, taken down. Science tries to roll in, but there's no place for him here.
Puppey pig-pulled himself. Doesn't even get to get any heals off or anything. No Wraith Pack, no mech. Caught by the stun anyway, so likely dies, but now it's an option for them to go for Roche.
And with both supports down, I don't think the cores of Secret are going to want to turn up for this.
Oh boy.
This should be a free and easy Roshan for Tundra.
Free shard as well. Skeeter's going to be loving that. He actually passes it away. Looks like he's going to give it to 9. Okay, so more ways for him to protect himself and also magic resistance. So they can actually hold it. So we're talking so much about damage mitigation, of course, but this is another element that I feel like we don't really get to see too often. You fight inside the bubble.
Yeah.
Your Lash, this Bristle, the damage might not be there.
It's going to be a fair bit of protection. Indeed, able to be kept consistently up and out on the field.
And things are starting to get a bit scary because the scaling for Tundra is getting quite strong. Even the Marcy, level 12 is online. BKB is on the horizon. 12 on Phoenix. Game plan for Secret is starting to get kind of dissuaded.
Around the mid, they do find 33.
Okay.
Out and on his own.
He's very deep.
They might be able to do something about the familiars as well here.
Big pickup.
A slip up, a rare one as well there for 33. Out on his own. Be out now for 40 seconds.
Can they turn it into more?
Is there something they can do with this one?
Yeah, they have to push out this bottom lane. Top is being dealt with Puppey, but do they have an opportunity to go for anything here?
Sax is very close to his BKB. Already, once again, Tundra support, so many games where their supports just turn into additional cores. Courses of Marcy. Very much sort of the direction that Saxon will go as the minutes pass. Skeeter, so having his Blink Dagger done, may have killed 33, but indeed it definitely feels like there's not a whole lot they can do with that. They're looking towards 9's Tempest double at the top. See if they can sort of burst through that, get a bit of extra gold for themselves. They will, they'll take it down.
Have to go for the top play because if you looked at the side lanes, mid lane, Phantasm was pushing it, bottom, Phantasm Illusion was also pushing it, so it's a typical Tundra. Trying to shove those lanes down, and now they see this. They see them split up. So Tundra, they're looking to strike.
Full axe on Crystallis.
Comes out late though.
Does not quite at the timing that they would have hoped for, especially considering the decent start they did have to this game. Zayat, maybe the one left behind up top. It's Tundra, everybody back on the map now, ready to get together. Push down on this top lane. Still many minutes of Aegis to play with. Full Octarine done on 9.
He's so farmed. 6,000 ahead of his counterpart.
And there's going to be no catching up in terms of farm unless Secret are able to find these fights where Nisha's able to pop off, get the kills, somehow take down this Arc Ward, and it's going to be a lot of money if they're able to do so.
Just not an easy task.
He's got his Crystallis done, Nisha, so stepping up the damage a bit. See how explosive he will be if he's able to get in the center of the fight with the waveform, stand his ground between the BKB and the Manta that he has.
He's going to need as much... I feel like it's really appropriate that he's going this. I feel like they're really just going to need all the physical damage as possible, because as we were saying, you know, they just have so many different ways to mitigate that magic damage that they always tend to do, especially with that arc warded bubble as well, too. So yeah, straight physical damage, go waveform attack target, and with that, with the goo as well, too, he could be dealing a lot of damage, but so far, Tundra, they've started to really just take over this map.
Is under attack.
5k lead, 4 to 5k. I mean, nowhere near as terrifying as the numbers were showing at this moment in the game, in game one. But still, you very much feel that one more fight, if the next fight crumbles for Secret, that lead's going to triple. Secret, they cannot afford to lose another team fight here against Tundra. At the moment, very much seems like they're opting to wait out the Aegis the Skeeter has. Not looking to head straight into anything for this final minute. Skeeter has that second life.
Is under attack.
Again, pop those Phantasm to send out to all these side lanes. Bottom is being pushed, but immediately 9 goes down. So again, sticking together, Tundra, and they will just find a freebie.
They will indeed, Giants. I mean, anyone that they catch with the farm that Skeeter has.
And now that's
completely destroyed.
High ground. They've got drums for these birds. They've got the sidekick we're going to see on the bird too. And look at the speed. Look how fast it drops.
It's going quickly. Fortification is there from Secret.
They've got the Rezo. They've got Shard on Rezo, so he's going to be able to slow it down a little bit with these chain stuns.
We'll see if Nisha can do anything here. He's ready to TP over, help out with the defense.
Oh, this is dirty. Look at these birds. Birds with magnetic field magic resistance, the attack, I mean, they're so strong.
They are huge annoyance to deal with here for Secret. We'll go for the resummon.
Stun, Skeeter.
He's low, but he's still got 20 seconds or so left on the Aegis. He's going to back off. We'll see them catch out the two of them with the root. Skeeter focuses in. Albion going down. Those final few seconds of the Aegis. He's ready for round 2. Saxa, he'll charge him with the unleash of the BKB. Quickly turning towards him with his right clicks. They put an end to the Marcy's life. Saxa to fall. Grab down on the Chrysalis. Skeeter 33. They get back in on top of the Bristol. They take him down. Nisha popping the BKB. Having to use it to retreat back to the high ground. Skeeter, he's in straight away, flicks up into the high ground. They've got the lockdown over towards Nisha, waveform back up in time. Nisha gets away, double buyback from Secret. They're putting everything into this defense, but Skeeter's in with a KO bar over towards Resolution. It doesn't matter though, Skeeter goes down. Secret with the 2 buybacks, they'll be able to hold and push Tundra back.
Nisha able to stand his ground there. Look at the damage done. 9,000 damage from the Morphling. The buybacks coming perfectly.
A defense for sure here from Secret, but they'll want more.
They got to push forward for sure.
Priscilla spending up for that one. See up to the side, Zayats. He's got the catch though, the gap control onto Snaking. Snaking popped the supernova, but Chrysalis
is going to die.
And he's ready to help take the egg down. Secret, they'll find another down bottom. Rezo, he's got his eyes on 9 stun. That's already been used, and he's out in time. 9 able to get away before Nisha's able to put a stop to him. They'll still clean up the Tempest double. As Secret, with this sort of pushback, they're able to bring in the mid lane, bring in the bottom lane, and we get the creep waves back under sort of their momentum, and they may just be able to take some tier 2s away from Tundra here, close the gap, close the lead that Tundra's had for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, this time it's Tundra fueling themselves a little bit too much in that fight and just get counteracted from those buybacks. The damage, this time Rezo's able to hold his ground.
I mean, we're very much seeing it. You know, you get given sort of any window from Tundra, you have to take full opportunity of it.
Immediate smoke.
Exactly what Secret's doing.
Yep, they got to smoke, sweep the map. They still have some heroes dead. Ult's on cooldown. Try to get as much as you can out of all
this. They've got to keep their foot slammed down on the pedal. Here's
63.
The point 33 off the start. Protect himself for now, but they're surround him, and he's got nobody else in the area. So 33, he'll go down. Secret, they continue to play it hard and fast, fighting back.
Big
at Tundra.
A huge place, really. Those buybacks are really coming into play. 33, he accepts that. He had the Aeon disc locked. He's like, no one's coming to help me. As Secret find their way back into this game. Nisha, he's massive now. Level 20 about to be taken. Also, Daedalus is finished.
Big damage to come out from this morph.
He's going to be able to focus fire these targets a little bit better.
I mean, it was seen, as I say, so many times before. Nisha on the morphling. This is the hero. You want to have him in on this sort of position. He can absolutely carry any sort of game to the later stages when he's on his morphling. So top lane. So of course now done.
Rezo, he's very deep. There's a Hex.
Now get the opening Hex. And Rezo is going to be able to get anything off. He's not. Phantasm's out. An overwhelming amount of damage there from Skeeter and the Phantasm.
That's the Hex reveal. He had no idea that was going to come. Usually you'd be able to maybe play around with the pounds coming in or the rebound coming in from Marcy with the BKB, but did not expect that Hex from the tree lines. Roche, it'll be a long spawn, 2 minutes. Zayas standing under a ward here. Very careful how far up he is.
I mean, Secret are absolutely going to want to do their best to keep tabs of when Tundra head into the pit. They'll want to get out there, they'll want to contest them. They do not want Tundra getting this next Roshan.
Nice play from Nisha. The illusions down bottom, we see them cutting the wave. So making sure that they always deal with those lanes. It seems like it's always like the most important thing when you're playing versus Tundra, keep that lane equilibrium. Will be addressed immediately. Nine shows up. And they're going to just keep peeping into the pit. That's going to be that next big thing, 90 seconds.
It really is. See if Secret can set up in a fashion to make sure that they are ready to take this fight around this area.
Important to look at these buyback statuses at the moment too. So. Oop.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Hopefully simply sort of some, potentially maybe just a hotkey issue or something. See if that's going to be fixed by a quick reset here for snaking. Very much, yeah, the moment that we're going to see them leading towards now. He's back in. Let's see if he can use his courier now. Give a quick check.
Look at lane positioning at the moment, though. Secret have to try to fix their lanes a little bit. They do have this Harpy creep. They need to perhaps try to cut things, but the moment Tundra have lanes in a very good position.
Let's have a look.
Phantasm is up in a moment as well, too, so they're going to be able to keep going for this shove play. And yeah, Roche constantly going to be getting scouted. And the important thing is, too, Secret doesn't know about that deep ward down south. The one that was scouted inside support, that's a very sneaky one that has not been seen. Oh.
It's not a good sign.
Uh-oh. Let's get Courier's bug.
Let's see if there's going to be a hopefully simple solution to this.
A standard unlucky.
You can say so. Yeah, unlucky.
And that Nisha smile.
See if we're able to get this sorted. A little bit of a, you know, not really something you can play on with.
Maybe it's locked, he says. Let's see if they can fix it. So a big thing really to look at is, I mean, this Hex is going to be a big one, really.
So it looks like we're just getting this checked out now on the stage. Hopefully it should be an easy enough fix. I mean, not something I could say I've run into before, right?
I've had it with neutral items sometimes when you're trying to take it with wards and smoke. Maybe something like that is happening, but it doesn't have a neutral there, so.
So I think with maybe the speed that we did have to reconnect the first time round, could have been without a client reset, so.
Yeah, let's see.
Probably go for the full restart this time round.
Hopefully, if not, he'll be able to at least drop the wards and give them to a different courier so somebody else can bring them, but
still won't quite be ideal.
No way.
Of course, this pause coming at a very important moment of the game. 17-17 here, 35 minutes in. Without a doubt, very much getting much more of a balanced game of Dota 2 on our hands this time round. Secret, they've dealt much better with what Tundra's brought against them this time round.
It's really neck and neck. Just because, I mean, especially how big Nisha really is, how much he's going to be able to do with this Daedalus. And he's approaching his second item afterwards, too. So survivability will be there for him. All right, let's see.
Let's have a look. Fingers crossed, ladies and gentlemen, that things are going to be all working after the pause. Let's see.
Oh. Doesn't look like
it looks good. Oh, is it?
No, it's spazzing. I actually see it. It's like it's like stutter walking actually in the base, I think. Looked like for a second it tried to move. But yeah, it says retrieving items. See, look. If you click on Snaking Courier, it says retrieving items. On the actual courier, it's a buff.
Okay, now we're giving it another try.
Because usually it tries to pull it from. Well, he dropped it. There we go. Looks like we're good to go.
A little bit of a way to break out of it. A bit of a soft lock that was there on the courier, but it's all good.
I think we all needed that. You know, a little bit of a reset. Okay, let's get back into it.
So, you know, that was always a bit of a concerning position, but we're all good. We're all good. It has been fixed. We'll see if it shouldn't be an issue down the line. Maybe the courier was just sort of stuck or something, but it's good. It's all good. We're back on. And around, of course, the focus next up for both teams going to be this Roshan. Just in a minute until it's going to respawn.
Wow, Nisha already.
All satanic.
He actually has it.
He's getting the items, Nisha. He's getting the items to be able to do this. But still, yeah, obviously huge gap in net worth between him and the Arcboard. That's always going to be expected up to a certain point at this stage, especially with the amount of freedom that Nine's had. And Nine, of course, this game 4-0-5. Just pretty much complete free farm across the map.
If they can get the Hex, though.
They're only getting that opening. There's Snowball save, though. It's going to be there. Give Nisha a bit of a chance to break out of this initiation from Tundra. They jump across sides, looks towards 33. They push Saxa out towards the side. Nisha beating him down, takes out the Marcy. They look towards the Tempest double next. Tundra losing that Marcy, losing Saxa like this. They're very careful about how they commit for the fight further.
Beautiful play, really, from Zayats. Just immediately, that's the big thing they have to watch out for. It's just the chain control. If they can chain stun, chain hex the Morphling, that's the way that Tundra kills them. I mean, all eyes on Zayats to go for those chains.
Oh, there's again the Hex. So Zayats by his side.
He's got to be there
every single time. Zayats making sure that there's a chance for Nisha to fight back. They can't shoot the furthest. No, Nisha's in so much trouble. They've taken him down.
He bought out.
Out for 80 seconds.
He didn't have BKB still available, and they just commit for him. I don't think Secret saw that.
All the apples are Satanic to rely on, but even if he gets that off, he's getting caught in the stuns.
Oh, boy.
Almost certainly.
And, I mean, Roche now is for the taking.
It certainly is.
It's a big one.
Perfect time for it to be back up here for Tundra. They head over to the pit. And with no Nisha, no Zayats, nothing that Secret can do about this. This is going to be a free Roshan here for Tundra.
And Zayats is there. He's there perfectly to try to go for the save. Young BKB, Manta still on cooldown. The double Brutes, you see the Gleipnir coming in, is able to cover. So much control, and yeah, Aegis Cheese, Refresher Shard.
Who's taking the Refresher Shard? Who do you want this on?
Usually it's the Phoenix, but let's see if he does opt to pass it to somebody
very
else.
Close to hitting the level 18 as well, so the Supernovas have the potential to be huge.
And they have this ward up top too. Rezo, there's a Hex.
There's Nine again.
They've got the chain stun.
Finding the opening, in with the rebound as well. Toss back with the dispose. They take him down before the Hex comes to an end, and any opportunities there for Resolution to respond. He's out for 70. He does have buyback himself. Still at 10 seconds without Nisha. Tundra, they're straight down the mid. They take out the range racks, and they'll look to get the melee racks as well. Crystal is trying to force them away from him, but they don't care too much about him. In fact, they're just going to get aggressive on him, drag him back in. He has to put the BKB here. As the Phantasms continue to take down the melee ranks, the full set now in the mid, removed here by Tundra, and they're sticking around. Nine up towards the top of the Tempest double. They're trying their best to force out this buyback from Resolution. Another tier 3's gone, a second set of ranks exposed.
Look how fast it dies.
Are they going to be forced back at all? Fortifications pop. See Nisha on top of the Tempest double. It's soon to come to an end. Nisha's been caught with this other snowball. It's there. Dice able to bail the Nisha out. That initiation there from Tundra. Nisha wants the BKB. Looks towards Saxa, but Saxa for the BKB. Turns towards Chrysalis. Disposes there. Chrysalis is down. No buyback for him. There's 100 seconds now without their Bristle. Rezo, his own BKB to come to an end. He has to back off. Nisha's also going to be so careful. They'll lose Puppy. Two heroes dead, no buyback on them. Tundra, they take a full second set of barracks.
They're just so good at just resetting and poking, forcing BKBs, forcing mistakes, waiting for the perfect opportunity.
They're not going back anywhere.
No way, Snaking still has the Refresher Shard. They couldn't even touch the egg in that last fight.
I mean, we've seen with the purchases from Chrysalis, he did spend up. He would have had buyback back in 3 seconds, but he's 700 gold short of it.
It's all gone. I mean, the way they kill those buildings is way too fast.
I mean, the terrifying thing as well is indeed, Skida still with that Aegis, Snaking still with the Refresher Shard. There's no reason, no need for Tundra to back off. They're looking to close this game 2 out. And the tier 4s fall. Secret, they'll look to smoke up. One final attempt to stop this push from Tundra, but the Ancient's falling so far. Looks to jump in. Skino will drag back Resolution. Resolution trying to get the heal off with the Bloodstone. They'll keep him alive. The handle off from Puppy will protect him for now. But the Ancient's still dying here to the Familiar. Secret, they're trying to push them back, but it's not going to be possible. GG is going to be called.
Wow.
As game 2 also going to Tundra, who now lead the series 2-0 against Team Secret.
I mean, I feel like the whole game kind of flips the script, everything looking kind of even. Nine gets this Hex, immediately the game just becomes fully in their favor. A couple pickoffs here and there, the way they can poke and prod, force BKBs, reinitiate, re-go. Beautiful to watch. Tundra just continue to be on another level in these team fights.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, in regards from game 1 to game 2, definite sort of improvements overall from Secret, but still, just the way that Tundra are able to shut these games down, and even to the point as well, with their draft, we knew that the win was going to come in a bit of a different fashion regardless from what they did in game 1. And, you know, the fact at the end of the day is that 9 on the Arc Warden.
What a beast.
8-0-9. Secret, they were just never able to catch him for.
No, he kept the distance. He was like the initiator half the times too. It felt like he did it pretty much everything for this team. Catching the split push, etc. Remarkable game from Tundra.
Well, as we said, a bit of an improvement maybe from game 1 to game 2, but it really feels like Secret, they've got to step it up so much more to have any sort of chance of stopping Tundra in their tracks, as Tundra now leading the series 2-0, just 1 win away from taking the championship.
Thank you very much, Odie, Pixel and Fogged. Welcome back to our panel. And it doesn't seem to matter what lineup they play. They put on an absolutely clinical game of Dota. One mistake and then it's just, thank you very much, it's our map. I'm joined by Tika, Blizzard and Sheep. I'm just amazed with Tundra right now. It's incredible.
Yeah.
It looks so dominating. You know, it's like, is it a grand finals?
I feel like they just keep on pulling heroes out of the bag, right? Like even this Arc Warden, and it's not like they're picking heroes that they're constantly playing, but they make it look like they have so much practice on them. Meanwhile, Secret, at the same time, I think Tundra is in their head again. Like you can't play against an Arc Warden and let it be all alone on the bottom lane for like 4 or 5 minutes.
Yep.
Just using that double Midas off cooldown.
Yeah, and this was the big turning point in this highlight here. Secret, after quite a dominating early game, moving from tower to tower, they just kind of fall victim to that kind of choke point fight. And unfortunately, even if you are taking some of these earlier towers, feeling that you're taking the map away from Tundra, like Lizard just mentioned, you're not stopping the Arc from farming. So at some point, you are going to hit that boiling point where Tundra hits a team timing and then gets to set the pace of the game themselves.
How many ways they have to initiate?
I mean, they kept gaining ways to initiate throughout the game. That was like what I found the most impressive. When they finished this Gleipnir and stuff, they're starting with that and going into the Marcy Dispose. You know, before that they're using Marcy. Later they get the Hex. They're creating their own ways of initiation. They're sitting with 4 heroes in the trees waiting for Resolution the Strike to just come up the lane and then pick him off like that. They are bleeding Secret dry.
And again, they're just getting multiple ways of gaining info, gaining vision. Like before you had, I don't know, a Broodmother Naga. Now you have this Arc Warden just spamming spirits everywhere. You have Visage as well. And speaking of Visage, it wasn't only 33 Visage, it was a Visage with a Marcy. Now you have a sidekick on those birds. The objectives are just melting.
Yeah, just the fact that you have as well, like 33 in lane, it's a Visage killing the Bristleback. Like this lane, you're not meant to win it. When you pick Bristleback, you're meant to beat the Visage in lane. So Tundra already just excelling inside that laning phase and just kind of catapulting themselves to kind of weather the storm. And maybe if that Visage lane didn't go so well for Tundra, you could argue that the burst will be a little bit bigger. The pace Secret could set could be a little bit better. But the fact that you win that lane, it stalls it out a little bit longer. So Tundra then eventually, like we already mentioned, hit this beautiful team timing where they just punish Secret once again in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, Chrysalis still had a decentish timing. They stacked the Ancients hard.
Yeah.
And of course, yeah, Skidder here, the carry for Tundra. He's just had not only a great performance, but a great team enabling him. And I don't think he's put a foot wrong, really. He's always known what he needs to do, his objectives, and of course, his team fighting skills are, on par with that as well.
The optimization once again, right? Like you have this Chaos Knight who is building into a very early Mage Slayer. He is mitigating the damage that Lashrak is dishing out, and overall just being a true team player, just being up front, helping the Visage, and the Arc Warden do the majority of the work.
Again, just look at the stats that you see here, right? Like this is his first TI. He's hitting firsts in multiple categories. Like he is unnerved. He has unlocked his ability just to enable himself, enable the team. Again, we've had so many interviews where they just feel like everything's clicking, everything's right. And again, we're going into a game 3 where it feels like Secret just has nothing to answer yet to Tundra's playstyle.
But in defense of Secret, this was a better performance than game 1.
Yes, they adapted a lot. So from game 1 to game 2, you can clearly see how the cogs were turning with Heen and Puppy's mentality on how to approach Tundra. They needed to take towers early. They wanted to take away the map. Don't allow that fortified style of Tundra to set into play. Unfortunately, that didn't then lead to them dominating the map, them holding an aggressive position, because they faltered a little and Tundra then kind of sneaked their way through into the map and played again. So I think if you're going at Secrets looking at this again, game 3, it's we need to do what we did in game 2, but better. We need to execute faster, quicker, take away the map. Don't let them even get that up.
Sheep, do you snatch, do you ban the Lash? Do you leave it in the pool? Do you pick it?
Oh,
you just
no.
lost twice with it. You lost on mid, you lost on offlane.
Yeah, I don't know if they need to ban it because I don't think Tundra are interested in
Even plays
taking
it,
it.
yeah.
Like it feels like they have a very solid idea against the Leshrac. I also feel like their way of drafting versus the style is not working either because they've tried this like Magnus strat with Ember, like ways to clear all these illusions and stuff, and it's not working. They've tried Bristleback and Leshrac, also here is typically thought to be good against these illusions. It's not working. I feel like at this point your draft needs to go more in the direction of taking your own map control, fighting back against Tundra, because they are just able to play the map too well. You have to break that. That has to be the goal of your draft.
And this is something you mentioned, Lizard. The Arc Warden sat on the Tundra's off lane for 5 minutes, but Secret didn't want to engage. They were not interested in going down and making moves there. Instead, though, they did have the Dire jungle, and they did pick up a few kills. Do you think it was too passive to play around the jungle and not take on the Arc Warden, who was played by 9?
Yeah, I feel like it's easy to be complacent when you're playing a draft such as Secrets. You have this Morphling, he is going to be the ultra carry late game. The problem is you're playing versus an Arc Warden. You won't get to the late game if you let him roam and do whatever he wants in the first 15 minutes. He just gets too big, too fast, and gets that hex fast enough. You've seen what happens.
Well, we'll have to see what Secret are going to do for Game 3. But right now, I think we need to hear a little bit from Tundra, because before the Grand Finals, they sat down with Avo.
Welcome, Tundra Esports, to the Grand Finals round table. What is a peak Tundra game? What game do you guys think expresses your playstyle the most?
I can say that to me it's not about the heroes. Like for me, like the peak Tundra, in my words, would be controlled chaos. I think that's how we describe us.
Wow.
Very cool. Is it a close relationship between you guys?
I think it's very important to be close to one another, to be able to function as a team. And I think right now, like, I really enjoy spending time with all of the guys. I think it's also partly the reason why we are playing well as a team, I think.
It's your first TI, Skitter. First time you get to play in front of such a big crowd at a TI.
Correct.
Well, how does it feel?
I mean, it feels great. It's all I ever dreamed it to be. And, I always wanted this to be a reality, so I'm just happy to live it.
You've had your experience at TI, particularly that second place with DC. In that tournament, you came in as the underdog, right, into TI, or at least maybe not one of the favorites. Do you feel like that this tournament?
I would say so. Like, I feel like after the results in Saudi and the Arlington Major, we kind of had some pretty bad results, so people weren't looking at us as one of the contenders, which I think, in hindsight, it was a very good thing to us. Even after we lost, we kind of said, no, it's good. Now we can go in as the underdogs,
How do you guys feel about snaking as a captain?
He's always trying his hardest, and I think he's been doing a really great job. He's always managed to stay positive, even through kind of our rough times.
And I feel like he's done a great job. I feel like sometimes as a captain, people fall into these traps where they kind of they had maybe a bit too much of the ego and they believe in their ideas too much and they don't try to empower the teammates. But I feel like Sneh has done a good job of balancing this out, empowering the teammates' ideas and also believing in his and trying to make them work. So I feel like he's exceeded my expectations for sure.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think he's very great at enabling players and their ideas.
We don't need a strong leader in terms of someone that makes all the decisions. I'm really happy that we kind of have a captain in him, but he still listens to everyone. We still make decisions together and everything.
But you guys seem to all have your own ideas of Dota, and you get to put them in your gameplay, right?
Yeah, everyone has especially when it comes to the different lanes. I'm happy that everyone gets to play the lane they want to, how they want to, I know that whatever I want to play on mid lane, Sneh is gonna support me.
I'm curious about that. When you first described your idea of the mid lane to them, how was the conversation?
I think it started with Winter Wyvern.
Winter Wyvern? Ah.
And I was just playing the hero in a pub, and I got pushed into playing it in scrims, basically. It's not like I was saying from the beginning that, oh, I want to play this hero, it's so broken in pubs. I started being more open to the idea of playing different heroes, and every time I started winning with things, people saw it and supported me and pushed me as well. I think everyone is very open to trying new things in his team.
How are the feelings towards finals?
I try not to think too much about it because I think the more you think about it, the more you'll overthink things, and you should just treat it as another game you're playing. It's not a big deal. Obviously, there's going to be a big crowd. You just have to mentally prepare yourself for that in advance, so then you're not overwhelmed by it by the time that the crowd is there.
I'm excited, honestly, which is a very good thing because I'm rarely excited. I was very much like emotionally neutral, so I just want to go in these games, like play my game and just have fun and like show some good Dota to the viewers. So.
How does it feel to play in front of a big crowd at TI? Is it different than when you play like in the majors or anything like that?
For now, it has been easier than all the other crowds I've played in front of. I really feel like all the things come together this TI. Like so many moments, so many losses in the past year that taught me specific things. I use them now to win.
I'm just excited that I've been playing this game for like 15 years now, or Dota 1 and Dota 2 combined, and I finally get the opportunity to play on this arena and get the grand finals. It's been a dream of mine for many years, and I'm just happy and grateful that I was able to accomplish it. Like, yes, this is kind of going to be the biggest game of my life, but I think something we've been working about with our psychologists to kind of try and lower the stress is that all our hard work has already been done. Like now, all we have to do is just go and play. So what I would like to do is just try not to think about it too much, pretend this is just a regular game and just go and play.
It was always my goal to come to TI and to win it. And since I've made it to the finals, I'm very happy for myself and for my teammates that I managed to do it. And now, it's the final step. I'm ready to take it.
It's been like very long and very stressful road even in some ways. And you even have this feeling of being burnt out a bit, but now it's finally here. I'm just super happy, and it's like the only thing left to do is just play.
So there we have it. Tundra sitting down with Avo, and I just got to congratulate whoever the psychologist is. Either you've just worked magic and they're doing meditation, or you've got them all on meds, because they are the most chill team. That's a grand final, pre-grand final sit-down interview. They were so calm. They're here and they just want to take it. And they might 3-0.
I feel like they could just win like 4 TIs in a row right now. If they keep like, I mean, like right now, like if they play tomorrow another grand finals and then another one and another one, like the fact that they're all 5 just in the same mindset, answering in the same tone of voice, like they're just. A unit. That is scary. Like they are one.
I did like the fact though they did ask everybody what's snaking like as a captain as he sat on the end of the table.
How did he bribe them? Like
he's just going,
He's just sitting there and listening as they praise him for like 10 minutes.
But they should. I mean, they made it to the grand finals, and he's very chill. And 15 years of Dota, from Dota 1 to Dota 2, and we can take a look here at some of the win rates versus Puppy, and there is snaking.
He's positive.
Exactly. This is the most important thing. So the other day I was looking at snaking win rate versus Puppy, and I saw Noxel starting to tweet about it. So I went onto that Dota, looked a bit deeper, and yeah, it's basically there's only 4 players who've ever got a 50% win rate positive against Puppy. Only 4 players. Everyone else is sub 50%. So snaking today with his victory, yesterday, bumped him up to over 50, drawing with RK. Now he's winning the 2 games currently. He's now 51.8. If he wins the next game in this grand finals, he'll then leapfrog Bulldog and be 2nd place. Again, it is insane.
But with what number?
With a 52.6% win rate.
Oh, I love it when you talk numbers.
There we go. Oh, you like that? But yeah, everyone, all the Tundra fans, they love snaking right now because he clearly is the secret source, maybe, for understanding that Puppy mentality.
When's the last time you've been to NA? Tell the truth.
Last time?
Tell the truth. What's this NA copium over here?
What? They're literally like insane. Like again, to be clear, Secret, they have to do some mad work in this interim. They need to properly break down Tundra, understand everything that's happened in TI in a single 15-minute break, because Tundra is looking flawless.
I don't know how you're meant to do it in time. I actually genuinely, they've tried 3-4 different strats and this was meant to be their idea. We're bringing in the Chen. We need something to take objectives. We need towers. They took that Roche in 14 minutes. They were doing everything right, and they still crumbled. Their strats were just not up to par with Tundra.
And it's not just the heroes, right? Like if you look at the players, it's in the first 2 games, they literally switched up the roles. Like you had Crystallis playing a carry, then he was literally the offlane Bristleback. It wasn't some Midas Aghanim rushing Bristleback. No, that was Vanguard BKB. He's just going to stand in front. Nisha was the Leshrac, the mid laner, the classic playmaker. Then he was the Morphling, the ultimate win condition. They're switching everything up, and nothing seemingly works.
If they have to focus on one particular thing to improve, draft, map control, team fight, in terms of draft or the team fight, because they can obviously team fight, but they just seem to be just outmastered a little bit. But what's the one thing that you would want Secret to kind of really have a conversation about in those 15 minutes between game 2 and where we're going in game 3?
Would you like to take it?
I think you just reset it, right?
Oh, okay.
But you've got to change something. You need a reset, but it's...
I mean, maybe it is just draft. Like, I've seen a lot of success on the Rezo, Chrysalis, Dawnbreaker. Like, that's not getting banned in first phase. Maybe that's something to explore as a strat. It's something that lets them fight globally and often, like, it covers a lot of your heroes. This heal might let them turn the fights around.
I'd lean more on conviction. When you take an area of the map, they want to be able to play there. Don't allow Tundra to be able to sneak back out and then start skipping the waves that way. So if you have this early aggression, make sure you have extra catch to get there.
Well, we'll see, because they're time for Team Strat talking over. Puppy with Team Secret will re-enter the arena. If they are to take this, it needs to be a reverse sweep. Sitting with a 2-0 lead, Tundra, calm, cool and collected. They are smart, but Snake King said in his interview, do not overthink it. Don't try and get too smart, and that's exactly what they've done. They've just been able to play their game, and it's Team Secret that need to break it. This could be a 3-0. Tundra are scary right now, and it's, even though it might not be, if it was a 3-0, it's like, sure, as a fan for either of the teams, you want, an absolute, amazing game of Dota with all the back and forths, but really, if Tundra can take this 3-0, it's still so impressive.
Now, let's be real. We want more games, right? We want more games than just the 3-0. But if you're a Secret as well, you just need to focus on yourself. Like, you can't let Tundra get into your head like in the last best of 3. Focus on your drafts. Focus on what made you get this far. Because nothing works against Tundra if you're focusing on their heroes and banning them out.
This is one of those grand finals where if Tundra win it 3-0, it's like the celebration, like the pro enthusiasts will be like, they just played such beautiful Dota. And this will now be like, how do we want to play Dota? The whole shift of DPC season will be, we'll look at Tundra. How do they skip waves? How do they always have the same element in every draft, even though heroes are different?
Is there something you'd ban out, Sheep? Like, is there a big element of Tundra that needs to go?
I don't know. There's too many heroes to ban for them. When I looked at last game, I think the biggest crack that I saw in their gameplay was when they were repelled from Secret's base and they were suddenly on the back foot of we have to get out of here. And I think Secret took advantage of that really well for a short time. They were chasing them down lanes. They were getting pickoffs. They were forcing them to use their ults, and they kind of fell apart for a moment. Like, they didn't reset properly. Their resetting was usually really good, but when they kind of had to re-engage in the map, it felt like they were just kind of getting picked off, like on their Visage top. Stuff like that, if they can just apply more pressure from the side of Secret, like maybe Morphling is too slow of a hero, maybe they do need to just go all in on that hard tempo, all 5 heroes, go, go, go.
Full divide Dota.
Yeah, pretty much. That's how LGD started getting taken down at Arlington, for example.
Now, how dangerous are Tundra going to be with a 2-0 up? Because already their drafts are hard to ban out, but now they have options. They've got games in the bag to kind of, I'm sure they don't want to throw one. You're shaking your finger at me, T-Gov.
No. You watch that interview, they are one. They say draft, there's no need to change. We are winning. We shall win. We shall pick the same heroes. We have exactly. We have the second lowest hero pool in all of TI. We just continue winning. Like, they don't need to change.
Imagine Aoi, right, staring at you with an expressionless face. He shrugs his shoulder. Why change it? Of course.
When they can communicate, telepathically, that's when it will get scary, but it almost seems like it at this point. But can Team Secret bring it back? That's what I want to know.
I completely agree with what Sheepo said.
Focus on their draft, not the enemy.
Focus on their draft and their gameplay. If they could be a little bit more aggressive, if they could be a tiny little bit faster like they were once they defended their base, it looked like they had that game back in their control. But then a couple of mistakes here and there, they just need to be more focused. I know it sounds like such a generic thing to say, but the moment they got the game back, they fed a couple of kills, unnecessarily kills on the side lanes.
Yeah, and on top of that, have something that can kill Wraith Pact. A hero that can just get in there and kill Wraith Pact, that's like one of the biggest problems. They're playing with so much damage reduction on the side of Tundra. If you're able to deal with that and their map control and like how they do it, those are just the 2 biggest things, I think.
So who are those heroes? We looking at Snapfire or?
Snapfire is a little difficult because she has to really like walk in there, but yeah.
We'll see what they do. Well, we're ready here, and I hope you are at home because we're going to go into Game 3 of the Grand Finals of the International.
Team Secret versus Tundra Esports. Grand Finals Game 3.
Tundra Esports turn to ban.
Thank you very much, James. And yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're just about ready to get this Game 3 underway. So far, Tundra leading the way 2-0 against Team Secret in this Grand Finals. Once again, Seb, Notel, and Fox here with me for the draft. I mean, boys, 2 games now where Tundra, they've looked scary. We saw in the second game, Secret maybe trying to break successfully into sort of this sort of impenetrable force that Tundra hold the game hostage with, but it still wasn't enough. Can you see them taking it to the next level, or are you concerned for them now going into this Game 3?
I don't know, there's very few names I could find, you know, around the world to pick, like to break Tundra, but Poppy would be one of them, right? I mean, Poppy, Heen, they have so much experience. Of course they can, of course they can. I want to believe they can, you know, I want more games, and yeah, of course they can.
I want to believe too. The copium tank is pretty low right now. It's running very low. I think Orange player was feeling it last game. I really think for Secret they need to commit. They need to push it to the limit. You know, I think Nisha was having an incredible game. I don't think they missed a few moments last game that could have turned into. They could have made the game look a lot more doable for them, but you also see the power of Tundra. Like, they have some ideas. They seem to be on top of their heroes, like the combinations, the Arc Warden with the Visage too. We haven't seen this before. Yeah, and now we're at least seeing Secret get their Marcy hero, so I don't know. I mean, I'm starting to have a hard time believing that Tundra can be broken.
I mean, there's one thing maybe we haven't seen as much in this Grand Finals from Secret is like full-on lane dominance.
Yes.
You know, Marcy could kind of draw the, like lead the direction, lead the back into, crushing 3 lanes, and maybe Tundra just doesn't come online. You know, we've seen Neta like 33 play Brood against Secret in the upper bracket finals, and that's probably one of the worst Brood start he ever had in the in the entire tournament, and that's what Secret did to him. And yeah, they can do that, so it could be one route.
That was with Monkey though, and Monkey has been banned in every game.
True. Yeah. They are setting up for it.
This Bristleback also, I mean, I don't know. It's like Tundra knows their heroes so well, and I feel like they had counterpicked the lane in last game, and yet it didn't work.
But you know, I feel like they banned the Monkey maybe to threaten the Brood, but Secret still let the Brood in, and they decided to ban the Tusk instead. So I think now it's like, Tundra, do you still dare to Brood? Like, you want to test our ability to counter Brood once again? And Tundra is like, no, let's keep it open, and let's decide a little bit later what 33 is going to be playing.
Yeah, he has options, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're just going to save him for later on. He'll have a bunch of cool options. And you're going to be forced now, when you see this, they're going to have to ban the Naga Siren. They're still going to have to take the same initiative that did the last time. They're still going to stick with the Lesh.
I mean, I don't think it's wrong for them to stick with the Lesh. I think Lesh had tons of openings in both games. Resolution was playing it really well, and it opened up this Morph pick, but they were second pick. I mean, I think this game's gonna be really hard also because it's drafting order. Like, it's extra tough for Secret to figure out what they want to do, because they can't keep it open till the end. They might go back for the Dawnbreaker. I mean, we haven't seen them. It's been ignored the whole series so far. But I also think rightfully so. But I don't know what Secret are going to do with first pick here, like for the next phase. And yeah, we have to really look at the bans, and they have to coerce them again into something that is going to lead into good things for them.
Yeah.
Meta is having a field day right now, you know? Like, the Brood is still in, Tide is getting banned. I think, Secret need to pull out some aces.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to keep track of, but to be fair, probably their best bet is to build on what they want to do and only counter what's going to get in the way. So if they believe that this Naga is going to stop what they want to do, then sure, ban it, else you might as well play against it. Yeah. Obviously, it is scary to play against Tundra's best heroes, but at this point, it feels like all they have is best heroes.
Yes.
So you might as well.
Yep. It's the Visage,
always a substitute, right? Like, as we saw, we saw a lot of times a bunch of different heroes for 9, but then, I mean, we were all sitting there and we're like, wow, this magnetic field, this Arc Warden just buffing everyone up, making them like immune to damage. It's something you pulled out of left field.
That was nasty.
I mean, I wonder if the statistics, I mean, there are probably some stats for the damage reduction that teams have pulled off, like between Wraith Pact and Anchor Smash with
the pipes.
And with the pipes and stuff. And I feel like they must now be up there, right? Especially with the Arc Shard. That's something new.
Mage Slayer as well too, right? Like, it seems like they always just have layers and layers and layers of it, which, I mean, you guys are very familiar with, of course.
Yeah, I love myself some damage reduction. Spectre, nice.
Yeah.
Good times.
Stampede.
Stampede. IO.
I mean, we'll see. I think Secret is debating whether or not they want to target the Naga. They're probably, because theoretically you could consider that, you've got yourself a Leshrac against the Naga or Leshrac against the Slark, which are the very popular skitty heroes. Yeah. Maybe Nyx should take higher priority, for instance, if you just look at matchup to matchup.
Yeah.
But it's, you know, you're one game down, like one game away from getting eliminated, as in like losing the grand finals, and you give them the hero they've been dominating with. It's a hard call.
Oh my God, they banned a Brewmaster.
Okay.
Interesting.
Interesting too.
Yep.
Yeah. I feel very scared of the Naga. That's me. Like I would not choose to play against it. But like Seb is saying, what are you gonna choose to play against? They beat the Visage before, and it honestly looked very doable last game too. Like they had moments in this game, even though they missed, I think, a few opportunities. It does seem like I don't really know. There's Broodmother too. Oh boy.
It's just
Now,
so many options.
So they banned the Conka out, and I think that they're really threatening, you know, the Brood second phase with the Conka ban as well.
Yep. I would really want to see Secret address the Mirana, like address the Moonlight Shadow, because I think it's actually what makes these heroes really scary, because they really get to disengage. Like this Tiny is gonna throw his spells and not get punished for it. Same with the Naga in the other game and the 9 heroes. Like I would want this hero to kind of, if they get too close to the action, to die. You know.
What about Zeus?
Yeah,
Zeus
these kind of heroes like
Zeus Slash might be a lot of the same thing, but I wonder, like you play against Mirana Naga.
Yeah, I think like very reliable lockdown. I don't know if it's Disruptor Glimpse, if it's Zeus, you know, ulti. They need to find a way to stop Tundra from, you know, poking, kind of, you know, slowly, kind of, you know, beating them down, like kind of agony, the slow agony of in and out heroes that are using the Moonlight Shadow,
Just
like
long range, disengage all the time.
A lot of those heroes are left in the pool. The Life Stealer we've seen that's countered the Last Strike a couple times that we haven't seen Tundra go for too much, but it's been banned a lot of times. The Naga Siren's still in, so what's their option? I mean, they get their Pango instead.
They go for the Pangolier.
Leaving things open for their last 2 picks, right? Now they have 33 as the pick of the litter, 9 ours, Skeeter does as well.
Same drafting scenario as game 1 when they were second pick. You know, they picked the Saksa, the Snake King, and the 9 kind of trio, because these guys actually play as a trio. They play a lot in the Fog of War. As we said, you know, they feed on Skitters and 33's map pressure. So this is what they want to play with. You know, this is what they want to counter the Lash early game tempo with, and now they're just going to decide how to set their silence up for success.
And this next pick for Tundra is so scary. I mean, for Secret to pick, they maybe still want to address the Brood, right? Because, I mean, sure, Pangolier could be Neta hero, could be the 9 hero. Now,
Crystallis actually has played a lot of Marcy position 1. I don't know if he's done it officially, but in pubs he's been playing it a lot. So I think that's also an option, and maybe that's a hero that he feels like will counter Neta's fall no matter what.
But isn't it really hard now? Like, you're also afraid of the Visage, Brood. I'm just thinking Neta heroes, and now you pick the Silencer. Like,
I feel like if it's a +1 Marcy, I feel like it works. And to be honest, I like the global, like, I really like the Silencer Dawn route against Thunder.
Oh, here we go. Let's
okay,
go.
take it away.
Nice.
So now the Brew ban makes sense, right?
Yeah.
At least in a way.
Makes a lot more sense. Yeah.
Okay, they're taking it from Tundra. That is
I think it's a good approach.
Yeah.
Don't you?
Yeah.
I think it's a very good approach. Also for the Mirana, we're talking about the Moonlight Shadow, we're talking about this long range. I think
I like the pick, but the only thing that scares me is you're now in the most important game, like the hardest game to play, and you're picking something you haven't touched yourself against a team that's probably the smartest at playing with it, so perhaps also playing against it. So, you know, it's like you have to execute it. Theory-wise, I like it, but
what they picked before didn't work, right? So isn't it in a way really good to switch it up?
Yes, it is. It is.
Even though, I mean, yeah, back against the wall, it won't get harder for Secret than this. 2-0 in TI finals?
Surely. Now I wonder, is this a Naga +1 or could it be flexible? That is what I don't know, because obviously we have not seen Secret use Naga as much.
Does Sayak play +4 Naga?
I haven't seen any of it.
They haven't played it.
They haven't
played it at all.
Yeah. So it's really hard to guess what they're going to do with it. This Marcy could be core support, so that's the sex, basically. That's the 33 hero. It's a beast into Naga, which is interesting, but he does like the axe build a lot.
Yeah. No, but I've seen it. It makes Naga suffer a lot on the lane. Like, you think it's illusions normally versus Beast, but Beastmaster has skill points, so you can put in different things, and it turns out that you can actually get a really good lane versus illusions. Like 1 Avalanche plus the Beast, if you catch him summoning it, then you're left with, just a naked Naga who only has Riptide.
Yeah.
Everyone has massive wave clear. It's like the typical Tundra. Every single person can push from the fog, clear creep wave almost instantly as well, too.
But Crystallis has played this in the past. I've seen him play it in the past in pubs, and, you know, I think it's a fantastic hero versus Tundra.
I see it. I mean, Tundra for sure is going to hate the lane pressure kind of against them. They really want to... And also, they do have nice wave clear. I mean, Pango's pretty nice. Beast is also decent, but Maybe Naga still too much.
Naga will overwhelm it eventually.
Yes.
At some point.
At some point, this bottom and Tiny, they can't push back against Naga.
I want to ask, what's Tundra going to ban here? What are they banning for? Are they banning for a Nisha mid hero? Are they banning for a Resolution offlane hero? I mean, I'm assuming that they're assuming Naga's one.
I think the offlane heroes are more problematic than the mid heroes.
Because it could be Sayak hero coming up too, and Resolution playing the
Marcy.
The Marcy also.
Or it could be a Naga 3 or 4, which is maybe a little bit more crazy.
I wouldn't assume it, but of course.
Could be.
I mean, that's probably more likely. Now we see the troll ban too. We've seen Rezo play Marcy quite a lot in the qualifiers and stuff like that. He was playing it offlane a lot.
Yeah, they've been owning with the offlane
with
Marcy.
great success.
I wonder what his stat is, but I think it's very positive.
It's tricky. It's tricky. We'll see what Tundra is going to decide to respect, because they also have to be taking a guess here, and it's not an easy one. So whatever they're going to ban is going to obviously tell us where they're placing the Naga and where they're placing the Marcy, assumingly, or what they care the most about, if anything, because obviously they cannot know for sure what Secret is going to do.
Lots of hmms going on, I think.
There's a lot of pressure on these bans. There's a lot of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
Shaman.
Yeah.
Interesting.
All right,
so they're looking at Marcy core for Secret. So then in that case, most likely a Marcy +3
But I also
and a Naga
think it's a very interesting read on the game, right? Like, why do they ban Rasta here? What does Rasta make? I think it makes sense with the Naga, right? It's like it's a lot to do with the Naga and what you're saying about like this hard lockdown, not letting heroes like kite around you. Shackle can be an incredible tool.
And right now they have very poor lockdown. Like it's only Lesh stun and Marcy rebound, which is very unreliable.
Yes.
Right? This Hex could have helped a lot.
Yeah, and it's also one of the Sayak classics. Okay, next ban. Yeah, I think they really want the Marcy to be core. Obviously, they could still flex it. I'm not sure what Resolution could be looking at. Other than that, Sayak has a bunch of heroes, right? Like Sayak has a bunch of heroes. He has the Earth Spirit, which is a good lockdown. He has the Tusk is out.
Stage Shaker, Tusk is out.
Shaker.
They do ban the Clockwork. Looking, for some reason, I feel like we might be surprised by how Secret's gonna put the heroes, but maybe that's just
they
my
could
mind
pick
going
Nisha's
crazy.
hero here, right? If Nisha, what could Nisha be picking? I mean, we mentioned the Zeus. I don't know if it's that good here.
I'm stuck on this Marcy +1. I can't get over it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know why, but I mean, we'll see. This is exciting.
5 seconds remaining.
They're out of time, right? Is that reserve time?
They've got
I
a little
assume
bit.
so. Okay, they've got a little bit more. 15 seconds to go. 15 seconds to decide. You know, probably your fate. A lot of pressure.
Misclick.
Ember Spirit. All right.
I mean, it's good for some reasons, right?
Yeah.
I'm not the biggest fan if we're doing +1 Naga with the Ember. I think there's a little bit of de-synergy, but there's also some synergy. It's just not all the way.
I mean, it's a very good Ember game.
But it's good,
Look at their
really good
heroes.
versus what they're playing against. Yeah.
Ember versus bottom Tiny Pango, like, and even Roar. They're gonna have a really hard time catching this Ember. He has the backup of Global Silence. If he does end up catching a kind of a stun, he has the backup of Sleep. This Ember can be the king of the game. You know, Nisha can pop off on this.
But do you still think that they're doing something weird with Marcy, or don't you just think it's going to be?
I would assume it's a Marcy Leshrac. You know, Zayak Marcy, Rezo Leshrac, Naga Silencer safe in an Ember mid.
Yeah.
Most likely.
I would say so too.
That's what it looks like. Yeah.
But so we've seen 9. He likes to counter pick when he gets the chance to. I wonder if he's happy with this matchup, like the Pangolier. I mean, he has to be the Pango, right? It has to be Skitter hero. Never mind. Medusa.
Right. We have not seen that hero.
We haven't seen that hero, right?
I think that's a first Usa.
Wow.
I mean, that's a Skitter hero. We've seen him play it a lot in the past. Yeah.
Okay, Medusa.
Stylus is on the Naga, yeah. No funny business here.
Do they have enough damage to take down a Medusa is what I'm thinking, you know?
When Tundra starts grouping up and forcing...
It's not easy for these heroes to take down Medusa, because, you know, Lesh and Ember
Lesh, yeah.
They might lack damage. Yeah. Probably that's what, Tundra is trying to abuse here.
And we saw one Naga earlier. I'm trying to remember who it was from RNG. He went for Diffusal on the Naga, and it could be interesting again this game.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, so Tundra's plan is to get this Dusa to a point where you eventually can go tier 2, Roche, tier 3, and the group up is going to be really strong with the Beast, and the sieging is going to start happening, and that's Secret kind of demise if it does happen. Whereas if Secret, they manage to stall the game out and start splitting, and you know, Medusa is also very punished by a map that gets spread out really quite a bit, and he doesn't like running around. So
it's funny. It feels like both teams have swapped roles in terms of how they want to play the game, right? Secret wants to be dodging, and Tundra is going to try to hit critical mass, group up around the Dusa, the Beast, and just try to, you know, end it. So we'll see how it works out. Very interesting to see how the best Naga team plays against Naga, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't get more interesting than that.
You have any copium left for Secret?
I do.
You do?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I want game 4.
Me too. I really want game 4.
Well, we'll see if we're going to be getting that here. I mean, overall as well, Fog, you know, just sort of seeing Skeeter on this sort of hero. It's been, what, 2 games so far with Tundra. Each time, whether it's been Skeeter or Nine, they've just had this core that Secret haven't really been able to touch. Do you feel that may be the case here again, or do you believe that Secret, they can make sure that neither of these 2 cores from Tundra get a free game?
Tundra are magical the way they make space, especially for Skeeter, and I see 4 heroes that are pretty damn good at it. So let's see. I mean, they're the ones who know how to play versus the Naga Siren, so let's see if they can actually be put up to that test.
I hope for a 5-game finals. I hope these players are in here and really enjoying the moment, you know? I hope we get some good Dota.
Absolutely. Sort of final words, Seb, you know, coming into this for Secret. We saw them able to sort of keep the positivity high at the end of game 1. Do you think they're going to be able to do it again at the end of game 2 going into this game 3?
There's a reason why Puppy was in the finals 10 years ago and why he's there again.
Well, let's see what's going to happen here. We'll pass over to Slacks now. It's going to be with Owie for some words before the game.
I am here with Owie 2000. Hello, sir. Potentially one more, my friend. Potentially one more. Are you guys feeling it in the booth?
Honestly, like we had a talk, our emotions are pretty level right now. We've worked a lot on not choking on land, so hopefully, you know, game 3 of TI finals.
Definitely a good time not to choke. So you guys, I saw a lot of comfort picks coming out here. You know, the Snaking Mirana, the Pangolier. So is that kind of the strategy to just get those feel-good heroes, or do you think they're especially good in this draft?
I mean, we sort of early picked those heroes, so they're just sort of heroes that we think are strong and fit in versus their first couple of heroes. But we also picked Dusa because Skitter opened the Crimson Witness on stage. So I was like, it's time to pick the Dusa. So
I think this might break it or make it for Dusa. She might get a nerf or a buff after this game. So which one are you hoping for?
For Dusa?
Yeah?
I feel like the hero's unpicked, unplayed, no? Like, I don't know if I've seen a Dusa this tournament, but I hope it works.
All right, well, we'll see if it works. Let's throw ahead and throw it to the casters for potentially the last game, game 3 of the grand finals.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Yes, we'll see indeed. Our Tundra able to get the 3-0 sweep, or a Secret able to stop them in their tracks. First of all, though, before we get into the action, we've got some words behind the scenes from Puppy during that last draft.
They are afraid of your monkey, Remco. Feel the power. He remembers last game. But don't worry, new game.
Oh, there we go. There, Puppy trying to sort of build spirits coming into this game 3. As they need everything here, Secret, to try and be able to turn things around against Tundra. 2 games now where there's just been a point where it seems all over. Tundra has just been all over Secret, closing up the games as they wish. Here, this game 3, indeed, as we talked about during the draft, bit of a different approach from both teams.
Much different.
Tundra absolutely trying something completely different there. You know, obviously, Owie mentioning that, you know, cosmetics were a bit of an influence in terms of why Skeeter's running the Medusa in this match. But regardless, you've got to imagine they still pick it because they feel that it's going to have its strengths here. Something that other teams have not been able to find in any of the games so far here, this international.
Yeah, they probably feel like it can get to the scaling point, but the laning phase could be incredibly difficult. This is a very oppressive lane that Secret does have down here. And Mirana, I mean, we've seen Snaking do fantastic work on it, but sometimes you just can't really protect these cores. There's a reason these Medusas and Clinks have not been picked too often. Their lanes can just get completely shut down. So let's see if Skeeter and Snaking are able to do it. Right away, we're seeing those immediate tangos. 4 or 5 of them are being passed off to Skeeter. He's going to have to bring more down because of the harassment that's coming out.
Of course, one thing that's going to be feeling good for Secret, seeing already some action from it here down bottom. Zayat's getting his hands on the Marcy this game. One of the stronger heroes from the tournament.
They don't have one of those heroes that really benefits the most off of the sidekick, though. Usually you do see, like, when Tundra does try to opt for it, they have like 2 or 3 heroes they can throw this sidekick onto. Not really many on Secret, where it's like, wow, amazing sidekick. Like, sure, the damage bonus on an Ember can be decent, but Naga Siren getting sidekicked up isn't really the best. So it's going to be more of just this ganking in Marcy in particular.
And do you feel a bit more comfortable overall with Secret's approach? You know, this game, Crystallis, playing what you could only describe sort of as a more traditional carry, right? It's not this Pudge or Bristol that's going to look to be forced to get involved at an earlier time. He can look to sort of take the game a bit more on his shoulders as a harder carry as the Naga Siren in this game 3.
Yeah, I mean, eventually, like, he should be able to, and eventually definitely take over the map, and they do have those elements to be able to push and abuse those side lanes. It's very, like 702 was saying, it's like the script has shifted completely. It almost looks like a Tundra draft on the Secret side, except for the silencer. So could definitely see Crystallis perhaps get to that point, but let's see if he's able to with the pressure that comes out, because Tundra, you said, super oppressive. But looks like Skeeter, he's having a little bit of a rougher one, as we've seen Snaking actually getting a lot of last hits in this lane. 6, because Skeeter's being pushed off a lot from the aggressiveness.
I mean, that's, sort of something to be said there, at least Snaking making sure that not too much is getting missed from the both of them.
Yeah.
We'll see top. Puppey, just going to look to chase out Satcher a little bit. So she'll be fine and into the trees. I mean, mid lane, this time round, having the Ember Spirit here for Nisha. I mean, what's sort of your thoughts on this hero? I mean, she picked later on in the draft. Is this a game where Ember Spirit's going to have the luxury of sort of darting around the team fights, or is there a few concerns for Nisha?
Definitely some limited disables on the side of Tundra. He could have a spectacular game. However, Ember at this tournament has been having some difficulties, of course, kind of committing into fights. You kind of just run out of steam at some point, it feels like, on this hero lately. So we'll see what he's going to be able to make of it. Top. Saxa
trying to trade with Puppey, but Crystallis will step up, make sure that Saxa can't continue to stand his ground against the silencer.
Now we see the build, of course, from 33. It's Axe Max, but also just he started with the Sage's Mask straight into the Bats. He started some Mangoes. It's typical approach from Tundra and just keeping the spam on. He sees top CS.
And sort of a secret, in terms of, obviously we talked about how Tundra can deal with the mid secret. For secret, how well are they going to be able to deal with 9 when he hits this point where he's coming in with those early rotations, heading to the side lane with the Rolling Thunder? Can they deal with the Pango's aggression?
He could be big problems. I think we have to watch for these globals, if he's able to catch it, like in between these rolls and stuff like that, how much Puppey's going to be able to do to catch this with the combination of Nisha. They do have burst damage to be able to just kill this Pango in some situations, so.
So far in the mid, Nisha. Decent bit of a lead here, 29-5 against the 21-2. Doing his best with a consistent slight spam here onto 9, keeping him low.
Both kind of doing the same thing to each other, keeping each other just at gankable levels. And it's a bit scarier, I would say, for the Pango. He actually has to go back to base because there's a Marcy. So whenever you're getting put low, you always have to expect this rotation to come in. So we do see 9 is forced back to base.
We did see Zayach, indeed, step over to that area, see if that opportunity was going to be had. Just 9 plays it smart.
As soon as he goes missing bottom, even for a couple seconds, they do have to be very wary of it. Snaking. He's got the trade. He's got 2 in Starstorm, too.
It's true. Zayach does get too low. Dude, Snaking will look to jump in and burst through him.
Yeah, 1 or 2 more hits, and he would have probably been able to go for it.
And looking at the bottom lane, it also was a bit of a slower start in the first few waves. Looks like Skeeter's able to pretty much catch back up here to him the amount of fun that Rezo's getting out of this. 26 for 7, 23 for 6, and he's got this full wave coming in against him. I think Skeeter, despite the early pressure on him, dealt very well with those first few waves, those first few lanes that they've had to match up against Secret down here.
They've been so good because of this Mirana, really. Like, Snaking's actually being able to bully and make sure that Skeeter's able to have a decent laning phase because these 2 points in Starstorm. He's able to trade with pretty much anybody. And here we see this rotation coming in.
He's already used the swashbuckle.
6.
And he has indeed hit the 6, and Alamine 9. He's more than fine. In fact, trying to use that ult to set up a bit onto Nisha, but the Remnants are the ready. Nisha himself in the 6. 9's able to roll across, pick up that arcane rune. As Snaking and Saxa heading over to help. They're jumping with the rebound, but Zayach goes down. They'll even be able to turn over towards Nisha as well. But 9 will die for that effort. Maybe feeling a bit stronger than he was there, charging forward with the backup of his 2 supports. But 9 ending up losing his life off the back of that aggressive play.
Nisha does incredible physical damage right now. The corrosion and the blaze of attack finished.
So much damage yet.
Maybe thought
3 points in slide.
Yeah, maybe thought he was going to be a little bit tankier, and immediately they rotate in Zayach, they fill up the bottle, so looking to play around Nisha as much as possible.
So yeah, Secret showing that they can bring their supports mid as well. Sure that Nisha continues to have that edge in this mid matchup. Only about a 600 gold difference, a lead here for the Ember Spirit. Nisha playing it well so far.
I mean, that tends up being the decision there. So Secret, they're going to be like, okay, no longer can we really pressure the Deucer early game. We're just going to look to buff up this Ember Spirit so he can be the one to kind of take over the map. Since Naga's now having her own free time, they're just going to be like, all right, Rezo, you're sacked for the moment. We'll deal with this Medusa later on. Still keeping the silencer even around the mid lane.
$33. Looks like he'll give some of that top lane to Saxa. 33 will start to clear a bit of the stacks.
prepared here in the triangle.
Yep, he's got his helm creep finished up too, so now he can look to actually pressure the lane. Once he's got this creep, he can go back up there.
Bottom lane, making a bit of an effort onto Skeeter. Mana starting to get pretty low here.
The arrow?
Damage resides in Resolution. Snaking on target though, holds back Rezo. Limits the ability for Secret to continue to chase down Skeeter, but we're seeing heavy pressure now from these two, and it's going to become even more. Secret, they're bringing in Nisha to make the aggressive play down. Skeeter immediately out of the area, does not want to mess around when these sort of rotations come out from the mid.
The earlier ward that Snaking placed for to watch the rotations of the Marcy, actually this time catches the Ember Spirit, making the rotation down. So Skeeter, we've seen him, actually last game did the same thing. Got pushed out of lane relatively early, will go to jungle, and Snaking's going to sit in the trees and sap.
And it's this timing again, really, so this 8 to 9 minute window where both games, Secret, they have been allowed to get this early tier 1 tower. So once again, they'll get some good pressure on at the moment. Snaking, same position as last game, sapping the XP that he can. Over in Secret's up for the map though. Saxon's got a bit of a catch on to Crystallis.
He looks dead.
Nine, he's ready to jump in with the Rolling Thunder. That's Crystallis gone. So while Secret put the pressure on down bottom, Tundra make the most of that information to catch out Crystallis alone.
It's so much pressure. As soon as the Dominator's finished up on the Beastmaster, he's shoving the lane in. They're looking to catch behind, and yeah, Saksa, he finds it. Even now going to take away some of this jungle, take away the bounty rune as well. And look at Snaking. It looks like he's potentially maybe trying to drag a wave or something. Yeah, maybe try to grab that, but unable to because he's getting chased. Does mean that they're not going to get the bottom tower on the side of Secret, and top tower is going to drop to the side of Tundra. And Snaking is just base making. Oh, unless Rezo reads him.
Nicely done there from Rezo. Zayt's able to jump in and throw Snaking back into the clutches of Resolution. They'll get themselves a kill out of that Secret.
Oh, beautiful play from Rezo.
And see Nisha. He's diving in sort of pretty deep into Tundra's half of the map. Trying to really keep Skeeter on his toes. Make sure this Medusa doesn't feel too safe to farm. Even this sort of deep area on their half.
He's not really at risk of too much. Like, they have to bring so many heroes to kind of punish this Ember Spirit, so I really like the play from Nisha. He's just keeping this Medusa low, keeping him scared, because if a +1 hero comes in, it's a free kill every time. And now, with this, potentially able to take this bottom tower, point put into Edict, so we'll be able to match that move from Tundra up top. 2-2.
10 minutes in. Similar to sort of the close start that we were getting at least out of the game 2 of this grand finals. Secret very much having their own strengths. Overall though, see top of the board there, 33. He's making the money on this Beastmaster.
We've seen this from him a lot on his Beastmaster, especially being top net worth when it was very popular. He was playing it so much. And we'll see now if there's going to be a play from Secret to look to invade the Ancient area, because that's kind of like the Medusa specialty, is farming these Ancients. In the past, most games with Tundra, they actually don't do this for Skeeter because he's usually playing with these illusion heroes. So let's see if they are going to look to punish him.
And sort of in comparison to the drafts that we have from Tundra in Game 1 and Game 2, would you sort of consider this Game 3-1 a little bit more vulnerable in these sort of early stages? Like Secret have a bit more of a chance of shutting them down early?
Yeah, absolutely. Medusa just takes some time before she wants to show up at all. So it does feel like they can look to be playing pretty aggressive, just have to really avoid 9 in particular. I mean, he's the big playmaker. If they can kind of
Nisha
move away from the Pangolier.
Let's see if he seizes the opportunity to go for Saxa. Sentry down though for Saxa now. He knows that Nisha's watching him.
Tough grab though. And 9 is still, I mean, really lingering in the back line on
Still wants to maybe do something.
He's got quite the flank.
He's a bit low on the mana as well. Went up too much to throw out here. There's the opening from 9. In with the Rolling Thunder. They'll pop the global.
The creep takes the arrow.
Stun. And he won't quite connect. And now Rezo tries to turn, but the global comes to an end. Saxa turns with a combo. Avalanche toss to take him down. Resolution falls. But
Zayat, he's fighting.
The backup of Nisha. Secret. They'll be able to take something in return.
Oh, no way.
He's out with the sword, but he goes for the TP. But Nisha will be able to dive in with the Remnant. Pick up a couple, maybe more. Chains her up. He has enough mana to stop the TP from Saxa. Puppy's here as well. They'll chase out the Tiny, surround him in the trees. It's a triple kill for Nisha.
What a play. Skills up the Searing Chains after he gets the kills. Immediately has enough mana to do it too. Beautifully done.
This is exactly what Secret need to be seeing from Nisha. They have to have him just step up to the next level, something that he has done before in some of the series here during the playoffs of TI. They need Nisha to be on top form and have a chance against Tundra.
And you see why they put so much emphasis on him in the mid lane. Fill up his bottle, do everything you can to make sure Nisha has this game so he can make that space for this Naga Siren, who now, yeah, Crystallis free in the jungle, and they have a regen rune sitting bottom. So Zayat, he's camping it for Nisha so he can keep his impact on the map. All about this Hammer Spirit for Secret.
Skeeter feeling confident enough to step up in the mid. Secret, they'll definitely jump on this. They'll get him with the opening. They've taken out his mana. The damage has been done. A risky position for Skeeter to find himself in. Secret, they don't hold back at all at making that jump. They know that Medusa is in a completely dangerous spot, and it hurts. That's Skeeter out of the game for 20 seconds. Secret, they managed to put some pressure on the mid, and of course this is just continued gold and XP being fueled and funneled into this Ember Spirit.
Stone has the regen running, so he's full HP, full mana for this push. They can still have to fight if anyone does come in, and Tundra doesn't feel like they do want to fight here. It's dropping too fast. Big moves, Secret.
This one go.
And tons of space. Crystal is now able to rotate down toward bottom.
I mean, 9. He's sort of keeping his eyes on Chrysalis, but of course in this area, out on his own. He's not able to sort of make any sort of move or aggressive play. At least not until he has the Diffusal Blade done. When that's there, he might be able to look for some solo action.
I was looking to see if we would see that build queued up also for Chrysalis, because I believe Nota was mentioning, I think it was Hector who did it actually in one of the games as Naga when he was playing, and he went with this Diffusal Blade, and it was very strong. So if he can opt to do that, if they even want to. The thing is though, do they even want to though? Because like the Medusa, maybe they don't feel like they even need it.
I mean,
how little this hero's been played.
You might sort of see the argument for just getting that Scardy.
Just play normal
As soon as you can. Of course, Scardy's going to have incredible benefits from limiting the Medusa in these fights.
Secret this time around really finding their footing. Now for Tundra, playing around 33 is probably the best option. Helm of Overlord is finished, so he is a big problem for Secret.
Resolution's pretty vulnerable as 33 opens up with a raw easy kill there for Tundra.
That's the big hero that they do have to watch out for. And yeah, snaking with these Moonlight Shadows, this has kind of been one of the biggest things that Tundra's been able to play around.
Yeah, you got to watch out for this Ember Spirit next fight. He's got his Maelstrom done and a DD in the bottle.
Oh boy.
You don't want to fight around this Ember unless you're guaranteed to have the lockdown. And of course, this is a point where Raw has been used. Nisha is going to be able to play with that timing in mind. Not too much that he has to threat when he turns up to these team fights.
And there's Global available too, so even if the chain stun comes out, like if Saksa finds an avalanche, they can probably counter it.
He's ready to go in chains.
There's
Followed by the Global Silence. See the runner. Snaking, try and get off to the side, but the slight's there. They take down both supports.
And they might even get the help. They will.
Extra 250 gold, I believe, going the way of Resolution, so more money for him. That'll speed up the Bloodstone. Really is, you know, saw Nisha being able to step it up a bit more in game 2, but here in this game 3, his Ember Spirit so far, so good here with these early plays. Anything sort of on towards the level 12. Once he gets that item done after the Maelstrom, we'll see what it's going to be if he feels he needs to get the BKB, play some sort of into some sort of safety for the next item. But at the same time, as we say, with sort of lack of lockdown,
he might not need it.
He can just build up that damage, continue to play aggressive.
I think he probably wants to look to play as aggressive as possible. The space for Chrysalis is amazing right now. He's just having the time of his life on this Naga Siren 2K lead. And Secret, they're still clustered together. The lanes are all in a good position for them, so they can just keep looking to fight. Even though they don't have global, this Ember's king.
Another catch in from Nisha, he's in with a slight change, bringing it off to the side, they're going to dispose back onto Saxa, but Science and Puppy just get shredded by 33 and his Dinosaur. As Tundra, they're ready to see if they can catch more snakes. He's in with the arrow, quick turn with a slight change. Nisha's just able to take him out amongst them, but Tundra, they continue to get more. 9 rolls in, takes out Rezo, who's got his eyes over towards Nisha. It's pretty deep here. Up towards the tier 2, they'll continue to try and chase him, chains back up. Well, Nisha starting to sort of dig there, a bit risky. He's going to get caught with the
Oh my
Nisha
God.
goes down. As Tundra, they hit back hard, straight down the mid, they take out 4.
And now Secret, they're looking for the fight. They're like, we don't have global, but we don't really care. We can still look to get this, but an avalanche from the high ground, I think catches, what, 3 heroes? Axes as well from the Beastmaster, catches multiple. Tundra in position perfectly to counteract Secret.
Yeah, as we've seen time and time again from Tundra this series, they know when to go. You give them any sort of opening, and they just go straight for it. And both supports taken out, and then they know it's their time. Is in this team. It's their time to is in this team. these two starting to fall. Tundra, they're sticking around here on the aggressive against Secret. Puppey does have the global up.
They have to try to take out this 33 Beastmaster somehow. He's doing way too much damage. Crystallis is still getting all the space in the world, but that is a pretty devastating hit. Losing Nisha like that.
Absolutely. We're going to get to see Crystallis have an impact this game that he just hasn't had in the series so far.
sure.
Both Game 1 and Game 2, he just never really got the farm, pretty much stuck at the bottom of the cores. It will be a different story this time, so Crystallis, he'll absolutely feel a bit more powerful when those inevitable team fights occur that he has to turn up to.
That being said also, though, Skeeter has started to get ignored a little bit because of the moves Tundra's been able to counteract with Secret. He's got Manta. Now he can really push out those waves without having to show his face. He can actually survive in most situations.
That's very true. I mean, as you said, on the Medusa, you're always going to have a tougher time opening up in this sort of game. And Skeeter, arguably, he's got through that tough spot.
He got through one of the tougher ones, and he's always going to have excellent Mystic Snake targets. You just throw that onto the Lesh in most situations, you get so much mana back in the fights. Secret have to be careful in these next few moments. Can't make another mistake like that. Gotta smoke up. Nisha's still having quite a bit of gold in the bank. 2,600.
She's snaking poke at the wave mid, but they want something much bigger than that. They want 33's life.
This is the best kill
See
they
if they
can
can
find
blow him up here with a combo. Straight in, but already 33's off the side. They find the chain.
Sasha's here.
Help out. Rolls back up. They turn with the roar onto Resolution, holding back the left track. They'll turn his attention over towards Saxa instead.
Here comes Skeeter.
They want to look to try and take this fight. 9 rolls up straight up the high ground. He's got the opening start on the Resolution. The roll continues, of course, through the song as Resolution's taken out.
They're still chasing.
9, he's ready to close in on Crystallis as the song comes to an end. Illusion's back out for Crystallis, snaking. Goes over the Starstorm, trying to burst Secret down low. The curse kicks in on to 9, so no further spells available to be casted on the chase.
But now Roche.
Resolution's gone. 33 as strong as ever, steps over into the Roshan pit. They were so close to maybe catching 33 by surprise, but they couldn't quite find the initiation off the back of the rebound.
They waited.
They're trying to poke at them here, Secret. Sort of deter Tundra from committing to the Roshan, but it's rough.
They waited a little too long, it felt like, on the Global. Every spell got casted, and then Global comes out. The Roar and the Avalanche was already there to kind of let 33 get the distance. So Secret, again, they have to be careful with these mistakes. It's gonna get punished every single time. Tundra is all at the ready to look for these fights, and now, with Skeeter at the ready to fight, they're gonna look for their own battle of 4 and 5.
Skeeter's ready to join in, he's got a point in the Stone Gaze as well. He's ready to pop that ultimate. Stop Secret from being able to sort of take the fight head into them.
Saxa's got Blink.
He's in with a jump. He gets the toss back. They'll get a quick pick onto Puppey. Puppey gets burst through. Rebounding from side, so towards Saxa. The Stone Gaze has been popped here, so Secret, they can't commit in for now. Ooh! He's actually going to end up tanking the Raw out the back of one of the illusions. Rezo's going to attempt to run down Tundra with this in mind, but onto the backlines. 9. Straight in on top of Zayas, controlling the Marcy. Good bounces here off the cliffs. Leaving Zayas no option to escape. 9 takes him out pretty much solo. Jumps over the swashbuckle. Stun will connect though. 9. He's falling low. Nisha has the damage. They take down 9.
Can they chase for more?
They've got the curse on the 33 Rezo. Pops the Bloodstone, getting that mana back up. He's ready to chase. He's closing the ammo to the Beastmaster. It's going to be another for Secret. Triple kill for Nisha. Only Skeeter and Saxa left here for Tundra. Saxa, he still wants to fight. Jumps in with the toss. The Avalanche onto the 3 of them. They're taking out Resolution. There's going to be a buyback from Zayas. Secret, they're putting everything into holding this fight. Keeping Crystallis safe. Nisha,
the dragon.
so low on mana. He hasn't really got much push off. He's sort of trapped up on the high ground. He's got one more slide of
He's
finish.
burning.
But Skeeter,
he's burning.
On the burn for the dragon. 33. Kills him off. Skeeter will surely die here. Can they really get him out? Oh, but they're going to get him out.
Is he really going to get away?
They can't close the gap. Skeeter's going to live.
God.
He's going to live.
Oh, Nisha, he gets stuck in that little spot on the ledge.
The dragon, the bird, he feels it there.
And the whole fight, too. A fight that lasts, I mean, what feels like almost 2 minutes. The Hawk is scouting everything in all these situations, too. Tundra, amazing at the way that they can reset from these fights. With Secret, they do get some big kills.
Yeah, more. No, sure. Nisha dying at the end of it. I mean, look at this. He's 10-2-2. He's still doing everything he can here to hold on to this game against Tundra. But in these fights, Tundra's still able to take to sort of the next level once again in this game 3.
I mean, look at the start, too. The arrow does connect on the noggin. They're almost able to get the Roar, but 33 unable to get it. It's the start there. I mean, crazy chases.
I mean, Skeeter being able to walk away as he did. It's definitely going to feel frustrating there for Secret.
I mean, the way that they're able, just the reset, the constant reset and jump forward, the way they play around these cooldowns. Saxa, how many Avalanche toss combos was he able to get in this one? How many axes did you see thrown out?
We'll see Skeeter about 2,300 gold away from the Skadi. If they couldn't kill him easily enough then, once he's got his next item done, He's going to be such a huge terror in these team fights.
Crystal is too, though. Still getting big. The Orchid is finished. He also has a level of control, perhaps.
A Tundra
to catch this Pango.
They're ready to make the move. They know Roshan's up. They don't want to head straight into the pit. They want to try and get a pick off first. Secret relatively prepared, though. The fourth and group two. Rezo the one to be first instance of the Skadi attack. And Zayas, he's still got no chance of running.
Oh, and red zone!
Если этого говорить, что если этого говорить, это не может быть. Limit the areas that Tundra's able to push in on, but already this top lane is hitting the tier 3s. Tundra looks to try and push on a high ground here.
When is he going to be able to feel strong enough to get into a fight himself and do what Nisha's doing? He's 3-2 on this Naga.
He's trying to get the axe here to sort of have that extra setup, but
is it going to give him damage to actually walk into these fights? It doesn't feel like Tundra. They've covered all bases.
It's pushed 3 minutes still on the agent. So much time to play with. Where they can look to take so much from Secret.
Не спасет его байбек Лекс, не поможет он ему.
Прекращай.
Второй раз момента. Потому что вот я говорю.
Убирает Сакса, ждет момента, чтобы прыгнуть, врывается назад. Подъяснивает врывается на красиво получилось. Глобал пустоту никак не получилось его команде Secret реализовать. В этот момент Медуза просто стоит и подходит из казарм. Пангольер прямо в казармах получает. Мана оказывается в эпицентре драки. Врыв Сакса! Нага! Опасно очень! Можно Нага стреляет, ее кексом бьют! Кристаллис! Жить бежать! Кристаллис без маны потерял первую линию. Неплохой сам как-то продолжит, причем Тризон врывается на третьего, он забивает боковая. Сбивает Тризон. Не видите какой помощи, но поддержки для Романа. Пала первая линия, Тundra отступают, у Медузы нет маны, стоит остановиться, будет время восстановить ману и вернуться по миду или ботуму, неважно, появляется у Медузы ПКБ. Да, Медуза только расцветает, у Наги этого не происходит. 23 уровень при этом.
This is one fight really from top. We saw 28 minutes right there, kind of even, and then kaboom, they find absolutely.
Когда у Медузы кончится Аегис, и это будет возможность для них последний раз подраться. Это лучшая возможность, которую они смогут получить в этой игре. Подождать, пока у Медузы кончится Аегис. Если не получится, то лучше извинить. Непонятно, что такого могут купить. Я не вижу геймченджера, знаешь, очевидного. Глобалом, ну, наверное...
Pretty darn fantastic. It's up there at the top.
And they got the chains.
It's going to be Borg. Can he get him out in time? They can't. The lockdown's there.
He's been his gold on the Lincolns.
Oh, he's out for 80, and Zayat also found Secret. They are crumbling, falling apart once.
And they just know how to play with this vision, right? Oh, this time around, it always seems to be scouting.
Has been killed.
I believe they also now, that was the gem that they just picked up, gave to Nish. That's what they for Master. Up, gave to Nisha, and he didn't last with it for very long. Now it's on the Beastmaster. A full refresher. Also, this Beastmaster.
Resolution as well.
A menace this game. 12, 1, and 16.
Oh my goodness. I mean, there's so much pressure on Crystallis right now to just try and keep this game going. Resolution as well. They're doing everything in their power here. Secret to just cut these waves, push them back out. Good call there with the BKB TP out. That BKB didn't come. Resolution was dead for sure. He gets himself back to base. Secret, they're trying the best to prolong the game, buy time for Nisha to get back in, and that will certainly be the case. He'll be back up in 30. So Secret, at the least, despite this incredible lead that Tundra's starting to grow against them, they were able to hold them off, give themselves another chance. But each and every time, that chance becomes slimmer and slimmer.
I mean, the Rapier is queued up for Nisha. He's really starting to feel it. And, I mean, Crystallis, he's got the Bloodthorn queued up. Perhaps this could be some solution to be able to focus fire some targets, but
he's got
Tundra,
a lot of money towards it.
He does. Tundra just, they're just playing so well off each other, protecting each other with Lotus Orbs, Force Stabs, etc. They have so many, 9 snaking both with those Lotus Orbs. So even if someone does get focus fired either from a net or from that Bloodthorn, they'll have ways to bail them out, as we've seen them do time and time again. And now their base, right? The base is just being shoved in constantly. Tundra always going to be able to shove those lanes in.
So much damage. With the Bloodthorn, the aggressive, the offensive items, the defensive items, the Lotus ready to bail Skeeter out of any dangerous spots. They have everything to just sort of empower this Medusa, allow Skeeter to just enter the front of the fight. And it will be so tough for Secret to take Skeeter down at this stage.
And they're even starting to get, you know, these tier 4 neutral items, so Global starts to get addressed as well. All these dispels, Tundra continue to stay as a unit. Secret continue to be trapped.
Puppey. Just gonna try and come out, maybe get a bit of vision, bit of information, and to take the outpost back, or at least tease with the idea.
Risky.
Take us.
Still with the smoke.
Oh, do they see it? Someone pings.
I mean,
they want the bigger target.
They've got themselves on top of Nisha.
Uh-oh, he jumps left. They're pinging it.
I mean, his TP's on cooldown. That was put to a stop there by the jumper Saxon, so he has to make his way back to the base with a few remnants, but of course he's still got many to play with that Aghanim, so he'll be fine. Secret able to get everyone back to the base, but indeed Global's down. Maybe a bit of an opportunity for Tundra to once again try and take this game to the next step, look to push down for another set of barracks. We'll see how much they want to force it.
I think they're kind of on chill mode until Skeeter hits 25. If someone walks into them, they can look for the fight, but Skeeter, it unlocks a whole new potential of the hero when you hit 25 on this Dusa, especially versus this Naga.
I mean, it's true, and sort of the big thing that's standing out as well is just sort of the levels. You know, Tundra, they're able to get so much XP from the map from these kills. Skeeter just about to hit level 25.
Yep.
Meanwhile, for Chrysalis, of course, all of his farms pretty much done by the illusions, split pushing out the map, still stuck on level 19. Still a ways to go before he's really going to be feeling in a position to be able to stand his ground against the cause of Tundra in the team fight.
And a ways to go, really. Zayats, you know, he was getting close to BKB, what, 12 minutes ago or something? He still doesn't even have it done, so the scaling for them has completely stagnated. While for Tundra, it feels like all of them are scaling more and more with these small little items to protect each other.
Not really sort of any easy target that, even with the BKB on Zayats, that he can sort of just commit in on with the Unleash.
No.
They've got ways to kite him out. Zax has got the items, Blinks, Forces, Yules.
And multiple ways to get that dispel, as we see. Witchbane's done, or Witchbane's picked up from the Medusa, and they did, I believe, have the Stormcraft on the Tiny, so yeah, ways to just reset away constantly, which has been kind of the bread and butter for Tundra. Resetting, retaking fights over and over again. And 25 now. Dusa, Skeeter, he's got the talent. So they're ready for their fights if anything comes to them. Playing it safe probably though. Final game perhaps for them. Playing around this Roshan timer, it's soon to spawn.
That's it, exactly. They can taste that victory.
Yep.
They know how close they are to claiming that Aegis of Champions. Every single time we see Tundra take the safest route out. They do not let these leads slip away. And they're going to do everything to make sure that nothing changes from that in this all-important Game 3.
It's got to be frustrating for Secret at this point, knowing that they can't make any move outside, but at the same time also, if they give up the Roshan, they probably just know that there's no way for them to bring down this Medusa twice.
So the big item pickups that they are going to require is Chrysalis getting his next item done. It's going to be opted for the Nullifier after Bloodthorn, so some further aggressive sort of setup that they can play with.
Hard for him still just committing into these fights at this point. Tundra just has so much to deal with him.
Radiant
out with the smoke. Gonna try and get in there with the jump on a 33. See if they can take down the 3 spot before we get the roar up there. And on top of the 33, he's having the BKB on 30. Outside, they turn Skeeter. It's too much damage from the Medusa. Nisha jumps in, will be able to finish on 33 in return. And we'll see the buyback coming straight away from Resolution 9. He's got him pretty deep here to try and chase down Puppey. Still with a bit of time there for the Rolling Thunder overall. Resolution did buy back for this. He's able to sidestep the arrow in time. 9 out with the swashbuckle. Secret that looks to chase, but the pinch there before the slide fist connects. He's out to safety 9. Now I want to get back in. Saxa in with the toss go on the side. This is one locked down. Nisha out for 100. As Tundra, they'll chase him down. Rezo gone without buyback. It's only Puppey and Chrysalis.
And the arrow.
The arrow's there. Tundra catch him out. They're ready to run down mid. There's a lack of buybacks on Secret.
Secret felt the need. They had to chase to try to get more of the Beastmasters dead, but they get hit with an onslaught.
No buyback on Resolution. And Nisha, he's 200 gold short. It's Tundra.
They're going to try to get some wrap around the Tundra.
Some sort of surprise, but it's 2 against 4.
Dire's middle barracks.
As this push is not stopping.
Tier 4's dropping.
They've got
Secret.
a fortification, but still such a long time without Resolution, without Nisha, a full minute.
And the creeps are coming in top. They can't even cut the waves.
As the tier 4s, Tundra, they're pushing on. Secret, they've got to make their move now. It's going to be now or never if they want to try and stop Tundra.
They gotta just run in.
And they gotta do something. The Ancient's
Ancient's dropping.
Tundra, they're looking to end his sides. Jumps in, but immediately to his death. Crystallis has got the illusions out, but he's surrounded. Taken out. The Ancient is exposed. They're looking for the game. Tundra, they're on the Ancient. There'll be a buyback from Crystallis, but surely there's nothing.
He's just getting controlled.
Nothing to be done here from Secret as Tundra. They're closing it up. The Ancient, it falls.
Oh my God.
Tundra have done it. The 3-0 clean sweep today against Team Secret here in the grand final.
What an unbelievable storyline. Undefeated. Tundra, unbelievable.
And the way they did it, it truly feels like both this team, they've cracked the code, they've solved Dota.
They broke
Their
it.
approach every single time, they're unstoppable.
Even when they get their heroes taken away, they always have some type of substitution. Every single player piggybacking off each
Look
other.
at them go.
Unbelievable. Snaking.
Skeeter,
26 teams in 10 years, and he finally claims it.
Tundra, ladies and gentlemen, he got TI 11 champions.
Esports for the international.
Incredible moments here. As you said, a team that's worked so hard throughout the year. They've had their highs, they've had their lows, but they come in at their best when it matters the most here at the International Fog.
Last year, they weren't able to make it this year. They proved everybody, they proved everyone how good they truly are.
It's incredible play across the board. Some of these players, you've seen them time and time again over the years, as you said, through different teams. I mean, a lot of them individually, the other pros, they've always known that these players, they've had it in them. They've had it in them to get this far, and not only get this far, but to completely crush their opponents in this grand final. Secret, they got closer and closer from game 1 to game 3, but it was never close enough. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Tundra.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for the winners of TI 11, Tundra! Oh my goodness, great. Oh, snaking. The lost son of Salamene and his last hero. Any words for everyone out there? You've been waiting so long. It's all yours, buddy.
I want to thank everyone for coming here and supporting us and watching this grand final. We wouldn't be here without you guys.
Woo! Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I want to give a special shout out to Pierre and all the people who have supported me along the way. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. An incredible show. Well done. Well done. Oh, let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, Skeet God here, my friend. Good to see you. I'm sorry, I'm caught up in the moment. Now, you heard about Dota from TI2. You watched them on this stage. Well, now you've broken the records. Now you're on the stage. How does it feel, my friend?
It's surreal. I don't know. I'm trying to still digest all the emotions. You know, it didn't really come to me yet, but it's fucking crazy.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Skeeter! Hello, my friend. Oh yeah, soak that in. This is your first TI. Any advice out there to anybody who wants to do what you just did? Because you just became the inspiration to an unknown amount of people that will always be looking at you, the man who made it happen. What do you have to say to the future of the Dota 2 fans?
Just get good.
Get good! Okay, I need this, man, if you can. Thank you so much. Sascha, it has been 6 years.
Yep.
You came in second place last time. I know you've been dreaming of this moment. Tell me, how does it feel now that you have accomplished it?
I mean, it doesn't feel like it's still real. Like, I'm still trying to understand what just happened. So it's like, I don't know. In my mind, it's like, I can't even believe it still.
Oh, okay. Audience, is this real? Thank you so much. Congratulations, my friend. Where's the last one? Brea made that 33. Where'd he go? Hey, you get over here, sir. You've earned it. Many consider the VIP of the tournament, the MVP of the tournament, if you will. 33. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up! You said many times before you were searching for the right team to make your Dota ideas be true. You were looking for the right squad to make it happen. It seems you found it, sir. Any words that you'd like to say to your teammates and everybody watching at home?
Just so happy. Everyone did such an amazing job this tournament, and it's the best feeling.
Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up one more time for Tundra! Your winners of the International, baby! One of the best years of Dota that we have ever seen. The greatest. Lift up the ages one more time. Give it to the fans. Incredible Dota. One more if you can. Here we go. And get together, lift it up. Tundra Esports!
Congratulations, Tundra Esports. Head and shoulders above the rest. I do not believe I've seen such a dominating performance in all the TIs. Snaking, 33, Saxka, Skidder, and 9. And I love the fact, panel. Hello, panel.
Hello.
Hello, Tundra. Hello, Sheep. Hello, Lizard. I love the fact that all the family there with the players came to support, lifting the Aegis. What a moment.
It was just an incredible run from Tundra, right? The fact that they haven't lost a series at all for this entire TI. They basically dictated how people should be playing Dota. They were miles ahead. Everyone was trying to chase and catch up as each series progressed, but no one could get to their level, and yeah, a dominating 3-0.
It's just a dream. It's just a dream of every single Dota player. Anyone that ever played this game remotely competitively, lifting up that Aegis, getting your name on the back, it's, yeah. 33, like a few years back, he's in my team flaming me for some stupid build. Here he is now, like, just carrying the Aegis around. I don't know. I'm speechless.
I'm so happy for them. Honestly, genuinely, like, listening to any of these players talk, they care so deeply for the game. Like, these are the guys you should always be rooting for to win and achieve their dreams and go as far as they want. Like, they deserve this from their mentality throughout the whole year, how much they cared, boot camping fully through the DPCs. Like, they wanted this, and it actually finally paid off.
It has, and they say, is it a dream? They're not sure. They know it's real. I'm sure it will have to sink in, but this is the thing with, you win a TI.
Did you hear the crowd, James? I know. I think it's pretty real.
It is real, but even at these moments, you can see.
It's proof that hard work just pays off. Like, think about this team, the amount of work they've put in, like Sheep mentioned, like Lizard mentioned. They've gone through so much, and they've been boot camping the entire time. They've gone through, from being favorites in majors to crumbling out. And then be able to self-identify those problems, work on them, and then get to this TI, get to this run. It's just, again, it's one of the most memorable runs in just dominance.
Yeah, you know what's cool is that, like, back when this team was signed by Tundra, like, Skidder got on their YouTube channel, talked about it. He said, I want to leave a legacy. I want to be remembered as one of the best in my role. Like, that was what he wanted, and he has proven it so hard. This entire event, this series, every single game, this guy is just miles ahead, playing his heroes to perfection into 100 million counters. It doesn't matter. He pushes his heroes to the max, and I'm just blown away. I'm so impressed, and I'm so happy.
And here they are, walking off the red carpet with the Aegis, their names soon to be added. And of course, make sure you stick around because we will be having the winners on the late game. If you're in the arena, you will be able to hear more from our champions. And well deserved. He's as tall as them.
Look at him. He's a giant. He's a lovely walking giant.
Yeah, Pia and Flax will be hosting the late game, as mentioned. And I can't wait to hear them. I can't wait to hear from them. Once they kind of settle down, we'll see, what they're really going to have to say about that, best of. Well, it wasn't a best of, it was a best of 5, but winning it in 3 games. Welcome back to the panel. We're here. We're just flabbergasted, honestly. There's never, I haven't seen a run so strong like this. They lost, I think, 1 map Total.
Yeah, in the playoffs, they lost one game to Secret, and then in the group stage, they had a couple draws, I think 4 draws, but just the confidence from this team, and like, Skidder just played Medusa, right? He got the Crimson, Aoi mentioned, he gets the Crimson, he wants to play Medusa. He hadn't played Medusa for 5 months competitively. He comes into the Grand Finals, Game 3, looking to lift that Aegis, he gets a little bit of RNG on his side, and bam, look at him.
I think it's James, our best analyst at the panel, that said it doesn't even matter anymore what carry they pick. At this point, they play as such a unit, like they are one. You said it as well, Tiga. They're just one. They just move across the map so well. Their team fights are immaculate. The 4 staffs, the playmaking, everything just works out for them.
Yeah, I think like any criticism of by Wraith Pack Go is just such an oversimplification of the technical aspect of this team's play. Like on a micro and macro level, Tundra are just 300 steps above every other team at this event. Like their abuse of vision, positioning, and map control is just far beyond. Like the way they've used the Hawks in that game, for example, always being able to like start these fights so precisely with 9 on his Pango.
And these players, they're just throwing one problem after another at you. Like you have 33, the micro god on the offlane. You have 9 playing, I don't even know, from Grimstroke Kotl back in the day to now Tusk on the mid lane. You just can't control them.
It's as if like they also have this like sixth sense where in the game, when there's an opportunity for the enemy to find a pickoff, they're already ready. It's like 33 in this game, like he's Beastmaster farming the triangle, they jump him, Secret, it looks like a free pickoff, and then bam, they're already there. So the speed that Tundra play the map, they find the ways to push the lanes in, but also just know exactly where their opponent is. It is a product of pushing the lanes, gives the information. Like I always mention this so many times. So I'm looking forward to how teams, after they've listed this Aegis now, they're going to have to go into these replays, study, because as soon as the DPC starts again, a lot of teams...
they're going back home to study right now?
No, I mean, all the teams in the world right now are looking at Tundra going, how have they just basically changed the way that we play Dota? Not many teams play like this, but this is going to be the meta. Unless there's some major big patch, spoilers, there's going to be the Tundra style of Dota going into next DPC.
And I think, like, kind of building off what you said, Lizard, they are free thinkers. It's like they describe themselves that way because they don't limit themselves by what's good in the meta. You talked about the heroes that 9 can play, but you also have Snaking bringing in this Mirana Pos 5 to this tournament, being the only guy doing it, making it work, making it his own. I mean, you have 33 on his offlane too. Like, he was the guy playing Darkseer into Enchantresses because he was innovating with his own build with the Orchid. Like, throughout the year, throughout their careers, these players do not limit themselves. They keep pushing, they keep building things, making stuff their own. This is something that you can't steal from them. You have to really just embody their spirit to make it work.
Yeah. I believe that they reformed and they just fundamentally changed the game. 4 and a 5 after this tournament, it doesn't exist.
I'm so happy to see also Snaking got to lift the Aegis there for his team. His team kind of stood and was like, go for it. And he was the player that mentioned he's been playing Dota for 15 years. To lift the Aegis after 15 years, what a moment for Snaking. And totally deserved it. Like, you know, as you mentioned, everyone on their team was a threat. There wasn't, you can't name an MVP, I think, of Tundra.
They have so many layers to their team. If you shut down one player, the next player is going to step up, right? Like you think about the heroes in that previous game, you've got Saxo on the Tiny with the tossbacks, you've got 9 always getting the rolling thunder off during these sleeps, so you can't just disengage from the fight, you can't just TP out. And then you have just Skidder, the confidence of Medusa, but again, not playing it for 5 months. Game 3, yeah, let me just play it, boys, I've got a Crimson. So yeah, just confidence on layer on layer on layer.
How real do you think that was? Let's be honest.
Very real.
Just believe it, James. It's TI, okay? Please,
I actually do believe it. I believe that it was like, hey, Skidder can play whatever he wants. We'll make it work. They were that far ahead, in my opinion.
Find out on the late game show with Pyrian Flags.
Look at that. This guy.
There you go. Gotcha.
Host. It was a good segment. Yeah. So we should check back into the arena. We want to see more with what's going on after this Tundra Esports win. So let's send it over to Slacks.
Hello, everybody. I am here. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, everybody. I am here in the crowd, my friends. Everybody had a fantastic time. We just want to say thank you, everyone in the crowd, so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. Wonderful hosts, wonderful people, wonderful Dota. And from all of us here at the arena, thank you for watching the International 11. Pretty good stuff, huh?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah! right, don't go anywhere. The late game show is coming up, but from all of us at the arena, all the staff, all the production, all the players, we thank you guys so much for joining us at this monumental event. It was a hell of a good time, and we'll see you next year, right, everybody? All right, back to you guys at the panel. Bye. Goodbye.
Thank you, Slacks. Oh, I'm going to miss the Singapore arena. They were awesome.
It was nice.
Yeah, that was.
They were very nice and respectable.
Yeah, Singapore was great.
They were awesome. Yeah, no, I'm so glad that Singapore got a TI. But also, we should break down the game a little bit more, because I'm still confused. And that's why we've got Purge.
That's right, James. I got the key. I know why Tundra won TI, why they were better than every other team. People talking about damage mitigation, I know we're going to have to do a little bit of math here. I know it's not everybody's favorite subject, but it's very important. Wraith Pact reduces all damage dealt by 30%, where that's right off the bat. If you pair a Mage Slayer with that, it means you're only doing 45% of your normal damage. So when you pipe your team immediately after that, the pipe is blocking 850 damage on everything on your team. Illusions, creeps, heroes, that's a huge amount of damage. And who's the hero of the tournament? It's Leshrac. Tons of AoE damage. He wants to spell lifesteal off that, but now he's doing block damage, less damage. It means he's doing no damage, not surviving. He dies. That's why Tundra's not scared of him. Then on top of that, it gives a pipe ore to your team, and then there's more magic resist. You're doing 29% of your normal damage. That's nothing. Normally you're doing like 75. So much less, right? That's the mitigation. And then that's what they understood. They understood that it's a lifesteal patch. It's not just spell lifesteal, it's also regular lifesteal. Vlad's upgrade, Wraith Pact got buffed. It went from 18 to 24% physical lifesteal against heroes. So their carries always benefit from that. And even if they're not doing magic damage, they still get lifesteal from attacking. So all of these things layer in like 4 different ways so that they know that every single time that they take a fight, they're just going to win it because they always pick offlaners that have Wraith Pact, and they adjust their carries depending on the enemy heroes. They pick Naga Siren thinking like, oh, AoE magic damage is a counter. It's not when you abuse Wraith Pact, Mage Slayer, and the pipe. They live longer. They basically get everything they want, and they can always beat their opponent's counters. That was the thing that they had up on every single other team in this tournament, was knowledge of how those mechanics can be abused, and they abused it to win this TI, without a doubt. That's why they won.
Right.
Yeah.
You got that, right?
I understand.
Thank you, Purge.
Yep.
Thank you, Purge. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Purge.
No problem.
I took notes. What did you?
My notes was very simple. just Tundra good.
Tundra good.
Tundra good.
I got 850 damage, Leshrac a horse, 29%,
40%
AoE damage, and then I got get good, which is the quote from 9.
Yeah, I'll score like 9 out of 10 for those notes. Good job, mate.
That was funny. That was hilarious.
But yeah, like when we actually look into the amount of work that Purge put into that, the crazy thing is, that's what Owie does. Yeah. Like if you were watching, the Purge segment and actually trying to write it down or thinking about it and keeping up, which unfortunately me as a host wasn't able to do, this is what Owie brought to the team. He is really like, you do this, we layer this, and this is what we bring to the table.
And it's just the way he thinks. Like, he's not going to go into the grand finals and say, let's ban Lash in that first stage. No, he's going to find a way to counter it. And even though they don't play it, they're not afraid of Lash because they found the right ingredients. The Mage Slayer, the pipe, the Wraith Pact. Suddenly, Nisha, the guy who's been owning every single team with Leshrac, does absolutely nothing in fights.
Yeah, and we should really talk a little bit about Secret. Still an amazing finish. Their performance throughout the tournament was immaculate. They lost only to Tundra in the main stage, but they lost, of course, twice and in the grand finals. And Puppy, I was kind of saying, like, it's hard to teach old Puppy new tricks, but he took the Naga, but it didn't work out for him in game 3, and that felt like it was their big chance. And the new trick being taken from Tundra's playbook.
Look, we knew that he had to come second. Last year he was third.
Yep.
This year he's second. Next year he wins. So don't feel too bad. His time will come. And, like you said, props to him. He did talk about how hard it is to kind of keep up this level of play throughout all these years, and he just keeps managing to do it. So I hope he never retires. I kind of want to see just how far he can go on for.
Low-key, I was hoping for him to take it, because maybe that would force Notil and Seb to come out of retirement. Now you have the 2-2, now you have to get 3, you're no longer special.
Yeah, but it's still, as you say, it's an amazing performance, not only by him, but also the team. But the fact that a lot of people can stay on top of the game for a couple of years, maybe 3, 4, 5, but Puppy has been, he's improving. with age. So
fine wine.
Yeah,
no. He peaked early. He won TI early, and
yeah. Well,
it's been a roller coaster, but on a good trajectory right now.
No, I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
It's very impressive. He's an insanely good player.
Yeah. And then, of course, going back to Tundra, we're going to be wrapping up a little bit here just in a moment. But, of course, we are waiting for the late game. So make sure you stay around for that. A couple of first players TIs. Skitter. I believe I saw his mum lift the Aegis.
There was a lot of people on that stage. I was trying to pick out who was in there.
That's also something. There was just so much support around them. It's never the players themselves that make it, right? Obviously, you put in a lot of hours into the game. You love it. You play it. You try hard. But then again, you need to be in the right environment. Like, you need to have the family, the friends that support you, that actually push you towards your goals.
Yeah, and here are the winning moments.
I love the fact that they win TI and 33 is the one jumping around. Everyone else is like, yep, that was a good, nice game, guys. And that's why I think the support network really comes in, because they are so zoned into the game. The friends, the family, they're going to be able to kind of go, guys, you actually just won TI. They're going to be able to bring them back into kind of reality, because they have been so zoned in. I don't think I've seen a TI winning team win TI and look that calm. That is what's so scary. They've built such a system around them that if they can just continue the system, like, they're going to be able to deal with any patch, any play, any pressure now, because you've won TI with such confidence. Yeah, I am so looking forward to the future of Tundra.
What about Puppy, by the way? He didn't look that sad.
He actually, there was a tiny clip just when the two teams won, and he was smiling. Yeah. Because that man loves his Dota, and he was like, they outplayed us. They took it. And, he gives a lot of respect to all his opponents. And, of course, I think that team, though, I loved the amount of energy that Team Secret brought here at the International. Rezo, in his interviews, is just, I think having someone like that in your team really can just bring you up just because of his energy and just how happy he is to be there. And also somewhat amazed. They came from, even though they came second, they still came from the last chance qualifiers, Team Secret. That's huge.
Yeah, you've seen their development, how much better they've got. Like Crystalis, his improvement throughout this entire TI has just been in massive, massive leaps. And if this team chooses to stick together, I think what they can learn from this TI, everyone's praising the map control and macro of Tundra. Puppy's very good at learning. He will be able to look through these replays, figure out what is so good about it, and then start to apply it to his own team. The same way that when they lost to Entity, he took from that and learned and got better, right? So I think that as long as his captainship is there, I believe this team can continue to be incredible throughout the year.
When we say about learning,
yes,
I don't want to be rude.
Okay.
But actually, I can't be rude because we're going to be wrapping up.
Okay.
Last words.
Yeah. See you next year, James.
It's the cliffhanger. Last words for TI here at the panel.
Dota is a beautiful game. Thank you for sharing this moment with me. Thanks for coming back, Too Good. Yeah,
thanks for coming back. Honored to be here once again. TI, it's a dream of every Dota player.
Thanks to my I love my panel. Guys, I'm sorry. It's an emotional moment.
She's emotional.
Congrats on surviving the Brit panel, Lizard.
Thank you very much, Sheep, Lizard, and T-Governor. And thank you as well for tuning in at home. But please stick around. This may be the end of the panel, but we'll be going to the late game, and it's Tundra Esports that are the champions. They will be sat down with Pyrion, and I'm sure Slacks. This has been the International Dota 2 Championships. We'll see you next time.